Hey guys and welcome back to my channel. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was the Chosen Undead, and before we begin don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author link in description. I need to improve my stats. That was the singular thought dominating Naruto's mind after his brief spar with Rock Lee. His senses could keep up with Lee's speed, but his body couldn't. He felt it with every block, every dodge, every strike Lee landed. And with their first real mission on the horizon, Naruto knew he couldn't afford to stay the same. He had to take this seriously. Excusing himself under the guise of going to the bathroom, Naruto slipped away into the world of Lordran. The flickering flames of the second bonfire greeted him, the heat warming his face despite the ever-present chill of the world around him. Okay, he muttered to himself, standing and stretching his arms. So sitting at different bonfires really does change where I wake up. I wonder if my clones can connect to the bonfire too. He trailed off, shaking the thought away. There was no time to get distracted. He had work to do. Stepping out of the small room housing the bonfire, Naruto moved with purpose. First, he needed to collect his souls from his last death. Then, maybe kill a few more hollows, gather resources, and level up. They should have returned by now, right? Naruto muttered. He thought back to his first experience in the Northern Undead Asylum. No matter how many times he cut something down, it always came back. Nothing ever stayed dead. The thought gnawed at the edges of his focus. Why don't they stay dead? Was it because of some magic? Or was it just the nature of this world? The questions multiplied in his mind, spiraling out of control. Why did things die in Konoha? What even was the purpose of life? For a brief moment, the enormity of the question almost stopped him in his tracks. The purpose of life is eating ramen. Wow, he muttered aloud. I sound like those philosophy club losers. His voice echoed faintly in the silence, bringing with it a memory from his academy days. Clubs were a big deal back then. Everyone wanted to be part of something. Naruto, of course, hadn't been allowed to join any of them, but he still remembered the philosophy club. A bunch of nerds having heated debates about life, existence, and other stuff he used to think didn't matter. Now, walking through Lordran, those same thoughts seemed inescapable. Is it my increased intelligence making me think like this? Naruto wondered aloud. Or, maybe I just want answers for once. He exhaled deeply, rolling his shoulders as he walked. Whatever the reason, Naruto was strangely glad for the change. It was proof, he figured, that he'd matured. A version of himself from a year ago wouldn't have bothered to ask questions like this. Why would he? No one had ever bothered to give him answers anyway. But now he was starting to ask, even if he had to find the answers on his own. And the answer he found when he stepped out of the bonfire room: something is wrong. There was no crossbow-wielding hollow waiting near the edge. No hollow on the stairs. He glanced up toward the rooftop where firebomb-wielding hollows, only to find their crumpled bodies scattered across the platform, arrows protruding from their armor. Something, or someone, had cleared the area before him. A faint whistle snapped him out of his thoughts. Naruto's instincts screamed, his head jerking to the side just in time to see an arrow hurtling toward him. It was fast, far faster than the clumsy shots fired by the hollows he'd encountered before. His hand shot up instinctively, snatching the arrow out of the air. His eyes darted down, catching the faint glint of something tied to the shaft. A firebomb. Flooding chakra into his arm, he hurled the arrow high into the air, watching as it exploded in a burst of heat and shrapnel above him. The air crackled, and the heat singed the back of his neck. Naruto ran and pressed his back against the stone staircase, hiding himself from view. His breath came quick, adrenaline rushing through his veins. The boy's gaze locked onto the bridge overhead. No soul drop. Must have taken it and leveled up. Now they're targeting me. Naruto's jaw tightened. His mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Goddamn, is this Petrus or something? The thought wasn't comforting, especially when he remembered the undead hunts. Whatever, he thought, trying to steady his nerves. He darted down the stairs, his plan forming quickly. Get out in the open, use the substitution jutsu to dodge, find the enemy's location. Suddenly, he froze. Way of focality flared to life as he found something gleaming in his peripheral vision, a spear. Naruto twisted his torso, narrowly avoiding the spear as it whooshed past his side. The young shinobi spun on his heel, his eyes locking onto the source of the attack. It wasn't a person. It was a hollow. What the hell is going on? The hollow reared back its arm, preparing another spear thrust. Naruto's left hand shot out with precision, gripping the spear mid-thrust. Chakra surged into his arm, fortifying his muscles as he locked the weapon in place. He could feel the hollow's resistance, the weapon trembling under its struggle, but Naruto held firm. With a sharp push, he forced the hollow backward, positioning it between himself and the unseen archer. Perfect timing. Twang. An arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly for him. The hollow staggered as the projectile struck its chest, embedding itself with a muted thud. Naruto barely had time to brace as the firebomb strapped to the arrow detonated. The explosion tore through the hollow's body, the force ripping apart its armor. The blast shockwave brushed past Naruto, but his meat shield absorbed the worst of it, leaving him shaken but unharmed. Way of Focality flared again, a hollow approaching from behind, sword raised high for a killing blow. He barely had time to think. His fingers blurred through the hand signs, activating the substitution jutsu. In an instant, he found himself standing behind the hollow instead of in front of it, kunai in hand as he slit the hollow's throat. Naruto looked on in disbelief. A spear-wielding hollow had been shoved forward, kicked, by the crossbow hollow standing behind it. It's like a human barking orders to a dog. The crossbow hollow growled again, and the spear hollow moved forward, its movements carrying just enough intent to follow the command. The crossbow hollow. It's the closest to my soul drop, Naruto muttered as he glanced at the ledge above. It must have absorbed my souls and leveled up. So it increased intelligence too. Oi, thief, give me back my souls. The crossbow hollow gave him a response by firing an arrow. Naruto replied by hurling a kunai. The two projectiles collided midair with a sharp clang, the force of the impact deflecting the arrow off course. The smoke bomb attached to the kunai's hilt detonated with a loud pop. Thick, choking smoke billowed out, engulfing the area and obscuring the hollows from view. Naruto wasted no time. He made two shadow clones, one of which crouched low, lacing its fingers together. Naruto stepped onto its hands as the clone launched him high into the air. Up here, Naruto yelled, drawing the hollows' attention upward. The crossbow hollow turned, aiming its weapon at the airborne Naruto. From within the smoke cloud below, unseen by the hollow, Naruto's clone hurled a Fuma Shuriken. The massive, curved blade spun silently as it cut through the dense smoke, hidden from view. It arced wide, hugging the bridge's edge in a sharp curve before emerging from the fog without warning. The shuriken struck with a deafening crunch, slamming into the crossbow hollow's weapon. The force shattered the crossbow instantly, fragments of wood and metal scattering in every direction as the hollow staggered back, momentarily disarmed. The original grinned as he descended from above, the air rushing past him. Years of prank-filled escapades had made falling an art form for him. He angled himself perfectly, landing with both feet on the crossbow hollow's shoulder. The impact sent it crashing onto the concrete floor with a loud thud. Naruto didn't hesitate. He raised his fist, chakra surging into his arm, ready to bash the hollow's skull in when he saw the jaw clicked open, revealing a firebomb lodged inside its mouth. Seriously. Naruto's eyes widened, and he reacted instantly, equipping the talisman in his hand. As the hollow bit down, the firebomb detonated. Boom. The explosion sent flames and shockwaves rippling outward. Naruto acted on pure instinct, activating the force miracle. A burst of energy erupted from his talisman, creating a shockwave that pushed the fire away from his body. The air hissed around him as the flames dissipated harmlessly, leaving him unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Naruto glanced down to see the hollow's broken, lifeless body. The faint glow of a soul orb floated upward from its remains. Not so smart after all, huh? But the moment of triumph didn't last. He heard guttural growls and the heavy clank of metal. Turning his head, he spotted the spear-wielding hollow charging through the smoke cloud, its weapon raised for another strike. Naruto smirked, casually tossing the talisman between his hands. Watch your back. The hollow paused, but before it could react, Naruto's shadow clone lunged from the smoke behind it. The clone swung the Zweihander in a heavy, overhand attack, the massive blade slamming down onto the hollow's head with a sickening crunch. The clone popped in a puff of smoke from the force of the strike, but the hollow staggered, disoriented and off balance. Naruto seized the opportunity, gripping his own Zweihander tightly as he followed through with a heavy attack of his own. Naruto exhaled, resting the Zweihander on his shoulder as he surveyed the area. The smoke was beginning to clear, and the battlefield was eerily silent once again. But something caught his eye. Hidden against a stack of crates, partially covered in shadows, was a narrow staircase leading downward. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he adjusted the grip on his sword. Why not? Without a second thought, he smashed through the crates, sending splinters and debris flying. There was something fun about it, something childlike and satisfying about just breaking things. He swung his arms like a kid knocking down sandcastles, laughing a little as the wood shattered around him. That was fun, Datbeo. With a skip in his step, Naruto made his way down the strange concrete staircase. The room he stepped into was dim and dusty, lined with old wooden pillars that led to a balcony on one side and a hall on the other. His eyes scanned the place, catching movement behind a set of rickety shelves. A hollow was crouching there, probably thinking it was hidden. Hey, geniuses, Naruto called out. If you're gonna hide, maybe try crouching lower. Might work better. Not that he expected a response. He got a mischievous idea, something a little old school prank style. With a grin, he pulled out a firebomb and tossed it right at the shelves. Flames licked up the wood, engulfing the hollow. Naruto waited for some kind of reaction, a scream, a dance, anything. But the thing just burned, unfazed. Guess the dead really don't have a funny bone, he muttered, rolling his eyes at his own joke. Lame. The half-burnt hollow charged at him with a massive axe raised high. Naruto twisted just in time, dodging the swing and hearing the axe thud against the ground. Before it could pull back, he planted his foot on the axe's blade, channeling chakra into his foot to hold it steady. The hollow struggled, trying to yank it free, but Naruto wasn't budging. Just pull harder. I know this is very embarrassing for you, but you're dead, so. Then, with a grunt, the hollow jumped back, releasing the axe and lunging at him bare-handed. Quick as a flash, Naruto grabbed the axe by the handle, swinging it up and into the hollow's face. The blade struck its open jaw, driving the head straight into the doorframe. He pressed harder, splitting its head like a piece of wood. Naruto laughed, holding up his new weapon triumphantly. New weapon. Now we're talking. Can you shut up? A voice hissed from the balcony, making him jump out of his skin. His heart nearly stopped. He wasn't expecting that. He threw the axe into his inventory and tightened his grip on the Zweihander. Naruto inched forward and tiptoed along the wall, trying to keep silent. When he peeked around the doorframe, what he saw was definitely not what he'd expected. A hollow was sitting there, right on the ground, like he was selling something at a market stall. He looked skeletal, with hollow eyes and rotting skin stretched tight over his bones. His clothes were dark and tattered, blending right into the shadows around him. Scattered around him were old, worn pots, cracked barrels, and containers that looked like they'd been through a war or two. Hey, so did you just talk? Of course, the hollow replied, sounding almost amused. I haven't gone hollow yet. And you seem to have your wits about you, He looked Naruto up and down. Then you are a welcome customer. I trade for souls. Everything's for sale. The merchant let out a raspy laugh, reaching into one of the crates around him and pulling out a few items. Naruto's mind reeled as he took in this odd scene. Here he was, in the middle of a place where everything and everyone tried to kill him, talking to a hollow merchant with the weirdest sales pitch he'd ever heard. He glanced to the side, noting the system window that had popped up, showing the merchant's inventory. Well, this just got interesting. Purchase wares items. Repair powder 500 souls, throwing knife 10 souls, firebomb 50 souls, Lloyd's talisman 500 souls, orange guidance soapstone 100 souls, key items. Weapons, ammunition, armor. Quick question, Naruto said. Are you the asshole selling firebombs to those hollows? The merchant let out a wheezy, raspy laugh. Oh, heavens, no. I don't trade with mindless, twitchin' beasts. Why, they'd sooner rip my limbs off than pay me a fair price, Not my ideal customer. Good, Naruto replied, cracking a grin. Because I was about ready to buy every single firebomb you had and shove 'em right up your bony ass. The merchant gave a sort of dry chuckle that almost sounded like a cough. Well, good for me then, lad. Now, what can I interest you in today? Naruto's eyes went to the firebombs laid out in front of him. Annoying as they were, he couldn't deny their usefulness. Plus, he also really wanted that repair powder. After a few clicks through the system menu, Naruto had spent 1,000 souls, picking up 10 firebombs and a sack of repair powder. The powder itself was kind of odd. A small, rough sack filled with glowing yellow dust. The bag looked like it had seen better days, and the powder inside gave off a warm glow, almost comforting. He shrugged and took out Oscar's old sword. Well, the hilt, at least. And dumped the powder over it. Nothing. The boy shot the man a glare, but the merchant only grinned wider, raising his bony hands in mock innocence. Oh, now, don't be mad at me, lad. The merchant said. That powder fixes up the durability of her weapon, not a total repair job. Best it can do is patch up a crack or two. Now, why not get yourself a proper weapon, This piece o' crap's as dead as the hollows, I'd say. For a moment, anger flared in his chest, hot and immediate. His first instinct was to snap back, to defend Oscar's sword, to remind this guy that he didn't know the first thing about what this blade meant. But then he stopped himself. The words sat on the edge of his tongue, but Naruto swallowed them back, forcing himself to take a breath. This isn't like Kiba, he thought, the memory of the day flickering in his mind. When Kiba had insulted Oscar's sword, it felt personal, like an attack on Oscar himself, on everything he had stood for. Naruto had been in a raw state back then, still grieving, still trying to figure out what it meant to carry on someone else's legacy. But this guy. Naruto glanced at the merchant, who was busy admiring his own wares and muttering to himself about profits. The merchant wasn't mocking Oscar, wasn't trying to disrespect the sword or its history. He didn't even know its history. He was just being a merchant. Loud, annoying, practical. The anger still simmered, but it felt distant now, not worth acting on. Oscar's sword didn't need defending. Not from someone like this. Its worth wasn't in how it looked or how sharp it was. It was in the legacy it carried, and no insult could tarnish that. Words can hurt, yes, but they don't justify violence. If you want to grow into a shinobi people can trust, you need to learn to control yourself. A true ninja doesn't let their emotions dictate their actions. He let Hiruzen's words settle for a moment, his grip loosening. The merchant didn't know the weight of Oscar's sword or its legacy. And now that he thought about it, Kiba probably didn't, either. Back then, Naruto had acted purely out of grief, his emotions running unchecked. That had been the real reason he lashed out, not because Kiba deserved it, but because Naruto wasn't ready to deal with the weight of his own loss. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I think I'll maybe apologize to Kiba when I meet him again. Yeah. Hey, that's the spirit, lad. Got myself a nice spear here, sharp as your wit, I'd wager. But that didn't mean Naruto was going to let the insult slide. Oh no, the merchant had earned himself some petty payback. For the next hour, Naruto lingered at the stall, pretending to browse. He'd pick up an item, turning it over in his hands like it was a priceless treasure, only to put it back with a loud, noncommittal, hum. The merchant, ever the salesman, prattled on with exaggerated enthusiasm, his cackling laugh punctuating every pitch. Naruto picked up a club reinforced with rusted barbed wire and strips of leather. What is this supposed to be? A club for self-defense or a really bad DIY project? The merchant puffed out his chest proudly. That there is the reinforced club, a masterpiece of utility. Leather grip, barbed wire for extra pain, perfect for bashing heads. Naruto squinted at the weapon, his finger poking at the nailed-on leather. The grip is literally falling apart. And rusted barbed wire. Is that supposed to kill someone or give him tetanus? The merchant waved a hand dismissively. Bah, tetanus is killing someone, just slower. I call that long-term effectiveness. Well, I'm not looking to catch a disease from my own weapon. The merchant groaned dramatically. Bah, you wouldn't know quality if it bit you on the backside. Naruto smirked, giving the club a few test swings. The barbed wire rattled with every motion, the leather pommel already threatening to come loose. Does this come with a warranty? The merchant growled. The warranty is me not smacking you upside the head with it. Naruto gasped mockingly, feigning deep offense. He adjusted his grip, swinging the club again. This time, accidentally, letting it slip from his hands. The club flew off the ledge with a faint whoosh. Silence. Then, the sound of the club clanging off something below echoed faintly in the distance. I swear that was an accident. The merchant's hollow jaw tightened as he glared at Naruto. Just pay me for the club. I don't know about that. Kinda feels like the club wasn't up to standard, you know. Pretty slippery grip. The merchant's cackle was gone, replaced by a cold silence as he slowly reached behind him and pulled out his uchigatana. The blade gleamed menacingly in the dim light. You're going to pay. One way or another. Nah. Before the merchant could take a step, Naruto hurled a smoke bomb to the ground. The area filled with a thick cloud, and when it cleared, Naruto was gone. Yulia. The merchant muttered under his breath. Next time, I'm gutting that brat. Far away, Naruto's laughter echoed faintly through the air. It was a small victory, and he couldn't stop grinning. Totally worth it. Naruto walked down the hall, the path twisted a few times until it opened up to a narrow pathway. Just up ahead was a bright red ladder leading upwards, but 4 hollows stood in the way, looking about as mindless as the ones from back in the northern undead asylum. His fingers itched to get moving. Those hollows had been perfect target practice back then, and honestly, he was feeling kinda nostalgic. Alright, he muttered under his breath, cracking his knuckles, time to see if all that Kata training pays off. He took a step forward, and like clockwork, 2 of the hollows charged him, swinging their jagged daggers all over the place. Their moves were sloppy and wide open. This was gonna be fun. Naruto shifted his weight slightly, grounding himself, and prepared for the first strike. The first hollow lunged, aiming its dagger right at him. Kata won, he thought, sliding his right foot back as he twisted his torso just enough to let the blade zip by. His left hand shot out, grabbing the hollow's wrist and pulling it forward, just enough to throw it off balance. Then, without wasting a second, he brought his knee up hard, driving it into the hollow's gut, making it stagger backward. Naruto finished it off with a punch straight to its throat. Quick, brutal, and satisfying. First down, 3 to go. Not bad, he thought. The second hollow wasn't far behind, coming in with a sloppy overhead swing. Naruto ducked low, shifting his stance to his left, sliding his foot forward to close the distance. As the hollow brought the dagger down, Naruto moved in close and went straight for its jaw with an elbow strike, snapping its head back. In the same breath, his other hand shot up, catching its dagger hand and twisting the wrist until it let go of the blade. Then, he drove his knee into its thigh and shoved it back to the ground for good measure. The last 2 hollows looked at each other like they were trying to come up with a plan. One circled to his right, while the other closed in from the left. Alright, so these guys are actually trying now. Naruto shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity, and took a deep breath. If they wanted to play it smart, he'd just have to be smarter. The hollow on the left jumped first, exactly what Naruto was counting on. Kata 3, he reminded himself, stepping right into the hollow's reach instead of backing off. He blocked its strike with his arm and went straight for its throat. Then he twisted, pulling it forward with his momentum, and it stumbled right into his sweep as he kicked its shin out from under it. As it dropped, he brought his fist down on the back of its neck, making sure it was down for good. The last hollow froze for a split second, just long enough for Naruto to size it up. He straightened up, exhaled, and locked eyes with it, daring it to make a move. It took the bait, lunging in a clumsy rush. Kata 5, he thought, sidestepping to the right to dodge the blade. With one quick motion, he grabbed its wrist, twisted it, and forced it to drop the dagger. Naruto punched it hard in the ribs, making it gasp, then slammed his knee into its face, watching it drop like a sack of rocks. Straightening up, Naruto rolled his shoulders and cracked his neck, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Those katas Kakashi drilled into him. Yeah, they weren't flashy, but they got the job done. Every move was smooth, no wasted energy, no frills. Just straight up efficient. Thanks for the warm-up, guys, he muttered to the fallen hollows, turning his gaze up to the red ladder. Climbing up the ladder, Naruto pulled himself onto a rooftop and spotted a corpse nearby clutching a handful of throwing knives. He quickly scooped them up, stashing them in his inventory. Taking a look over the edge of the roof, he realized he was right above the bridge where that dragon had been. Glancing at the alarm clock Naruto had brought along to keep track, he knew he had to wrap things up fast. With a deep breath, he jumped down from the roof and headed back to the bonfire, ready to cash in some souls. Name: Naruto Uzumaki, souls. 1500 required souls. 900 covenant. Way of White level. 10 right pointing arrow 11 souls. 666 attributes. Strength. 16 right pointing arrow 17. Naruto took a deep breath, feeling his body grow stronger as the power surged through him. The boy felt ready to head back to Konoha. Unfortunately, there was one glaring problem. Souls. 600. He frowned. If I die, there's no telling which hollow might snatch them up, and I really don't want to come back to find some upgraded hollow using my souls against me. Naruto sighed, scratching his head. Man, maybe I should have gone for intelligence instead of strength. Come on, brain. Think. His mind raced for a solution until an idea came to him. Item: Ring of Sacrifice. Description: This mystical ring was created in a sacrificial rite of Velka, the goddess of sin. Its wearer will lose nothing upon death, but the ring itself breaks. He held it up, frowning. One time use only. Sure, it would work for now, but what about the next time, and every time after that? If only there was a way to keep it from breaking each time, he thought, the gears in his head spinning. Then, like lightning, an idea struck. Alright, let's test this. He slipped the ring onto his finger, then made a shadow clone. Sure enough, the ring appeared on the clone's finger too. A grin spread across Naruto's face as he threw the original back into his inventory. Without giving himself time to second-guess the plan, Naruto jumped off the ledge. You died. Through sacrifice, no souls were lost. Ring of Sacrifice shattered. The messages flashed in front of him as his vision blurred and he jolted awake in his room back in Konoha. The first thing he did was yank open his inventory, and there it was, Ring of Sacrifice, good as new. Yes, he yelled, his face breaking into a triumphant grin. Before he knew it, he was spinning around the room, doing a goofy dance. Yada, yada, found a loophole. My souls are safe, Datbeo. He sang, practically skipping around his room. Naruto flopped back onto his bed, the wide grin still plastered on his face as he stared up at the ceiling. The rush of success still buzzed in his veins. He reached for the clock on his bedside table and froze. Wait. What the? It had only been 40 minutes here in Konoha, but he'd just spent 2 hours in Lordran. His eyes widened as realization struck. That's insane. 2 hours there, but barely any time passes here. I could train so much. Get stronger way faster. A grin crept across his face again, but he quickly shook the thought away. Focus, Naruto. First mission with Team 7 is coming up. You've gotta crush it. As he walked to meet his team, his mind drifted, daydreaming about all the wild possibilities. Maybe we'll cross the sea to hunt for treasure. Fight some pirates. Or rescue a lost princess from a society of soul reapers. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Naruto puffed out his chest. Today's mission: collecting honey. Naruto felt like a balloon that had just been popped. Quote. What? He just stared at the mission scroll Kakashi was holding, the reality of it crashing over him like a bucket of cold water. Sakura leaned over, her brow furrowed. Wait, really? Yep. Collecting honey. Exciting, isn't it? Naruto's eye twitched. I should have stayed in Lordran. Collecting honey is pretty awesome, Naruto-kun. Sakura chirped, clearly trying to be optimistic. Naruto turned to her, his face deadpan. He began clapping. Slow, sarcastic, deliberate. Wow, incredible, truly inspiring. Well, excuse me for trying to make the best out of it. And here I thought you'd appreciate the finer points of this mission. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei, I think you're confusing me with someone who cares, Naruto grumbled. Kakashi's visible eye crinkled in amusement. Without another word, he strolled over to a nearby tree and, to their shock, began walking up it, horizontally. Like it was the most normal thing in the world. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura whispered, her jaw dropping. He's walking up a tree. Naruto just squinted, his tone flat. We're in a genjutsu. Again. Kakashi chuckled from his place high in the tree. No genjutsu this time, you two. Pay attention. They both looked up at him, still perched casually on the tree trunk. Listen up, he called down. For the next 2 weeks, we'll be handling simpler missions around Konoha. But don't think of them as boring. Every one of these tasks will tie into your training one way or another. With that, Kakashi reached up into a beehive, swiping a glob of honey as effortlessly as plucking a flower. Then, with an easy hop, he landed right in front of them, holding the honey like a trophy. See, collecting honey is pretty awesome. Naruto stared at the honey in Kakashi's hand, then at Kakashi's unbothered face. How did you do that? Naruto asked, eyes wide. Already his mind was racing with possibilities. Imagine sticking to walls, scaling cliffs, or even hanging upside down on the ceilings of Lordran. That kind of ability could change everything. Simple. Naruto. Chakra control, Kakashi said matter-of-factly. Naruto's eyes lit up, a mix of excitement and confusion. Sakura had that serious look she got when she was analyzing something, like she was already memorizing every word Kakashi was saying. You see, Kakashi began, this is what we call chakra control. For something like tree climbing, you've got to focus your chakra at the soles of your feet. Too much, and you'll push yourself off. Too little, and you'll slip. It's all about balance and precision. The soles of your feet are one of the trickiest places to manage chakra, so learning to do it here helps improve your control overall. Sakura's eyes gleamed with understanding. Oh, so this is like an advanced version of the leaf sticking exercise we did at the academy. Naruto groaned. I suck at that stupid leaf thing. Either the leaf falls off, or it gets stuck and won't come off at all. Kakashi raised a hand to stop him. That's because you're not balancing the flow properly, Naruto. This exercise is all about control. If you don't have good control, you'll drain yourself too fast in a fight or waste chakra where you don't need it. Naruto frowned, processing the information. Kakashi could see his brain working hard, so he broke it down even further. Chakra's made up of 2 parts, he explained, holding up 2 fingers. Physical energy, which comes from your body, and spiritual energy, which comes from your mind. The better you control both, the less energy you waste. Master this, and you'll use chakra more efficiently. You won't tire yourself out so quickly, which means you can stay in a fight longer. Makes sense. Naruto nodded. Without warning, Kakashi tossed 2 kunai toward them. Use these to mark how far you get up the tree, Kakashi instructed. The goal is to get to the top and back down without falling. Once you can do that, we'll go collect the honey. So, Kakashi is using training as an excuse to make us do chores, Naruto shot back. Next thing you know, he's gonna have us polishing weapons to practice strikes or painting fences for arm control. Bet it's all a scam. We get paid for this, Naruto. Naruto blinked at Sakura's words, then looked at Kakashi. Wait, really? Kakashi nodded, his expression as casual as ever. Naruto crossed his arms. You should have started with that. Any other questions? Yeah, where's Sasuke? Sasuke. Oh, he's on a different mission today. The white-haired Cyclops cast a brief glance at the nearby bushes where he knew Sasuke was hiding, his presence giving away his stubborn insistence on being part of the training despite needing rest. Naruto shrugged, clearly not caring enough to pry. Whatever. As Naruto and Sakura got to work, Kakashi scribbled a quick note on a piece of cardboard. Go home and rest, Sasuke. He tossed it lightly toward the bushes, where he heard a quiet, irritated, HN. Kakashi shook his head, stubborn as ever. A loud thud pulled his attention back to the clearing. Naruto was lying flat on the ground, face first in the dirt, his armor practically embedded in the earth. Wow, Kakashi said, tilting his head upward. Looks like Sakura's already halfway up her tree. Nice job, Sakura. Sakura's laughter echoed down from the branches. This is easy. Just like the leaf exercise. Help me, I am stuck. Kakashi stifled a laugh, shaking his head. So that's what the Hokage meant, he thought, when he said the greatest joy of teaching is watching your students fall on their butts while learning chakra control. This was going to be a long night, but at least it was entertaining. The early morning chill bit through Sakura's clothes as she stood in the middle of nowhere. Endless fields of grass stretched around her, disappearing into the thick line of forest in the distance. Everything looked washed out in the pale blue light of dawn, the sun barely a suggestion on the horizon. 5 a.m. Really? She pulled her arms around herself, yawning as she glanced around. Why was she even here? Simple. Kakashi-sensei told her to be, after she'd asked him how she could learn barrier ninjutsu. Sure, it was kind of a random question, but she figured it couldn't hurt. Now she was thinking he was just messing with her. Kakashi-sensei, early. Yeah, right. Maybe I can just lie down for a few minutes, she mumbled, searching for the closest patch of soft-looking grass. Oh, is my cute little Genin tired? Sakura practically jumped out of her skin. Kakashi-sensei, she managed, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Yes, he replied, looking far too alert for this ungodly hour. Why you're early? Her mind was still processing. Why was he early, today of all days? Kakashi just shrugged. Well, today I didn't get lost on the road of life, he said, as if that explained anything, looking pleased with himself. The road of life, she thought, deadpan, just staring at him. She was too tired to even react. Inner Sakura wanted to shout, stop being so smug. But even inner Sakura was tired, so all she could do was give him a blank look as he reached over and ruffled her hair. Normally, that would irritate her, but she hadn't exactly put any effort into it this morning. She barely had the energy to care. Alright, so, when do we start this training? Oh, well, then let's get going. Can't keep your barrier ninjutsu teacher waiting. Then, without missing a beat, he started weaving through an endless stream of hand signs. His fingers moved so quickly they blurred together, each sign flowing into the next with precise speed. In an instant, a massive patch of grass ahead of them shimmered, then vanished, as if it had only been an illusion. What lay beneath was a hidden stone stairwell, descending sharply downwards. The sight snapped her fully awake, her mind racing. Ready to head into Konoha's Barrier Core HQ. The stairway wound downward, the world above disappearing as the walls rose up, closing them into the earth. Step by step, a strange energy seemed to thicken the air around her. With each step, the weight of the place seemed to sink into her bones. As they reached the bottom of the stairwell, she stepped into an enormous underground cavern. She barely registered the ceiling above. The space was so expansive, it felt like she'd walked into a stadium. The floor itself was covered by a ceiling matrix that stretched endlessly, its intricate lines and symbols written in ink on this giant canvas, forming patterns that coiled and branched across the entire floor. It looked like something that took years, maybe even generations, to create. In the center of the matrix was a large, clear crystal orb, nearly as tall as she was. Inside, hundreds of red dots moved, clustered and spread out. Some dots moved quickly, crossing paths with others, while some held still. A few seemed to interact, flaring briefly before separating again. The orb pulsed faintly, reacting to whatever the dots were doing, creating a sense of something alive within it. The layout of the space became clearer as she took a few more steps in. High above the ceiling matrix, metal bridges crisscrossed the cavern, connecting from one side to the other, suspended by thick chains bolted into the cavern walls. These bridges led to rooms and buildings built into the sides of the walls, their stone facades blending into the cavern structure. People moved across these bridges, their footsteps echoing faintly in the vast space. Below, there were more people scattered across the ceiling matrix. Some sat cross-legged in deep meditation, hands placed gently on the lines of the seal. Others spoke in hushed voices, discussing the orb's red dots or jotting down notes on small scrolls. They seemed completely immersed, each person in sync with the energy around them. She couldn't even begin to count how many people filled this place, each focused, each connected to the matrix in some way. So, Kakashi said, pretty impressive, isn't it? Sensei, what is all this? This, Sakura, is Konoha's Barrier Core HQ. Not many people get to see it, and for good reason. This is the core of the village's security network. Every time someone enters or exits Konoha, that matrix picks it up. Wait, so, the red dots in that crystal orb, are those people? Got it in one, Kakashi replied, sounding impressed. Those dots are chakra signatures. Every person in the village has one, kind of like a fingerprint. The barrier records them all. The villagers, the shinobi, even visitors. Each dot shows a unique signature, so the core can keep track of who's where, all the time. Sakura watched the dots move, some clustering, some drifting apart. So it's like a huge surveillance system. Sort of, Kakashi said. But it's a bit more sensitive than that. This matrix doesn't just track movement, it senses chakra fluctuations too. Let's say someone's chakra spikes suddenly, like if they're fighting or using a lot of jutsu. That would show up as a disturbance. Wait, so if I were to, I don't know, throw a big jutsu or something, they'd see it here. Kakashi chuckled. Only if it was strong enough to matter. They're mostly looking for serious spikes, big jutsu, sudden surges, things that could signal trouble. It's how they tell the difference between an academy student practicing fireballs and an actual threat. Sakura glanced around at the shinobi meditating on the ceiling array and taking notes by the crystal. And, what are all these people doing? Good question, Kakashi said. You see those people meditating on the matrix? Those are sensory ninjas. They're syncing their chakra with the barrier, so they can feel every signature coming in and out of the village. It's not just looking at dots, they're actually feeling the chakra, like an extension of their own senses. So they can just sense if someone dangerous comes through. Yep, they're trained to pick up on hostile or unfamiliar chakra, even if it's masked. If something doesn't feel right, they report it immediately. The ones up top, taking notes. They're the analysts. They track and record everything. Patterns, anomalies, anything strange that might need a closer look. Sakura's eyes widened. So, this place is like Konoha's immune system. Kakashi gave a nod. But, there's so many people here. Just for this. Yeah, and none of them get any recognition. No missions, no glory, but without them, Konoha would be a lot more vulnerable. They're the silent guards of the village, working in the background to keep things safe. Sakura looked at him. I didn't realize you cared so much about this kind of stuff, sensei. Well, don't let it get around. I have a reputation to uphold. He paused, glancing back at the vast ceiling array with respect. But the truth is, the village can't survive on just a few strong fighters. We need people like this. People who pay attention to the little things, who work in the shadows. It's the only reason the rest of us get to be out there, fighting. I didn't know there was this whole other side to protecting the village. Kakashi shrugged, his tone casual again. Most people don't. And that's kind of the point. If this place does its job right, no one has to know it's here. The only ones who notice it are the ones who need to be noticed. He tilted his head, watching her reaction. Still want to learn barrier ninjutsu? More than ever. Good answer, came another voice, smooth and lazy, as Sakura looked over to see two men approaching them. The first man had brown, shoulder-length hair that hung loosely around his face, with a single senbon needle clamped casually between his teeth. His forehead protector was tied like a bandana, and he wore the standard Jonin attire with a certain relaxed confidence. He looked at Sakura with a faint smirk, as if he already knew everything there was to know about her. Beside him stood another Jonin with a distinctive feature. A scar like a jagged welt ran across the bridge of his nose and down one side of his face. His brown spiky hair and dark eyes gave him a serious, almost brooding look. Unlike his companion, he didn't seem inclined to smile. Instead, he examined Sakura with a calm, assessing gaze. His hands were wrapped in black bandages, and she noticed the faint glint of metal rings on a few of his fingers. Genma. Rado. Kakashi greeted them with a nod. I see you two managed to tear yourselves away from lounging around the mess hall. Genma gave a lazy shrug, the senbon in his mouth shifting from one side to the other. We heard there was a new recruit, he said, glancing at Sakura with a glint of curiosity. Didn't expect it to be one of your students, though, Kakashi. Ah, Sakura's a fast learner, Kakashi replied smoothly. And I knew the barrier corps could use some fresh talent. Figured she could handle you two without too much trouble. Rado raised an eyebrow, his scar stretching slightly with the motion. We're not here to scare her off, he said. But she'll need to prove she's serious. Barrier work isn't for everyone. I'm ready for whatever you have planned. Genma chuckled. Confident. I like that. He turned to Kakashi with a sly grin. Mind if I give her a little test? Just to see if she's got the control for this kind of work. Be my guest. Though you might want to be careful, Sakura's full of surprises. Genma's smirk widened, and he pulled the senbon from his mouth, twirling it between his fingers with practiced ease. Alright, Sakura. Think you can balance this? He held out the toothpick-sized needle, raising an eyebrow. Sakura reached out, taking the senbon carefully. She felt the weight. Light, almost insubstantial. But she knew what this was about. Chakra control. She glanced at Kakashi, who gave her an encouraging nod. Taking a deep breath, she focused, channeling chakra into her fingertips, letting it flow evenly through the senbon. Slowly, she lifted her hand, balancing the needle upright on her index finger. It wobbled for a moment, and she adjusted her chakra flow, steadying it until the senbon was perfectly still. Genma's smirk faded slightly, replaced by a look of genuine surprise. He leaned in, squinting at the needle as if he couldn't believe his eyes. First try. Huh. What's the matter, Genma? Didn't you need, what, a dozen tries before you managed that? Genma shot Kakashi a look. I could get it to balance. Just couldn't keep it steady for more than a few seconds. Rado chuckled softly. Looks like you've been shown up, Genma. Genma grumbled. Beginner's luck. Maybe she's just a natural. A natural. I thought that was you, Genma. Weren't you telling everyone how you'd mastered chakra control when you were, what, 10? Genma huffed, flicking the senbon back into his mouth. Hey, it's not as easy as it looks. You'd know that if you actually practice this stuff, Kakashi. Oh, but I do practice, Kakashi replied, deadpan. I just happen to be better at it. Sakura watched the exchange, a little surprised by Kakashi's uncharacteristic teasing. He almost seemed protective. Her heart lifted a bit. Kakashi wasn't the type to go out of his way for just anyone. Sensei is awesome, inner Sakura yelled proudly. Alright, you've got talent, I'll give you that. But raw talent only gets you so far. You'll need to work your butt off if you want to make something of it. Genma glanced at Rado. Think she can keep up? She might. And the kid will have to, considering Kakashi pulled some strings to get her a teacher. You really did that, sensei. Kakashi gave her a lazy wave, brushing it off as if it was no big deal. Well, my cute little genin wanted to dabble in barrier ninjutsu, so I thought, why not? I'm not much of a barrier expert myself, so I just asked around. Genma chuckled. And you just happened to land on Iwashi. Really, Kakashi? Out of all the possible instructors, you picked him. Did you lose a bet or something? Kakashi shrugged. Iwashi's a good teacher. Genma and Rado both raised their eyebrows in perfect synchronization, then looked at each other before turning back to Kakashi. In what world? Kakashi's eye crinkled. In the world where I trust him to push Sakura to her limits. Isn't that what matters? Sakura took a deep breath, grounding herself, steadying her nerves. She reminded herself of Tenten's words about being a part of a bigger machine. Every cog has its role, she thought. This is how I contribute to Team 7. Sakura followed Kakashi, Genma, and Rado across the metal bridge, expecting something grand or imposing. But when she looked around, her first thought was how ordinary it seemed. Honestly, it wasn't anything special. The place felt more like an office than the heart of Konoha's defenses. The walls were plain concrete, gray and utilitarian, with no decoration or personal touches. Genma said, turning to Sakura. Bet you 5 ryo he's standing there with a coffee and the morning paper, halfway through, like he always is. Now that's just a losing bet. Sakura gave them a confused look, wondering if they were exaggerating. But as they stepped inside, there he was. A man in his late 20s, dark eyes focused on the newspaper in his hand, a coffee cup in the other. He had brown hair and a small goatee, and wore a simple gray uniform, identical to the others working in the barrier corps. He looked ordinary, incredibly ordinary, like he could have been a clerk at a library, not a barrier specialist in Konoha's security network. Genma leaned over to Sakura, whispering, now he's gonna head to the fridge, grab a slice of sourdough, eat about 2/3, sip his coffee, finish the rest, then wash it down. Watch. To Sakura's surprise, Iwashi did exactly that, moving with an almost mechanical precision. He finished his coffee, tossed the paper cup into the trash, then folded his newspaper with care, as if he were completing some kind of daily ritual. Now he's going to come over and introduce himself like he's never met a stranger in his life, Genma said, smirking. Iwashi finally looked up, his expression calm and unreadable. He gave a small nod to each of them. Kakashi, Genma, Rado. Then his gaze settled on Sakura, who straightened under his steady stare. Iwashi Tatami. Sakura nodded back, trying to keep a straight face. Sakura Haruno. It's nice to meet you. He looked at her for a moment longer, his eyes giving nothing away, then nodded. Haruno. You're going to shadow me. My job is to introduce you to the fundamentals of barrier work. Your job is to pay attention, take notes, and stay out of the way. Sakura's heart sank as she realized she didn't have a notebook. She hadn't even known she was supposed to bring one, and Iwashi's sharp gaze made her feel like this was already some kind of test she was failing. Just as she was about to panic, Kakashi stepped forward, holding out a small, leather-bound notebook. Here, Sakura, you'll need this. Relieved, Sakura took it, but her relief quickly turned to embarrassment as she noticed the cover. It was covered in tiny, doodled chibi Sasukes, all in different dramatic poses, with little hearts floating around them. Her face went bright red as she looked up to see Kakashi, Genma, and Rado barely containing their laughter. She shot Kakashi a look, her blush deepening. I'll get back at you for this, sensei. Shinaro. Inner Sakura fumed. You are a grown man, Kakashi-sensei, she muttered, clutching the notebook to her chest. Genma snorted, nearly doubling over with laughter. Rado was shaking with silent laughter, trying to keep a straight face but clearly failing. Kakashi just shrugged innocently. It's important to have a personal touch, Sakura. Suddenly, Kakashi gave her a gentle nudge, inclining his head toward Iwashi, who was glancing down at his watch with an air of practiced patience, as if he lived every moment according to a strict schedule. Sakura quickly straightened, the last of her embarrassment fading as she focused on Iwashi, who finally looked up, his expression calm and collected. Any questions you have, write them down in that notebook. You can ask them at lunch. I'll also be giving you daily tasks. Small assignments to practice what you learn here. You'll be judged on consistency and attention to detail. If you can't keep up, he paused. Then don't waste my time. Understood, Iwashi-sensei. Iwashi's expression remained neutral. Good. Then let's get started. Better not dawdle. He's not exactly the patient type. She hurried after Iwashi, her notebook clutched tightly in her hands as they wove through the winding corridors of the facility. Iwashi moved with purpose, never glancing back to see if she was keeping up. He pointed out various rooms and sections as they passed, his explanations clipped and efficient. Sakura had 100 questions swirling in her mind, but she kept them to herself, jotting them down in her notebook as they continued through the Barrier Corps HQ. To her surprise, though, Iwashi led her out of the building entirely and toward Konoha's southern gate. The southern wall loomed above them, stretching as far as she could see, crafted from dense, sturdy wood. This wasn't ordinary lumber. It was said to be grown by the first Hokage himself, Hashirama Senju, using his wood release. The wall extended all around the village, up to the base of the Hokage mountain, where it anchored Konoha's outermost defenses. Without a word, Iwashi began scaling the wall, his chakra perfectly controlled as he walked up the vertical surface as if it were second nature. Sakura followed quickly, focusing to keep her own chakra flow steady as they climbed. Once they reached the top, Iwashi stopped and knelt down, pulling a small pot of ink and a fine calligraphy brush from his tool pouch. Without any wasted movement, he dipped the brush in ink and began renewing a long, intricate strip of sealing script that ran the length of the wall. His strokes were precise, each one flowing smoothly into the next, as he moved down the 10-meter section with practiced ease. Sakura watched, mesmerized. There was a calm efficiency in the way he worked, almost meditative. His brush barely hesitated, gliding across the surface in a steady, fluid rhythm. She could feel the faint pulse of chakra weaving into the symbols as he painted. Once the seal was restored, Iwashi moved through a series of hand signs. He clapped his hands together, then slowly pulled them apart, drawing out delicate blue threads of chakra. Sakura gasped as the threads wove together, twisting and interlocking like fibers forming a cloth. They shimmered in the morning sunlight, forming a complex lattice that hardened into a barrier. Iwashi placed it carefully above the seal he'd just painted, and the barrier settled with a soft glow, integrating seamlessly into the invisible dome surrounding Konoha. Wow! Sakura whispered, staring as the barrier faded into transparency, becoming part of the larger protective field. Iwashi didn't respond, already moving to the next section. For the next few hours, He repeated the process over and over, renewing the seals, weaving the barrier threads, then moving to the next stretch of wall. Sakura followed along, observing him in silence, marveling at his endurance and precision. He worked tirelessly, barely pausing to breathe, until at last he stopped for lunch, sitting down on the edge of the wall and pulling out a simple bento box. Sakura hesitated before sitting beside him, her notebook in hand. She glanced at him nervously, not wanting to disturb his rest. Questions? Iwashi said, without looking up. Well, aren't you tired, sensei? You've been working non-stop for hours. I mean, doesn't this drain a lot of chakra? Irrelevant. Either ask your questions now or eat your lunch. I gave you the time. Use it. Sakura bit her tongue, feeling a bit stung. She'd only wanted to show some concern. Fine, inner Sakura said. If he wants questions, I'll give him questions. All right then, she said. Why is it called barrier ninjutsu, when you're using so much, well, fuinjutsu? Iwashi nodded, as if he'd expected this question. There are two types of barrier techniques, offensive and defensive. Offensive barriers are often pure ninjutsu, used in combat to trap or attack enemies, usually temporary and chakra intensive. Defensive barriers, on the other hand, rely heavily on fuinjutsu and are designed to be stable, long-lasting. Because of that, barrier work is usually categorized under ninjutsu. Sakura's brow furrowed. So, what's the formal name? Kekai Jutsu, he replied, his tone patient but precise. It's split into two main types, offensive and defensive. The distinction is largely for the archives. Out in the field, people just call it barrier ninjutsu. She nodded, jotting that down, but another question popped up immediately. Why do we use fuinjutsu for defensive barriers? Isn't fuinjutsu complicated? I thought it was one of the hardest paths a shinobi could take. Iwashi raised an eyebrow, his mouth twitching slightly at the corner, like he almost wanted to smile. Two questions at once, but I'll allow it. First, we use fuinjutsu because, unlike pure ninjutsu, a properly crafted seal can maintain a barrier long after we've left. If I tried to sustain this barrier with my own chakra alone, I'd collapse in less than an hour. The seal sustains it for us. Think of it as anchoring the barrier to the wall, rather than to my own chakra reserves. Sakura scribbled furiously. So, how often do you have to renew them? Every 12 hours, he replied. There's an entire branch dedicated to maintaining and replacing these seals around the village. It's constant work. Like sweeping the floors. If you miss even one section, you create a weak spot. Sakura absorbed this, thinking of the endless dedication it must take to keep the entire village's defenses in place. And, what about the fuinjutsu? Fuinjutsu is complicated if you're trying to create new seals. Crafting a seal from scratch, designing it, testing it, ensuring it functions without backfiring, that's an art. And yes, it's one of the hardest arts a shinobi can pursue. But here, we're not creating new fuinjutsu. We're following a blueprint. Every single seal I've painted today was designed by the second Hokage himself. A masterpiece of efficiency. He gestured to the faintly glowing strip he'd just completed. All we do is replicate it. Copy and maintain. We're not trying to match the genius of Tobirama Senju. We're just preserving his work. So for defensive barriers, it's about precision and memorization, not innovation. So, I'm learning defensive barriers. Iwashi nodded. What if I wanted to learn offensive barriers? Offensive barriers. That's a different story. Those are jutsu meant for the battlefield. Traps, containment fields, techniques to lock down or even crush enemies. They're volatile, require immense chakra, and a much deeper understanding of elemental ninjutsu. To even begin learning them, you'd need to be at the level of a Tokubetsu Jonin. Sakura's eyes widened. Focus on the basics, on the defensive side, and perhaps, one day. Sakura nodded, feeling both humbled and motivated. Honestly, I think I need to digest everything I've learned today. Maybe I'll ask more questions tomorrow. For now, what's my assignment? Iwashi gave a small, approving nod. Good. Knowing when to absorb information is just as important as knowing when to seek it. He held up his hand, tapping his fingers thoughtfully. Your first task is simple, but foundational. You need to learn how to create a single chakra thread. Without responding directly, Iwashi brought his hand to his mouth, wetting his thumb and forefinger. Then he pressed his fingers together, drawing them apart slowly. A thin line of mucus stretched between them, glistening in the sunlight. He looked at her and gave a tiny smirk. Sakura's lips pursed in disgust. Iwashi chuckled, amused by her reaction. Look closer. Haruno. Think of this like the structure of a chakra thread. Just like how the mucus is connecting my fingers, a chakra thread is formed by focusing and stretching your chakra into a thin, cohesive line. The key is in control, keeping it steady and connected, even as you move. She looked at his fingers again, this time with more focus, trying to see past the unpleasantness. So, tension. Precisely. You're creating a link between 2 points and holding it together, just like this line of mucus. But with chakra, it's a lot harder. If your control slips, the thread will break or dissipate. You need to keep it focused and stable, but also flexible, so it doesn't snap. The thread should feel almost sticky, cohesive, like it wants to cling to itself. So, that's how you do it. Iwashi's eyebrow arched. What do you mean? Without hesitation, Sakura pressed her palms together, focusing her chakra between them. She took a deep breath, then slowly pulled her hands apart. A single, faint blue thread of chakra stretched between her fingers, shimmering softly in the light. Iwashi's eyes widened slightly, and he just stared, speechless for a moment. How? Well, I've been watching you all morning, trying to understand how you were creating those chakra threads for the barrier. I kept going over it in my head, breaking down each step. Your explanation with the mucus analogy helped me see what I was missing. I wasn't applying enough tension, or keeping the flow steady. Iwashi blinked, then let out a quiet chuckle. You're a quick study, Haruno. His expression softened. I wasn't expecting you to pick it up that fast. You have a bright future ahead of you. Thank you, Sensei. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Iwashi nodded. Nothing more I can ask. But since you've already completed the first assignment, let's move on to the next. I'm ready. What's next? Sasuke lay in bed, his body restless even though he'd slept longer than he ever had. Every part of him felt tense, ready to leap into action, to throw a punch or focus his chakra. But there was nothing for him to do. Just a full week of rest, as if rest was what he needed. As if he could just switch off this burning need to move, to train, to chase down the shadows of his nightmares. Withdrawal. That's what it felt like. His body, his mind, they were screaming for him to get up and train. He dropped to the floor, his arms already braced for push-ups, when Kakashi's voice echoed in his mind like a taunt. Rest. The word was a curse, a binding chain, and it took everything in him to push himself back up, seething. How could he rest when Itachi was out there, when his enemy was getting stronger with every passing second? Sasuke sat up with a scowl, pushing the blanket away. His room felt stifling, almost like a cage. He glanced around, his gaze sweeping over the plain walls, the small table with its scattered books, the bed he'd lain in for far too long. His eyes drifted to the cabinet in the corner, and then to the old gramophone sitting on top of it. He hadn't touched it in years. It had been a gift from his mother, something she'd brought back from the land of snow. He stood up and walked over to it, his hand brushing against the dusty surface. His mother had loved this gramophone. He could still remember her laughter as she'd explained how it worked, how she'd insisted on playing her favorite songs for him, her face lighting up like she'd found a treasure. She used to play music when the house was quiet, just the two of them. She'd put on one of her upbeat records and take his hands, guiding him in a clumsy dance around the room, her voice soft and gentle as she laughed at his stumbling steps. Sasuke swallowed, his throat tight. He didn't have many memories like that, not with her, not with any of them. Just fragments, bits and pieces he clung to because they were all he had left. And yet, here it was, something she'd left behind, something he'd barely looked at since that night. On a whim, he lifted the gramophone's lid and searched for a record. His fingers brushed over a familiar one, the label worn from use. He could almost hear her voice saying, "This one's my favorite, Sasuke." Slowly, almost hesitantly, he placed the record on the turntable, set the needle, and stepped back as the music crackled to life. The song was bright, cheerful, a melody that seemed to fill the whole room, lifting the heaviness that had settled over him. Without thinking, Sasuke took a step, then another, letting his body sway to the music. His movements were stiff at first, awkward, like he was forgetting how to dance, how to let go. But as the melody continued, his feet found their rhythm, and he began to move like he had all those years ago, the way his mother had taught him. His arms stretched out, reaching for hands that weren't there, and he could almost imagine her beside him, guiding him, laughing as they spun together. For a few precious moments, he wasn't alone. He could almost smell her lavender perfume, feel the light touch of her fingers as they brushed against his cheek. His mother's hands had always been warm, guiding him gently, like he was something precious. He could still hear her laughter, soft and bubbling as she twirled him around, her face full of a joy he hadn't seen in anyone else since. Her voice echoed faintly in his memory. Sasuke, you'll grow up to be someone amazing. I just know it. He closed his eyes, letting the memories wash over him, letting himself fall into the past. He was a child again, clumsy and carefree, held safe by someone who loved him more than anything in the world. The song played on, filling the empty spaces in his heart, stirring memories he'd buried deep. For the first time in years, he let himself feel something other than anger. He let himself remember what it had been like before everything fell apart. As the final notes faded, silence poured back into the room like cold water, flooding every corner, settling like a weight on his shoulders. It was a silence so thick, it felt like he could choke on it. The music had left a ringing in his ears, a phantom echo of the warmth and joy he'd felt so briefly, like a sliver of sunlight slipping behind storm clouds. He was alone. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the memory. The blood on the tatami floor. The lifeless look in Itachi's eyes as he stood over their bodies, his face a mask of indifference. Sasuke squeezed his eyes shut, trying to block it out, but it was there, burned into his mind, as much a part of him as his own name. He could hear the echo of his taunting words. You're weak. Why are you so weak? Because you lack hatred. Hate me. Detest me. Run. Run and cling to your pitiful life. And one day, when you possess the same eyes as I do, come and find me. Anger, grief, longing, it all bled together, filling him with a pain that had nowhere to go. He felt like he was drowning in it, like he was still that scared little boy watching his world burn around him. Before he could stop himself, his fist collided with the wall beside him. He wanted to tear that gramophone apart, to throw it against the wall until it shattered. How dare it bring back those memories, tease him with a warmth that was gone forever? How dare it make him remember? A single tear slipped down Sasuke's cheek before he could stop it. He wiped it away quickly, almost angrily, hating the weakness it exposed. But the ache in his chest didn't go anywhere. It just sank deeper, a weight he couldn't shake, a constant reminder of everything he'd lost. This is just another test, he told himself bitterly. Kakashi has the Mangekyo Sharingan, he knows what it takes. Rest wasn't some kind of reward. It was a trial, a different kind of challenge, like enduring a brutal training session. Kakashi wanted him to feel this, to sit in the silence, to confront the emptiness instead of running from it. But knowing that didn't make it easier. It felt like punishment, worse than any physical training, harsher than any sparring match. Because resting meant facing the silence, facing the hollow ache that wouldn't go away. Resting meant accepting the truth. He was alone. The last of his family, his clan, his memories. The lone avenger. The streets of Konoha bustled with the everyday noise of village life, filling the air with a mix of voices, laughter, and the occasional vendor hawking their wares. Sasuke walked through the paths, hands stuffed in his pockets, letting the noise wash over him. It wasn't the peace of solitude he usually craved, but after hours alone in his room, anything was better than that silence. He paused at a food stand, his eyes drifting over trays of freshly made onigiri. The vendor greeted him with a friendly nod, and Sasuke handed over a few coins in exchange for a neatly wrapped rice ball. As he walked away, he took a bite, savoring the simple flavor. A little further down the road, Sasuke spotted a group of kids playing a game of Bagoma. They crouched in a tight circle around a small dirt arena, eyes glued to their spinning tops as they clashed, sparks and dust flying. Each hit sent gasps and cheers rippling through the group. One boy shouted with delight as his top knocked another clean out of the ring, his grin wide with victory. There was a faint tug in his chest, a feeling he couldn't quite place. The kids were so carefree, untouched by loss or vengeance. They could waste hours on a game without a care in the world, and he almost envied them for it. He felt a presence behind him and, without looking, knew who it was. You know you can go join them. Sasuke muttered, shifting his gaze back to the game. He wasn't interested in playing with a bunch of kids, but the sight of those spinning tops and the happy, oblivious faces was strangely calming. Like watching water flow down a quiet stream. Wow, didn't know you liked Bagoma. I don't. Well, you're certainly staring hard enough. So, how's the resting going? Sasuke's response was barely a sound. He could feel his frustration building, like a tightly wound coil that had nowhere to release. Kakashi sighed theatrically. I'm going to take that as a, not well. He lowered his book just enough to meet Sasuke's glare. Don't you have any hobbies? Training, eating, sleeping, Sasuke replied curtly. Ah, Kakashi said, drawing the word out with mock wonder. When did Guy's craziness infect my cute little genin? What are you talking about? Might Guy, Kakashi said, shaking his head with exaggerated lament. All he does is train, eat, sleep, or show up to bother me with his ridiculous challenges. I swear, it's like his entire life revolves around his training regimen. He tilted his head, giving Sasuke a sidelong glance. Sound familiar? Sasuke's jaw clenched. His student was fast, he muttered, voice low. He didn't need to explain more, Kakashi would understand. The memory of Lee's speed, the way he'd been defeated in an instant, still stung. Kakashi chuckled. Ah, yes, Guy's speed. He glanced away. To tell you the truth, even my Sharingan can barely keep up with him. Are you intentionally doing this? Kakashi looked back at him, the picture of innocence. Doing what? You know I want to train, and you keep talking about people I need to surpass. Is that really the lesson you're taking from all this? What else am I supposed to take from it? Sasuke shot back, feeling genuinely confused and a bit stung. He didn't understand what Kakashi was trying to prove, why he was throwing these little jabs at him. Even Guy, he said, his tone gentler, takes time to rest and recover. Sasuke huffed and looked away, refusing to acknowledge the point. Rest. As if that would bring him any closer to the power he needed. He watched as one of the kids' Bagoma spun wildly out of the ring, scattering dust and pebbles. The game ended in laughter, their voices bright and unrestrained. That feeling tugged at him again, faint but persistent, a distant memory of what it was like to be carefree. Do you have any ways I can pass the time? Kakashi's eye lit up as if he'd been waiting for that question. He slapped his forehead with a gasp, overacting just enough to be ridiculous. Ah, I knew I was forgetting something. He hopped up from the bench, nudging Sasuke forward with his shoulder. Come on, let's go, Mr. No Life. Sasuke rolled his eyes, muttering a faint, HN, as he let Kakashi steer him away from the park. They walked through the village together, Kakashi making small talk about the villagers they passed, pointing out this or that shop as if they were on a tour. Sasuke mostly stayed quiet, but his mind wandered. He'd never really taken the time to just look around Konoha like this. To him, it had always been a place of duty, of memories that were both bitter and sweet. But here, among the noisy vendors and the chatter of families, it felt different. Ever been to a sauna, Sasuke-kun? No, Sasuke replied, eyeing the entrance. Oh, come on, Kakashi said, already guiding him inside. A true shinobi knows the importance of relaxation. And its tradition. Consider it part of your training. They ended up sitting in the sauna, Kakashi leaning back with a satisfied sigh while Sasuke sat stiffly, arms crossed, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. You know, Kakashi said after a while, the third Hokage used to come here all the time. What does that have to do with anything? Balance, Sasuke. Kakashi's voice softened. Even the strongest shinobi understand the need for balance. The third valued strength, but he also valued wisdom and rest. If you burn yourself out, you'll have nothing left to fight with. Sasuke didn't respond, but he could feel those words settling uncomfortably in his mind. He shifted, feeling the heat press against his skin, the sweat gathering at his temples. Part of him wanted to argue, to brush Kakashi off, but another part of him, the part that was starting to feel the weight of his own exhaustion, listened. After the sauna, they wandered down to a small bookstore nearby. Kakashi led him inside, the familiar smell of old paper and ink filling the air. Sasuke trailed after him, browsing with vague disinterest until he realized Kakashi had led him straight into the adult section, shelves stacked high with luridly titled novels. He gave his teacher a deadpan look. "I am a child," he pointed out. Kakashi considered this for a moment, hand to his chin. "Technically you were a legal adult when you got that hit I ate." Rolling his eyes, Sasuke made his way toward the counter, where a girl about his age was arranging a display of card games. "Hey, you look like you're looking for something interesting," she said cheerfully. "Have you ever played Ninja Karuta?" "Ninja Karuta? Yep. It's a card game with famous shinobi from history." She flipped the box over, revealing rows of cards with small portraits and text. "It's kind of like a collectible game. You can learn about different ninjas and their achievements. It's fun. Plus, there are rare cards, too." Sasuke looked at the game, hesitating. It wasn't what he'd call thrilling, but it was something. And he had nothing else to do. With a sigh, he pulled out a few coins and handed them over. "Good choice." The girl beamed as she handed him the box. "Shuffle the cards before you play," she advised. "That way, you get a different experience each time." Sasuke nodded, opening the box as he sat down on a bench to the side. He began shuffling the cards, the edges smooth against his fingers. Kakashi joined him, clutching a new orange book and glancing over with mild interest. Sasuke drew his first card and turned it over. The card depicted a serious-looking man with short, spiky brown hair, two distinctive markings on his cheeks, and a calm, steady gaze. He wore a high-collared green jacket, his expression cool and composed. "No way. You pulled an ultra-rare card." Well, Sasuke Sarutobi." Sasuke Sarutobi. The black-haired boy muttered the name under his breath. His mother had named him after this legendary shinobi, a man he'd never bothered to learn about. The realization was unsettling, like a light breaking through the narrow tunnel he'd confined himself in, revealing a world he knew so little about. Kakashi tilted his head, amused by Sasuke's reaction. Sasuke Sarutobi. He was the father of the third Hokage, a shinobi revered as the god of ninjutsu during the Warring States era, he explained. They say his fire style was so intense, his flames turned blue. One of the few to stand against Madara Uchiha on equal ground. The girl at the counter was practically glowing with excitement, staring at the card in Sasuke's hand as though it were made of solid gold. Sasuke was stunned, his jaw slack as he processed Kakashi's words. They say that battle was what finally convinced the Sarutobi clan to join Konoha, Kakashi added. To think, someone outside of the Senju could rival Madara himself, to fight him to a standstill, it shattered his assumptions about the world. He felt an uncomfortable but intriguing shift within himself, a nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, the Uchiha weren't the only pinnacle of strength he'd once thought of. His world had been small, closed off, but now it felt a little bigger. Sasuke absently flipped through the cards, his mind elsewhere. Most were common names and images he barely registered, while the girl at the counter rambled on about rarities and collections. Then he froze. The last card in his hand stopped him cold. Kakashi. The girl's eyes darted between the card and Kakashi himself, her mouth slightly open. You're the real deal, she said, awestruck. The copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake. Ah, well, Kakashi said, I like to think of myself as more than just a card in a deck. But yes, that's me. Lucky pull, right? I mean, there's a whole subset of cards for famous Konoha shinobi, but this one is practically legendary. Do you, I don't know, get royalties for this? Sadly, no, but maybe I should negotiate. It might help fund a few more editions of my favorite books. He raised his ever-present orange novel with a playful wink, and the girl stifled a giggle. Don't encourage him. But he's a legend, she insisted, grinning. People come in here all the time hoping to pull the copy ninja card. It's super rare. Kakashi plucking a packet of cards from the shelf. Well, let's see if my legendary streak holds up. He tore the wrapper open and sifted through the cards. His hand paused at one. His face flickered with curiosity, then softened into something almost wistful. Here, take a look. Sasuke stared at the name on the card, the title hitting him like a punch. Wicked Eyes Fugaku. His chest tightened as he took the card. There, on the glossy surface, was his father. Fugaku Uchiha stood in his usual commanding stance, his stern gaze unyielding, as if staring straight into Sasuke's soul. Sasuke's fingers trembled slightly as he held the card, his lips pressing into a thin line. Kakashi's voice cut through his haze. Want to trade? Sasuke nodded, unable to trust his voice. They swapped cards without another word. Kakashi chuckled softly, holding up the copy ninja card he'd just acquired. Looks like I got a mini-me. But don't tell Guy about this, or he'll buy out the entire store just to find his own card. Sasuke barely heard him. His attention was riveted on the card in his hand. For all his father's power and presence, Sasuke had never truly felt close to him. Admiration had always been laced with fear, pride tangled with longing. Now, staring at the card, a strange and unfamiliar warmth bloomed in his chest. Were you ever proud of me, Dad? He swallowed hard, blinking against the sting in his eyes. For a fleeting moment, he let himself imagine his father's hand resting on his head, reassuring and steady. Sasuke took a slow, shaky breath, willing himself back into composure. Is that it? That's up to you, Kakashi said. But if you don't have anywhere better to be. The truth was, Sasuke didn't want this quiet, strange peace to end. I've got nothing else going on, he muttered, though the words carried less indifference than he intended. Kakashi ruffled Sasuke's hair without warning, earning a half-hearted scowl. Come on, then. Let me show you how I waste my free time. You might even learn to relax. Sasuke grunted, but there was no edge to it. Naruto lay sprawled on a thick tree branch, one arm tucked behind his head while the other held a sticky chunk of honeycomb. The faint hum of bees buzzed around him, but he remained relaxed. This was, after all, Aburame clan territory, and as long as he wore his Konoha headband, the bees wouldn't attack. Their only interest in him was delivering the honey, which Naruto was more than happy to accept. The branch beneath him groaned slightly under the combined weight of his body and armor, but he ignored it. You know that branch might not hold, right? Naruto glanced down to see Kakashi coming into the area. Yeah, well, maybe you should have sent a clone to teach me sooner instead of showing up just in time to criticize, Naruto shot back. Looks like you've been practicing, though. At least you're not falling down anymore. Naruto's grin widened, and he shifted slightly, his feet sticking to the branch with perfect chakra control. Practicing. Please, I'm a natural. Watch this. With a cocky grin, Naruto shifted his weight and flipped himself upside down, sticking to the underside of the branch with precise chakra control like a bat hanging from a cave. Very impressive, Kakashi said dryly. And totally unnecessary. Come on, sensei. Admit it. I'm getting better. Doesn't this kind of progress deserve a reward? Like, I don't know, a cool new jutsu. Kakashi tilted his head as if genuinely considering the idea, and Naruto's grin grew wider in anticipation. Nope, the white-haired man said flatly. Man, you're impossible. What am I supposed to do in the meantime? Keep climbing trees like a monkey. Precisely. Chakra control isn't about flashy moves, it's about mastery. You've stuck to the tree, great. Now do it while running, carrying weights, or dodging attacks. Refine it. Naruto groaned. Fine, he muttered, stomping over to the tree he'd climbed earlier. But I swear, if I don't get something new soon, I'll fall flat on your face if you don't pay attention, Kakashi cut in smoothly. Naruto, there's no shortcut here. Get your basics solid, and the rest will follow. You're doing well. Don't rush it. Naruto groaned again but scaled the tree with renewed determination. Reaching the hive, he carefully extracted another piece of honeycomb and made his way back down. This time, he landed lightly, holding the honey aloft like a trophy. Mission complete, sensei. Kakashi clapped once. Well done. See, hard work pays off. Yeah, Naruto muttered. But seriously, sensei, isn't there something else I can work on? My clones are already hammering out all the boring stuff. Like what? Naruto scratched his non-existent beard. Well, maybe my taijutsu. I've been practicing the katas like crazy, but it feels like I'm just going through the motions. I want to do something cooler, you know. The katas are your foundation, Naruto. Without them, everything else falls apart. But you're right, there's always more. What exactly are you looking to build on? Naruto's eyes lit up. Something badass. Like combining taijutsu with my sword, or kenjutsu. Kakashi interjected smoothly. If you're serious about your sword, that's the logical next step. Naruto practically bounced on his feet. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So, when do we start? Unfortunately, I can't help you much with kenjutsu. What? Why not? You're, like, a super ninja who knows everything. Kakashi's smile turned sheepish. Flattering, but your weapon is unique. It's not the kind of sword most shinobi use, and I've never trained with anything like it. Teaching you properly would require someone with specific expertise. Naruto frowned. So, what am I supposed to do? Just figure it out on my own. I think I know someone who can help you, Kakashi said. Give me a few minutes. Naruto tilted his head. Wait, you do. Who is it? Kakashi didn't answer. Instead, he gave a lazy wave and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving Naruto to mutter, could have at least given me a hint, lazy sensei. A few minutes later, Kakashi returned with a familiar figure beside him. Tenten. Naruto blinked, confused. Kakashi. Why is she here? Ah. Didn't you miss me, Naruto? Naruto flailed his arms, already flustered. No. Yes, I mean. Seeing the younger boy flustered, Tenten giggled and lightly booped his nose. Relax, I'm just joking with you. Naruto sighed in relief, but before he could recover, Tenten added with a sly grin, though, if you want to make it up to me, you could let me try on that armor and swing around that big sword of yours. No. Kakashi interjected. Naruto, I brought Tenten because she can help you with your kenjutsu. No offense, but why her? Tenten raised an eyebrow. Because I specialize in weapons, every kind. Blades, staffs, projectiles, you name it. If anyone can help you figure out that massive sword of yours, it's me. But you've never used a sword like this before, have you? No, Tenten admitted, but that doesn't mean I can't help. Your sword reminds me of the Kubikiribocho from the Mist Village. And kenjutsu isn't just about swinging a blade around. I can help you figure that out, and maybe even teach you how to defend against other weapons while we're at it. Naruto hummed thoughtfully. Well, Kakashi said, I think you're in good hands, Naruto. Where are you going? To read. You're a clone. Oh yeah, Kakashi said flatly. And I'm going to make the most of my fleeting existence by catching up on my book. He vanished with a flicker. Naruto sighed and turned to Tenten. So, what do we do first? Tenten-senpai. Why don't you let me check out the weapon first? Tenten said. Naruto grinned and tossed the massive Zweihander to her. The moment it landed in her hands, her knees buckled, and she hit the ground with a startled yelp. Struggling to lift it, she shot Naruto an incredulous look. Why the hell is this sword so heavy? Naruto purred. Guess you can't handle my sword, Tenten. Shut up and help me. Tenten had always dreamed of having a junior, a bright-eyed, eager kohai who would follow her around, help her polish her weapons, and listen with awe as she rattled off the finer points of bladecraft. She imagined spoiling them with sweets, teaching them techniques, and occasionally ruffling their hair like a doting older sister. The fantasy had likely come from her years at the orphanage, where she had been the self-appointed big sister. But not the soft, nurturing kind. No, Tenten had been the tomboyish protector, the one who'd scrape her knuckles and grind bullies' faces into the dirt if they so much as looked at her younger charges the wrong way. She had been their defender, rough around the edges, but fiercely loyal. Her fascination with weapons began early, fueled by an unapologetic disdain for the stereotypical games other girls played. Dolls. Ridiculous. What use did a doll have? None. Unless, of course, you retrofitted it. Tenten's first and last doll had been a shabby thing someone at the orphanage gave her, probably out of pity. To her, it was nothing but raw material. With scavenged sewing needles for hands and scissors attached to its stubby legs, she transformed it into the Princess of Blades. Princess wasn't a toy. She was a tool. One that could cut fabric, sew patches, and terrify the occasional boy who dared to tease her. The matron, however, had not been impressed. Tenten couldn't understand why. Princess was practical, useful, and infinitely cooler than any ordinary doll. But the other girls had shrieked in horror, and the doll had been confiscated. Her obsession with sharp things only deepened when she was adopted by a kunoichi and a blacksmith. It had felt like fate, as if she'd been plucked out of obscurity and handed over to the perfect family. Her new parents were loving and patient, but they didn't share her fascination with pointy things, not at first. Tenten's father, in particular, had been amused by her enthusiasm. He'd given her rounded training tools with dulled edges, designed to be as harmless as possible. She'd hated them. Why does everything have to be round? She had grumbled, holding up a blunt kunai with utter disdain. Round is safe, her father replied with a chuckle. But round isn't scary, she countered. Pointy is scary. He had laughed, ruffling her hair. You'll understand when you're older. She hadn't. What she had done was throw the kind of tantrum only a 6-year-old could manage, complete with stomping feet and tearful proclamations of, I hate you. 2 years later, her mother didn't come home from a mission. Tenten never forgot the hollow feeling that settled in her chest when her father sat her down, his face drawn and pale, to tell her what had happened. Her childish outburst haunted her, replaying over and over in her mind. When he handed her doll back to her that night, her father's voice was quiet but firm. You said pointy things are scary, didn't you? Well, we're going to make them less scary. For you. And so they had. Her father had begun training her in earnest, teaching her the art of weaponry. She threw herself into it with everything she had, not just to honor her mother's memory, but to ensure that she would never be weak, never be helpless. Every kunai, every shuriken, every blade she mastered became a small triumph, a step forward on a path she had carved for herself. Over the years, her obsession with weapons became both her passion and her identity. But somewhere deep down, Tenten had always hoped to find someone who shared that same love. Someone who didn't just see weapons as tools, but as extensions of themselves, things that demanded respect, care, and artistry. She doubted she'd ever find that person. It was more of a whimsical daydream than anything else, something she thought about in quiet moments while polishing her kunai or practicing her throws. Then Kakashi Hatake had shown up one afternoon, asking if she could help Uzumaki Naruto with his swordsmanship. Tenten wasn't sure what she'd expected when she agreed to train Uzumaki Naruto in swordsmanship, but what she got was a walking disaster with a greatsword and a grin too wide for his own good. He had spirit, sure, but skill, non-existent. Give me 20 swings, maggot. Tenten barked, pacing back and forth. Naruto's face twisted in annoyance, but he gritted his teeth and complied. He swung the massive Zweihander in wide arcs, each swing accompanied by a grunt of effort. By the time he hit number 20, sweat poured down his face, but his swings looked no better than when they started. Tenten pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling sharply. Stop, she commanded. Naruto froze mid-swing, his blade wobbling precariously in his grip. First things first, Tenten said. You don't just swing a sword like it's a club. This isn't some blunt instrument. You're holding a crafted weapon, and you're treating it like a stick you picked up off the ground. Now show me your grip. Naruto adjusted his hands on the hilt, clutching the massive weapon so tightly his knuckles turned white. Like this. Solid grip. No way it slips. Tenten's eye twitched. Solid grip. You're choking the life out of it. She grabbed his hands, peeling his fingers back one by one with no small amount of irritation. Your grip isn't supposed to turn your hands into stone. Loosen it up. Think of it like holding a bird. Tight enough that it doesn't fly away, but not so tight you crush it to death. Like this. Better, Tenten said, but not good enough. Your blade's weight is all on one end, so you need to let your dominant hand guide the swing while your other hand stabilizes it. Right now, you're trying to manhandle the damn thing into submission. Naruto shifted his grip again, his hands sliding closer together. He gave the blade a test swing, and while it was far from perfect, it didn't look quite as clumsy. Not terrible, Tenten admitted begrudgingly. But we're just getting started. Now your stance. Let me guess. You're about to drop into something ridiculous, aren't you? Naruto, already planting his feet wide apart and hoisting the Zweihander over his shoulder, froze mid-movement. What's wrong with this? I've got a stable base. Stable, Tenten snorted. You look like you're about to chop down a tree, not face an enemy. Your stance is so stiff, I could knock you over with one good shove. To prove her point, she flicked his shin with her foot, and Naruto wobbled unsteadily. Your sword isn't just about power, Naruto, Tenten continued. You've got reach and control on your side, but if you plant yourself like a rock, you'll never be able to use either. You need to move. Movement is life. Movement is survival. Dropping into her own stance, Tenten bent her knees slightly, her feet shoulder width apart. Watch me. See how I'm steady, but not stiff. This lets me shift in any direction without losing balance. Now copy it. Naruto mimicked her stance, adjusting his feet and bending his knees. Tenten hummed, nudging his leg with her foot until his positioning improved. Keep your knees soft. You lock them, and you're going to tip over the second someone puts pressure on you. Now hold that sword steady and don't lean forward like an idiot. This feels weird. It's supposed to, Tenten said. Because for the first time, you're not doing it wrong. Now swing the damn sword, and don't embarrass me this time. Naruto exhaled, focusing on his grip and stance as he swung the Zweihander in a wide arc. This time, the blade moved smoother, with more control. He held steady at the end of the swing, his balance intact. Tenten's sharp eyes caught every detail, and for the first time that afternoon, her lips curved into something resembling a smile. Finally, you're not completely hopeless. Ha, I knew I was awesome. Don't get cocky, maggot. Tenten snapped. You did one decent swing. You've got 1,000 more before I'll call it awesome. Now keep going. Again. Naruto groaned but complied, his swings growing steadier as the minutes passed. Tenten barked corrections with every misstep. Your grip's slipping. Fix it. You're leaning forward too much. Keep your weight back. Your follow-through is sloppy. Tighten it up. By the time an hour passed, Naruto was panting heavily, his movements slower but far more precise. Tenten stepped in front of him, her sharp gaze locking onto his tired face. All right, maggot, she said, pointing her katana at him. Now that you're not embarrassing yourself with the basics, we're moving on to tempo. Tempo. Naruto panted. Like rhythm or something. Yep, Tenten said. Swordsmanship isn't just about swinging harder or faster. It's about when you strike. If you time it right, even someone stronger or faster than you will fall. You, however, have all the finesse of a bull in a china shop. So, we're going to fix that. She raised her katana, moving it in a slow, deliberate arc before snapping into a quick feint. Naruto instinctively raised his Zweihander to block, but Tenten redirected and lightly tapped him on the shoulder. See what just happened? She asked. You reacted too fast. I didn't need to overpower you. I just needed you to overcommit. So what do I do? Not block. You wait, Tenten said simply. Patience is a swordsman's best weapon. Don't swing at every opening. Wait for the right moment. Practice finding your rhythm. If you master that, you'll control the fight instead of reacting to it. Slowly, the boy nodded. Good. Now shut up and swing. You've got a lot of ground to cover, maggot. Naruto's swings had been relentless for the last half hour, though to Tenten's trained eye, his technique was still rough. All right, she barked. Stop embarrassing yourself and listen up. We're moving on to something even you should be able to understand. Edge alignment. Edge alignment. That sounds important. It is important. If your blade's edge isn't lined up with the direction of your swing, you're smacking things with the flat. You're not slicing. You're slapping. You might as well be swinging around a plank of wood. Naruto frowned, gripping his sword. So, how do I fix it? First of all, loosen up. I can see those white knuckles from here. Tenten marched over and yanked his hands off the hilt, holding them up for inspection. What did I tell you about strangling the damn thing? You're not trying to choke it to death. But I need to hold it steady. Naruto protested. And you can do that without squeezing it like it owes you money, she shot back. Grabbing his hands, she adjusted his grip. Your dominant hand goes here, near the guard. That's your guide. Your other hand stabilizes. Got it. Naruto grumbled but nodded, shifting his hands into place. Better, Tenten admitted grudgingly. Now, when you swing, stop thinking about just hitting things. Imagine cutting. Visualize the edge slicing cleanly through whatever you're aiming at. Let the blade do the work. Naruto nodded and swung again, this time focusing on the edge of his Zweihander. The blade hissed through the air with a sharper, more precise sound. Not bad, Tenten said, stepping back to give him room. But we're not done. Here's your next drill. Pick a target, a tree, a dummy, whatever, and focus on clean, straight cuts. Precision over power. If the cuts are sloppy, adjust your grip until they're not. Got it, Naruto said, already zeroing in on a nearby wooden training dummy. 4 hours later. Naruto stood over the training dummy, panting heavily as he inspected the marks he'd made. The cuts were cleaner than before, though still far from perfect. He leaned on his Zweihander, his arms trembling from fatigue. Not terrible, Tenten said, appearing behind him like a shadow. You're starting to understand what it means to use the blade properly. But we're not done yet. Naruto groaned. Of course we're not. Tenten ignored him, raising her katana in a swift, practiced motion. Next lesson. Centerline control. What's that? Naruto asked, dragging his sword upright. It's the imaginary line running down the middle of your opponent's body, Tenten explained, stepping into a combat stance. Whoever controls the centerline controls the fight. Keeping your blade aligned with it forces your opponent to either attack you head-on or risk exposing themselves. If you let your sword drift off center, you're wide open. Understand? Naruto nodded slowly. Good. Let's see how well you hold it. Tenten closed the distance in an instant, pressing her katana lightly against Naruto's Zweihander and pushing it aside. See, all I did was shift your blade a little, and now I've got a clear shot at your head. You can't let that happen. Naruto adjusted his grip, trying to keep his sword aligned as Tenten moved around him, testing his control with quick jabs and feints. Every time his blade wavered, she struck, lightly tapping his shoulder, arm, or ribs to emphasize his openings. Stay grounded, she barked. Your arms can't do all the work. Use your stance. Let your whole body stabilize the blade. Gritting his teeth, Naruto widened his stance, bending his knees and lowering his center of gravity. Slowly but surely, he began to track her movements more effectively, keeping his blade steady even as she tried to throw him off balance. Better, Tenten said. Now, here's your next solo drill. Draw a line, chalk, rope, whatever, and practice moving while keeping your blade aligned with it. No rushing. Keep it slow and steady until it feels natural. Got it, Naruto said, determination burning in his eyes. By the time the sun sank below the horizon, Naruto lay sprawled out on the grass. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, and his hands felt raw enough to peel like overripe fruit. I'm dead. This is what death feels like. Tenten strode over, her silhouette outlined by the fading light. Without a word, she tossed a small bottle onto his chest. Naruto sat up with a pained hiss, glaring at the offending object. What's this? He asked suspiciously, uncapping it. One sniff had him recoiling like she'd thrown poison gas at him. What the hell is this? Onion pineapple juice. That's illegal. That has to be illegal. Tenten rolled her eyes. Stop being dramatic. It's good for recovery. Pineapple helps with inflammation, and onions packed with nutrients. Yeah, nutrients that'll kill me. Naruto shoved the bottle back at her like it might explode. This isn't recovery. It's a war crime. Don't be such a baby, Uzumaki. Tenten leaned back on her hands. You want to get stronger or not? I drink this all the time. Look at me. Perfect condition. Naruto squinted at her, skepticism all over his face. Yeah, but you're also insane. That stuff's probably why. Tenten smirked, her tone teasing as she tipped the bottle back and took a long sip without flinching. Crazy enough to outtrain you, maggot, she said, emphasizing the last word with a smirk. Now drink it, or tomorrow you're doing another 100 swings, and I won't be nice about it. Naruto groaned, pinching his nose as he took the tiniest sip. The second it touched his tongue, he gagged violently and practically threw the bottle back at her. Nope, nope, I'd rather die sore. You win. Tenten shrugged, taking another sip like it was a glass of water. Suit yourself. More for me. Naruto flopped back onto the grass with an exaggerated groan. You're evil, you know that. Like, pure evil. Better to be evil and strong than nice and weak, Tenten shot back. But I guess you wouldn't know, seeing as you're still weak and nice. Wow, Naruto said. Who knew you were so mean? Here I thought you were the pretty kunoichi who throws knives, but no, you're a total sadist. Pretty kunoichi? Huh, was that a compliment, Uzumaki? Don't make it weird. You're the one who said it, Tenten teased, tossing a pebble at him. Naruto dodged it with a half-hearted glare, then turned to watch the last streaks of sunlight fading into twilight. For a moment, the two sat in companionable silence. Today was a good day. Yeah, a good day to learn I suck and I'm a maggot. Tenten laughed. I didn't mean it like that, you idiot. I was just trying to motivate you, get you fired up, you know. Push you to prove me wrong. Well, it worked, Naruto admitted, rolling his shoulder with a wince. We got through the basics, and I think I can figure the rest out on my own. I mean, I kinda have to, right? No one here really knows how to use a Zweihander properly. Tenten nodded. Exactly. We can teach you the basics, but the rest is on you. You've got to make it your own. 1 week. Tenten blinked. What? I'll figure out my own style in 1 week. Tenten snorted, trying, and failing, not to laugh. Oh, sure, 1 week. You're going to master a fighting style in 7 days. That's totally realistic. Her tone was laced with sarcasm, the kind people use when they're trying not to outright call someone delusional. You'll see. I've got a trick up my sleeve. Oh, this I've got to hear, Tenten said, leaning forward. Naruto explained his shadow clone training method with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for ramen. When he finished, Tenten stared at him, her jaw slack. That's such a bullshit jutsu. Naruto laughed, already feeling his energy return. Hey, don't hate the player, hate the jutsu. But think about it. If I use it right, I'll have my style in no time. Right, Tenten said, and when you do, you can come back, and we'll spar. Swordsman to swordswoman. Deal. Naruto grinned. But when I win, you've got to admit I'm better. When you win, Tenten scoffed. Keep dreaming, maggot. You're not ready to beat me yet. I'm serious, Naruto said, and when I do win, maybe I'll even teach you something. Swordsman to swordswoman. Sure, Uzumaki, Tenten said. Swing by the blacksmith shop near the eastern edge of the forest when you're ready. I'll be waiting. Naruto nodded, filing the address away. Then, with a sly grin, he added, oh, and don't worry, I'll bring an armor set for you. You're into armor, right? I've got a place I can get some. You're bringing me armor. I mean, you can't go around calling yourself a badass swordswoman without some awesome armor, right? Tenten rolled her eyes, though a faint blush dusted her cheeks. The sunset bathed the training ground in warm hues, casting long shadows over the grass. The boy turned to glance at the horizon, the fading sunlight catching in his blue eyes before he looked back at her and smiled. It was a simple smile, boyish and confident, but it caught her off guard. For a fleeting moment, she thought, no, realized, he was more handsome than Neji. Her cheeks flared red at the thought. Tenten's crush on Neji had always been a shallow one. Sure, he was striking, with that long hair and stoic face, but every conversation with him was either a bitter rant about destiny or some jab at the Hyuga clan. There was nothing fun, nothing warm. If he hadn't been handsome, she doubted she would have bothered with him at all. But Naruto was different. He wasn't just handsome. He was hardworking, vibrant, full of energy and warmth. And he respected weapons. For a split second, she thought his boyish grin suited him far too well. He wasn't like Neji, stoic and distant, but maybe that was the point. Naruto wasn't what she expected. And maybe that's why the teasing had felt fun. Real. She crushed the thought before it could linger. Her thoughts spiraled as her face grew redder, and she clenched her fists in frustration. Get it together, Tenten. Naruto laughed at something, breaking her internal crisis. The sound of his laugh, carefree and natural, sent her heart fluttering in a way she didn't know how to control. Desperate to change the topic, and distract herself from her own thoughts, she blurted out, you know, I wish I could do the shadow clone jutsu. Naruto hummed. Maybe I could have had a chance as a medical ninja, she added quietly, almost as if speaking to herself. I could teach you it. Tenten blinked, caught off guard. What? I could teach you the shadow clone jutsu, he said casually, already considering how using Estus flasks to recover chakra could make it possible. Why not? Could she really? No. That dream was buried for a reason. Forget it, Tenten said quickly, waving him off. It's nothing, just a passing thought. Come on, Naruto pressed. You could be more than just a weapons specialist. Tenten froze. Just a weapon specialist. The words hit harder than she expected. The phrase dug up old memories and emotions she thought she'd buried long ago. Her dream of becoming a medical ninja. The dream she'd abandoned. It all came flooding back. The image of Tsunade, her role model, strong and compassionate, the greatest healer in the world. As a young girl, Tenten had idolized her, not for her strength or status, but for her ability to save lives. Tsunade had embodied everything Tenten had wanted to be. A healer, someone who could mend wounds instead of inflicting them, someone who brought hope instead of fear. But reality had crushed that dream. Her chakra control hadn't been good enough, and no amount of effort seemed to fix it. She had tried and failed, over and over, until the truth became undeniable. She wasn't talented enough. So, she'd buried the dream. She'd turned to weapons instead. Sharp, deadly, and reliable. She convinced herself that she loved them. And, to be fair, she did. But no matter how much she loved her weapons, they'd always been a second choice, a bitter consolation prize for a dream she couldn't reach. The timing hadn't helped. It was around the same time she'd lost her mother, and the grief had made the rejection cut even deeper. She had thrown herself into training, determined to become the best weapons specialist in Konoha, not because it was her passion, but because she couldn't stand to feel like a failure. No one knew about this. Not her sensei. Not her teammates, not even her adoptive father. And now here was Naruto, oblivious as always, casually digging up something she'd worked so hard to bury. I think we're done here. Oi, Naruto protested, scrambling to his feet. What's that supposed to mean? What do you mean we're done? Tenten turned away, dusting off her training gear. She gave him one last look, her expression unreadable. Hey, Naruto. Yeah. Where do you get off saying something like that? She muttered. Tenten shook her head, more at herself than at him. Forget it. Goodbye. How does he do it? How does he say something so simple yet so painfully true? Hey, Tenten. Naruto called as she walked away, scratching the back of his head in frustration. Where are you going? She didn't answer, leaving him standing there with a baffled expression. Naruto sighed, slinging his Zweihander back over his shoulder. He hadn't even gotten to explain how she could become a medical ninja on top of being a weapons specialist. Whatever. He'd figure out how to help her later. For now, he needed to focus on his own training. Guess I'm off to Lordran, he muttered to himself. She'll see. I'll master this, and we'll spar again. Swordsman to swordswoman. With that, he turned toward the horizon, ready to continue his journey. The house loomed before Naruto, its sprawling estate enclosed by high wooden walls capped with tiled roofs that curved upward at the edges. Beyond the tall gate, the peaks of intricate wooden structures were just visible, their lattice windows and sliding shoji screens lending the place a timeless elegance. Naruto, however, wasn't one to admire architecture. He stood awkwardly at the gate, scratching the back of his head. This is the place, right? He muttered. He'd planned to head straight to Lordran, but Kakashi's clone had intercepted him, handing him this address before vanishing. He knocked hesitantly. The gate creaked open. Naruto froze. No one was there. Who opened the door? He asked aloud, his voice trembling. His imagination flared, conjuring images of haunted mansions. Ghosts, he whispered, shivering. I hate ghosts. It's not ghosts, kid, a gruff voice replied. Naruto yelped, looking down to see a small, pug-like dog staring up at him. The dog's brown fur, dark snout, and pink paws were complemented by a blue vest, a bandage on one leg, and a Konoha forehead protector strapped across his head. Did you just talk? No, the dog deadpanned. Naruto squinted. You just did. The dog sighed. Great. One of those types. I'm Pakun. What do you want? I'm here for Kakashi, Naruto replied, still eyeing the talking dog warily. Pakun tilted his head. Wow, you recovered quickly. Most people are at least a little stunned by my devastatingly cute face. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I've seen stranger things, but what exactly are you? I'm a ninkin, brat, Pakun replied dryly. A trained companion skilled in the art of chakra, and Kakashi's summon. So, you, help Kakashi. That's right. I'm incredibly dangerous in combat, and my nose can track anyone, Pakun said, sniffing the air. His frown deepened as he caught an unusual scent. The boy in front of him smelled like blood, but not the blood of any human or animal Pakun had ever encountered. It was off. What kind of weirdo did you drag me out here to check on, Kakashi? Pakun muttered, narrowing his eyes. You stink, brat, he added bluntly. Shut up, you ugly mutt. Pakun raised a canine eyebrow. Takes one to know one, brat. Hey, I'll have you know I'm handsome. Sure you are, Pakun said with a smirk. Keep telling yourself that in the mirror, kid. Naruto scowled, realizing he'd been baited. Whatever. Where's Kakashi? Pakun turned, pushing the gate open wider with his paw. Follow me, and try not to trip over your ego on the way in. Muttering under his breath, Naruto followed the pug into the estate. Inside, the grounds stretched even wider than he'd expected. The main building stood tall and elegant, framed by polished wooden beams and sliding doors. Stone paths wove through raked gravel gardens and neatly pruned shrubs, while lanterns hung under the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze. Naruto glanced around as they walked. The interiors they passed were simple yet refined, polished wooden floors, tatami mats, and scrolls of calligraphy adorning the walls. Sunlight filtered through open shoji screens, casting soft patterns on the floor. You know, Naruto said, trailing behind Pakun, I didn't think Kakashi-sensei lived in a place like this. I figured he'd be sleeping in a pile of books somewhere. Pakun glanced back. You think he just rolls out of a tree and magically shows up for your missions? Kakashi's got layers, kid. Like an onion. Naruto snorted. You're giving him way too much credit. And you don't know him as well as you think you do, Pakun retorted smugly. Before Naruto could respond, they turned a corner and stepped into the garden. It was breathtaking. A koi pond glimmered in the sunlight, surrounded by moss-covered rocks and carefully pruned trees. Stone lanterns dotted the garden's edges, and the breeze carried scattered sakura petals across the grass. But Naruto's attention wasn't on the garden. It was on Kakashi and Sasuke. Kakashi sat cross-legged on the wooden veranda, a brush in hand and a canvas before him. His usual lazy demeanor was replaced with quiet focus as he worked on a painting. Beside him, Sasuke stood near a much larger canvas. His fingers were dipped in black ink, and as Naruto watched, Sasuke pressed his palm against the canvas. With careful chakra control, the splattered ink shifted and spread, transforming into an elegant bird mid-flight. Naruto froze, his eyes narrowing. No way. Oh, Naruto, you're here. Naruto didn't answer, still staring at Sasuke. What is this? Art lessons? Are you two bonding over finger painting or something? Pakun snorted. What? You thought Kakashi spent all his time reading smut? He's got hobbies. Unlike some people. Hey, I have hobbies. Yelling doesn't count, Pakun said, laying his head on his paws. Naruto ignored him, stomping toward the veranda. Seriously, Kakashi-sensei, what's going on here? And since when does Sasuke paint? He gestured wildly at Sasuke's canvas, which now depicted a hawk perched on a tree branch. Sasuke didn't look at him. TCH. It's called relaxing, Dobi. You wouldn't understand. Oh, I understand plenty. Naruto folded his arms, glaring. I just didn't think you'd be into this. Finally, Sasuke glanced at him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. And yet, I'm still better than you. At everything. Why? You. Enough, Kakashi said, cutting him off with a sigh. Setting down his brush, he leaned back on his hands. Naruto, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Yeah, what is it? Kakashi paused, clearly choosing his words carefully. It's about Tenten. She's decided to step down as your Kenjutsu mentor. Huh, why? We were having so much fun. It's what you said. What I said. Naruto scratched his head, trying to remember. What did I say? You told her she could also be a medical ninja rather than just being a weapon specialist. Okay. Naruto said slowly, not understanding. You undermined her, Sasuke interjected, finally turning away from his canvas. Tenten has worked hard to become a weapon specialist. And then you, someone she's been helping, casually tell her she could be more than the very thing she's dedicated herself to. Naruto's face scrunched up in confusion. But that's not what I meant. I was just trying to help. Intent doesn't matter, Sasuke cut him off. To her, it sounded like you dismissed everything she's worked for. You don't get to decide what's enough for someone else, Dobi. The realization hit Naruto like a ton of bricks. He stared at Sasuke, then at Kakashi, then back at Sasuke. Oh. Oh. Naruto jumped to his feet, spinning toward the gate. I've gotta go apologize. Kakashi grabbed the back of his collar, yanking him to a stop. Not so fast, Naruto. But I didn't mean it like that. Naruto protested, tugging against Kakashi's hold. I just wanted to say she could be a medical ninja too. Like, on top of being a weapons specialist. And do you think she's going to listen to you right now? Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but no words came out. He deflated slightly, his shoulders slumping. Exactly, Kakashi continued. Tenten's upset. If you rush in now, she's not going to hear your apology, just more excuses. Naruto frowned. So what am I supposed to do? Just wait around. Let her cool off first, Kakashi advised. Then apologize. Second chances, right? Naruto asked hesitantly. Second chances come after proof of change, not before, Sasuke said bluntly. Naruto nodded slowly, his expression serious. He knew he'd have to show Tenten he didn't mean it the way it sounded, and that he truly wanted to continue their sword training. So what am I supposed to do now? Kakashi leaned back. Well, you could always join us. Maybe painting will help you relax. Training's over for today, he added. You can either go home and enjoy the rest of your day, or waste a few more hours here with us. I don't know. Why not waste a few more? Kakashi replied. Plenty of ink and canvas to go around. Don't bother, Kakashi, Sasuke said without looking up, dipping his hand into the ink. The Dobi's just scared. Naruto's fists clenched. Scared of this? Oh, I'll show you who's scared. He stomped forward. Give me that canvas. Kakashi handed him a blank canvas and a pot of ink, his single eye crinkling in amusement. Be my guest. Let's see what you've got. Naruto dipped his hand into the ink, staring at his blackened palm. For a moment, he hesitated, the garden silent except for the rustling leaves. Kakashi leaned back on the veranda, propping his chin on his hand. This should be interesting. From his corner, Pakun chuckled softly. I give it 5 seconds before he makes a mess. Shut up, dog. Ignoring him, Naruto focused on the blank canvas. This wasn't just any painting style. It was ink stroke art, something he vaguely remembered from Tobirama's journal. It wasn't just artistic expression. It was tied to Uzumaki combat techniques, a cornerstone of their fighting style. The journal had described how Uzumaki children learned to infuse chakra into ink, creating seals with a single touch. With precision and mastery, a simple stroke could transform into a weapon, a barrier, or even an explosion. The realization made Naruto's blood boil. Why hadn't anyone taught him this? If Kakashi knew about it, why wasn't it passed down to him? His fists tightened, smearing the ink slightly. Careful, Kakashi said, breaking Naruto's spiraling thoughts. Chakra manipulation is all about control and visualization. Picture the image in your head. Let your chakra flow into the ink. Don't force it. Naruto gave a curt nod but couldn't fully suppress his frustration. He pressed his palm to the canvas, trying to channel his chakra, but his emotions were too chaotic. The ink splattered across the surface in jagged lines, uncontrolled and messy. Silence fell. Naruto stared at the chaotic mess he'd made, and a passage from Tobirama's journal surfaced in his mind. The Uzumaki clan has always been peculiar in their approach to fuinjutsu. While the world sees it as a tool of precision and power, the Uzumaki call it something else, runes. Not a craft, not a science, a language. Each rune is a word, each stroke a sentence, or even an entire story, emotion, or idea condensed into a spiral. To the Uzumaki, fuinjutsu is not just action but communication, a way to etch meaning into existence itself. Arrogant as it may sound, they believe their seals speak to the very fabric of the universe. I presented the Flying Thunder God technique to Uzushio's elders, expecting praise for its brilliance. Instead, they dismissed it as a barbarically complex sentence that tears space for nothing more than victory. They called it crude and meaningless, unworthy of the true language of runes. Their leader even told me, power without meaning is empty, like a scream into the void. It echoes, but it holds no weight. At the time, I was furious. What use is weight in war if you are dead? What is meaning without the strength to enforce it? But their philosophy lingered in my mind. The Uzumaki seals endure in ways others cannot. They do not simply bind or destroy. They grow, adapt, and evolve. Their strength defies the entropy of lesser techniques. It almost feels alive. I still don't fully grasp their view. Perhaps, bound by pragmatism, I never will. Yet I cannot help but wonder if they see something I do not. A truth beyond logic, beyond efficiency. Have I, in my pursuit of mastery, overlooked the possibility that power can serve something greater than itself? Naruto clenched his fists, staring at the chaotic ink splatter. The weight of those words pressed on him, but they also sparked something. This wasn't just about making seals or creating a tool. This was about learning to communicate. Through ink, through chakra, through himself. He took a deep breath and dipped his hand into the ink again. This time, he cleared his mind and focused. No anger. No frustration. Just intent. Naruto stared at the messy black spiral forming on his canvas. His chakra had shaped the ink, but it was wild, uneven, alive, yet untamed. The swirling lines reminded him of the Uzumaki spiral but, ironically, also the dark sign. He blinked, shutting his eyes briefly as Tobirama's words echoed in his mind. Power without meaning is empty, like a scream into the void. Maybe that was why he looked toward power in Lordran rather than Konoha. Lordran held meaning for him, and that meaning had power. Here, Kakashi said, handing him a fresh canvas. His calm voice broke through Naruto's thoughts, steadying him. Try again. Naruto hesitated, staring at the blank canvas. Sensei, where'd you learn this ink painting stuff? Kakashi paused, his wooden brush hovering mid-stroke. His voice softened. My sensei's wife taught me. Naruto tilted his head. Your sensei's wife. She knew this. Kakashi nodded, his gaze distant. She was an incredible woman. Strong, wise, full of life. She taught me this a long time ago. She said it wasn't just about creating, it was about connecting to yourself. Putting something meaningful into your work. He set his brush down gently. She passed away years ago. The air grew heavy, a quiet weight settling over the garden. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance, sensing the depth of Kakashi's words. All right, sensei, Naruto said, rolling up his sleeves with determination. You're gonna love this. He dipped his hand back into the ink, this time visualizing Kakashi's masked face. Focusing harder than before, he poured his chakra into the strokes. A few minutes later, he held up the finished product proudly. Tada, my masterpiece. The painting was passable. Kakashi's masked face was recognizable, but the proportions were wobbly, and the lines shook with inexperience. Kakashi tilted his head, amusement glinting in his eye. How much for this masterpiece? My wallet's feeling light. My services don't come cheap, Naruto replied with mock seriousness. But for you, 10 yen. I don't know. I can probably spend it on something meaningful. Like another copy of that smutty book you love so much, Sasuke cut in dryly, holding up his own canvas. Naruto's jaw dropped. Sasuke's painting was flawless. An elegant, detailed portrait of Kakashi, shaded to perfection. Every line was deliberate, every detail precise. It looked more like something from a gallery than a quick garden sketch. What the heck is this? It's art, Sasuke said smugly, already cleaning his hands. Naruto growled, dipping his fingers back into the ink. He scribbled furiously, creating an exaggerated stick figure with spiky hair, a scowl, and a large dunce hat labeled, emo. This is you. Sasuke's eye twitched, and without a word, he dipped his brush back into the ink. Sparks flew as the two launched into an impromptu painting war, their competitive streaks fueling chaos. Ink splattered across the veranda, canvases were tossed like weapons, and the peaceful garden erupted into a full-blown mess. From his sunny corner, Pakun stretched lazily, watching the chaos unfold. You know, he said, glancing at Kakashi, this place hasn't been this noisy in years. Kakashi leaned back, his gaze on the two boys. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mask. It's kind of nice, isn't it? Pakun snorted. Nice, sure. But let's not pretend you won't make me clean this up later. You've got paws, Pakun. I'll lend you a mop, Kakashi said lightly. The pug rolled his eyes. Generous as ever. But let's face it, you like this chaos. Kakashi's gaze lingered on Naruto and Sasuke, their laughter cutting through the mess and noise. The garden was alive in a way it hadn't been in years. Yeah, he said quietly. I think I do. Pakun glanced at Kakashi, his expression unusually serious. You know, I can't figure this kid out, and that's rare for me. Go on, Kakashi said. I know you sent me to sniff him out intentionally, Pakun said, voice low. And I picked up something unusual. The boy reeks of blood. How recent? It's hard to say, Pakun admitted. Some of it's fresh, maybe from this week. But it's faint, almost like it's been burned off by something. Burned off. Yeah, it's like he tried to cover his tracks, and not just with chemicals and water. Fire. Maybe chakra. It's subtle, but if it weren't for my nose, no one would notice. Kakashi frowned, his mind racing. So, Pakun continued, watching Kakashi closely. What are you going to do about it? For now, nothing, Kakashi said evenly. I need Naruto to trust me first. If he's going out of his way to erase evidence of his actions, confronting him could drive him further into hiding. You're playing a risky game, Kakashi. Maybe, Kakashi admitted, his voice quiet. But Naruto's connection to the third Hokage is already fragile. Pushing too hard now could make things worse. At least now we're aware of it, and that's a start. Fair enough, Pakun said, turning his head slightly. But if the kid's tangled up in something serious, you'll have to act sooner or later. Kakashi didn't respond immediately, his gaze distant. I'll handle it when the time comes, he finally said. Fu Yamanaka's existence was born of war, violence, silence, and truths too bitter for anyone to acknowledge. During the Third Shinobi War, when morality fractured beneath the weight of survival, terrible things happened. Shinobi interrogators from every village crossed unspeakable lines. Konoha, and its clans, were no exception. The incident wasn't unique. A Yamanaka interrogator raped a captured kunoichi. Violations like this were common in wartime, buried under whispers and excuses. But this time, the kunoichi became pregnant, and suddenly, the shame couldn't be ignored. The Yamanaka clan, obsessed with their reputation, acted not out of justice but politics. The interrogator was swiftly tried and executed, not for his crime but for what it represented, a threat to the clan's prestige. Evidence was destroyed, witnesses silenced. But the child was a problem they couldn't erase. By the time the pregnancy was discovered, it was too late to terminate. Quiet suggestions were made about dealing with the infant after birth, but even wartime Konoha had limits. The clan refused to raise him. The scandal was too fresh, too risky. The solution came in the form of Root. Root, founded during the Second Shinobi War, was Konoha's shadow, operating outside the law to protect the village through assassinations, espionage, and sabotage. Danzo Shimura, its leader, believed that Konoha's ideals, the will of fire and camaraderie, were luxuries. Root existed to shield the village from the things it refused to see. Root recruits were stripped of identity and emotion through brutal conditioning. Orphans, outcasts, and unwanted children became its tools. Fu, the Yamanaka bastard, was perfect for this purpose. In Root, he would cease to exist as an individual and become nothing more than a weapon. From the moment he could walk, Fu was trained to suppress his emotions, hone his chakra, and obey without question. He was taught a single truth. He didn't matter. Only the village mattered. Only the mission mattered. When the Kyuubi attacked Konoha, the chaos led to Root's official disbandment. The third Hokage stripped Danzo of authority, dispersing Root operatives across the village. Psychological screenings were conducted, and most members were reassigned to legitimate roles. But Danzo had planned for this. Root's indoctrination ensured its agents could blend into society, their loyalty unshaken. Many passed the Hokage's screenings undetected, remaining loyal to Danzo in secret. Fu was one of these ghosts. He became a quiet member of the Barrier Corps, a nameless cog in Konoha's vast machine. On paper, he was unremarkable, a Chunin tasked with monitoring the detection barrier. Fu's persona was his true mask. To his colleagues, he was polite but distant, diligent but forgettable. His black shinobi uniform bore no clan insignia, his pale brown hair cropped short in an unassuming style. His hazel eyes, a Yamanaka trait, were calm and unreadable. He spoke only when necessary and moved with quiet precision. Fu liked it that way. Attachments were liabilities. Standing out was a risk. His existence had a single purpose: obey Danzo's orders. Nothing else mattered. Fu's day began at sunrise. He arrived at the Barrier Corps HQ, exchanged brief nods with his colleagues, and took his seat at a monitoring station. The stations were arranged in a ring around a central console, where their supervisor oversaw the operation. Each station was equipped with a crystal orb linked to Konoha's detection barrier, displaying chakra signatures as glowing dots across the surface. Morning, Fu, Sora greeted as she plopped into the seat beside him. Her short black hair bounced as she leaned lazily on her console. Morning, Fu replied flatly, his tone polite but devoid of warmth. Let me guess, she teased, you've been here since dawn. Never late, always quiet, the perfect shinobi. Bet you meditate before your shift. I don't. Okay, fine. Maybe you're one of those mysterious types who writes poetry at home. Something dramatic. Like, the silent wind moves across the barrier. No. You're no fun. You're loud, Fu replied simply, his tone still neutral. The words hung long enough to silence her without offense. Sora rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath but grinning anyway. Less gossip, more work, their supervisor, Tetsuya, barked from the center of the room, arms crossed over his chest. Got it, sir, Sora replied with a mock salute before turning back to her console. The orb before Fu displayed Konoha's countless chakra signatures, thousands of glowing dots, each representing a life. Most operators tracked anomalies, logging disturbances and movements across the village. But Fu's focus was different. Among the signatures, one burned brighter than all the others: Naruto Uzumaki. His chakra was chaotic and wild, a raging storm impossible to miss. Fu had taken measures to ensure no one else noticed. Through subtle manipulations, he diverted the system's attention elsewhere, masking Naruto's unusual activity. To everyone else, Naruto was just another dot. Hey, did you hear about Sakura Haruno? Sora asked, breaking the silence. Fu didn't look up. No. She's joining us. Barrier Corps, I mean. Can you believe it? Kakashi pulled strings to get her in. Word is, she's got insane chakra control. Like, Med Nin level. Unusual for a genin, Fu replied, only because the information could be relevant to Root. Right. Tetsuya, think she'll last? Focus, Tetsuya snapped. Sora sighed. You guys are impossible. Ever heard of fun? Fu ignored her, his eyes fixed on the orb. The orange flare of Naruto's chakra signature flickered, and vanished. His fingers moved instinctively, logging the event and rerouting the anomaly to a secondary console before anyone else noticed. An alert? Sora asked, glancing over. Nothing significant, Fu said evenly. His voice was calm, uninterested, the perfect mask. Just a civilian chakra spike. Routed it to console 4. Sora shrugged, already bored. Man, civilians and their weird chakra surges. Always overreacting. Fu's focus returned to the orb. Naruto's chakra hadn't just moved out of range. It had disappeared entirely, snuffed out like a dying flame. It was always the same. Root intelligence suspected some form of space-time ninjutsu, but the specifics eluded them. Whatever it was, Naruto's chakra acted as though he'd died. Fu didn't wonder why. It wasn't his role to question. With the precision drilled into him by Root, he rebalanced the logs and erased any trace of the anomaly. As far as the Barrier Corps was concerned, Naruto Uzumaki's chakra was perfectly normal. You're quiet today, Sora said. Not even curious about the new recruit. I'm focused on my work. Of course you are. She muttered something under her breath, leaning back in her chair. Let me know if you ever decide to act human. Fu said nothing. It wasn't that he lacked curiosity or emotion. He had buried them long ago, along with his humanity. He didn't care about Naruto's vanishings or Sakura Haruno's potential. None of it mattered. Only the mission mattered. Only Root's orders mattered. Observe. Record. Remain unseen. All in service of Root, Danzo, and the shadowed will of Konoha. Naruto opened his eyes slowly, blinking as the familiar glow of the bonfire filled his vision. The sword, coiled and rusted, was driven deep into the ashen floor, its flames crackling and spitting embers into the air. The comforting sound of fire and the faint warmth brushing against his skin made him smile. He had come to love the sight of the bonfire. The sword, the ash, the ever-burning flame. it wasn't just a checkpoint or a momentary reprieve from danger. It had become a refuge, a reminder that he could always come back from whatever hardships he faced. It reminded him of Konoha's Hokage monument. Back home, when things became overwhelming, when the loneliness crept in, when exhaustion dragged him down, he'd climb to the top of the monument and stare out at the village below. From there, everything seemed small, manageable, distant. But now Lordran had taken that place. The bonfire had become his new monument. A place to reset. A place where everything felt possible again. Naruto took a deep breath, letting the moment sink in, before his gaze swept across the room. Piles of debris near the entrance hinted at collapse, while weathered barrels and rotted baskets sat untouched in the corners, remnants of a long-dead world. But there was no time to linger. As he stepped toward the room's exit, his senses sharpened with the way of focality, and the faint whistle of an arrow cutting through the air reached his ears. Naruto turned sharply, just in time to watch the arrow streak past his helmet. He glared in the direction the arrow had come from. There the crossbow hollows stood hunched, reloading another bolt. Naruto darted forward, leaping into the air as he neared the hollow. His body twisted midair, and with a powerful flying kick, his foot connected with the hollow's chest. The creature staggered backward, arms flailing, before it toppled off the edge of the crumbling floor, its crossbow slipping from its grip and clattering into the abyss below. Naruto didn't have time to gloat. The sound of footsteps echoed from the narrow passage below. Gripping the Zweihander tightly, Naruto shifted into position. As the first hollow lunged, he stepped forward and swung the massive blade in a wide, sweeping arc. The force of the strike cleaved through the air and connected cleanly, sending the hollow sprawling to the floor in a lifeless heap. Another hollow charged, its sword raised high for a downward slash. Naruto ducked low, the blade passing harmlessly over him, and immediately spun with the Zweihander in hand. Its edge tore through his enemy's midsection in a clean, devastating blow. Naruto paused to settle his breath, when a faint whistle reached his ears. He leapt forward, tucking into a roll just as the bomb exploded behind him. Above, a hollow stood on a ledge, clutching another firebomb in its skeletal grip. Oh, great, I forgot you also exist in this world. Naruto reached into his pouch, pulling out kunai and shuriken. A kunai collided midair with the firebomb in the hollow's hand, causing it to explode prematurely. The hollow staggered, its footing uneven. Naruto's shuriken twisted, slicing into its leg. The hollow lost balance and fell from the ledge into the abyss below. Naruto approached the half-destroyed stone bridge cautiously, his eyes scanning the open room at the other end. Two hollows waited, each armed with an axe. Let's see how you handle this. With a burst of speed, he activated Shunshin no Jutsu, his form blurring as he dashed forward. Before the first hollow could react, Naruto thrust the greatsword forward, its blade piercing through the hollow's chest. He twisted the blade as he pulled it free, and the hollow collapsed in a heap. The second hollow wasted no time, raising its axe for a downward slash. Naruto jumped back, narrowly avoiding the strike as the axe buried itself into the stone floor. His grin widened. Finally, a little practice, he muttered. Naruto adjusted his grip on the Zweihander, recalling Tenten's lesson, centerline control and edge alignment. He stepped into a basic stance as the hollow attacked. Its swing came wide, from Naruto's right to left. He met the strike with his blade, but his angle was off. The Zweihander glanced awkwardly off the axe, leaving him open. Damn, Naruto muttered, resetting his stance. The hollow attacked again, its axe coming down in an overhead chop. Naruto sidestepped, adjusting his blade with care, and redirected the axe with a sharp deflection. The Zweihander felt heavy in his hands, but Naruto welcomed the challenge. The hollow wasn't much of a threat, but it made for a decent training partner, at least until the door at the end of the room slammed open with a deafening crash. A new hollow stepped through, this one wielding a spear. Naruto focused as the axe-wielding hollow lunged. He dodged with a quick sidestep, but the spear hollow followed, thrusting its weapon toward his chest. Naruto twisted, the spear grazing his side as he rolled backward to create distance. All right, he said, smirking despite the odds. Let's dance. He could summon shadow clones to handle them, but how would he improve if he always took the easy way out? The spear hollow lunged again, its strikes faster and more aggressive. Naruto parried with the Zweihander, redirecting the spear's tip and countering with a sweeping arc that forced both enemies to back off. The axe hollow came next, swinging in a wide horizontal arc. Naruto ducked low, rolling forward and coming up swinging. The Zweihander severed its legs cleanly, leaving the hollow crumpled on the floor. The spear hollow wasn't done. It lunged again, its strikes relentless. Naruto sidestepped, his balance unshakable, thanks to the rusted ring he'd found earlier. When the spear hollow overextended with a powerful thrust, Naruto seized his moment. He stepped inside its guard, raising the Zweihander high, and brought it down in a brutal overhead strike. The blade cleaved the hollow from shoulder to hip. Naruto exhaled, resting the Zweihander on his shoulder as he surveyed the now empty room. Naruto gave the window a flat look as the hollows on the upper floor kept chucking firebombs at the bridge and the closest window to him. The flames flared, crackling as they splattered uselessly against the stone and wood. What a waste, he muttered, raising his fist at them like an old man yelling at kids. I'll gladly throw you off those roofs myself, you hear me, Datbeo? His voice echoed back at him. They didn't respond. He shook his head and turned his attention to the room. Two paths. One led outside, back to the bridge, and the other was this rusty, moss-covered metal cage door. Naruto squinted at it. Honestly, he'd missed it the first time through, probably because it blended into the damp, mossy wall like it belonged there. Where do you lead? He mumbled, curiosity getting the better of him. He approached the door, grabbing the handle and giving it a solid pull. The door didn't budge. A faint message shimmered into view. Can't open this door from this side. Naruto frowned, stepping back and glaring at the stubborn thing. Is this another one of those magic locks like in the sewer? Stupid door, he muttered under his breath before sighing. Fine, I'll come back later. He turned to walk away but stopped mid-step as a thought hit him. A grin spread across his face, the plan forming in his head. Wait a second. I can summon shadow clones at a distance, right? He quickly made the cross sign with his fingers, and with a puff of smoke, another Naruto appeared, on the other side of the door. Both of them cheered at the success of the plan. All right, open the door, he said, feeling pretty proud of himself. The clone pulled at the handle and frowned. It says I need a key. Naruto's grin dropped instantly. Seriously, he sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. Fine, just look around, see if you can find anything useful. Got it. The clone chirped before wandering off. Grumbling, Naruto turned back to the room and headed toward the outside path. He started down a few steps when he heard a low growl. He turned sharply, glancing back toward the window. A hollow stood there, its face pressed against the bars like a creepy neighbor staring into his house. Yo, Naruto said, raising a hand in mock greeting. Its head twitched in response, its dead eyes narrowing. His eyes flicked to the door leading into the room. A wicked grin spread across his face as he grabbed the hilt of his Zweihander, the blade gleaming even in the light. Oh, I'm gonna kill you right now, believe it. Meanwhile, the Naruto clone found himself in a precarious spot, a narrow stone staircase clinging to the edge of a wall. It zigzagged downward in sharp, twisting turns, forcing him to tread carefully with each step. The air was damp and cold, the faint scent of mildew clinging to the ancient stone. As he descended, the view shifted, revealing the lower parts of the kingdom. Broken houses and crumbling rooftops stretched out below, the remnants of what must have once been a bustling city. Now, it was eerily silent, save for the distant crackle of fire. At the bottom of the staircase, the clone found himself at a crossroads. To his right was a rusted red ladder leading upward. To his left, a stone staircase wound further downward, ending in a small platform where a strange fire burned in a cracked brazier. The clone hesitated, squinting down the left path at the flickering flame. Yeah, I'll just go with the ladder. But before he could take a step, he heard it, a sound that immediately sent a chill down his spine. It started as a faint, rapid clicking, almost rhythmic, like claws scraping against stone. Then came the panting, sharp and uneven, like air being sucked through teeth. The sound grew louder, faster, and more frantic, echoing through the space as something bounded toward him. Naruto's clone froze, his senses sharpening as he activated the way of focality. He turned just in time to see the source of the noise, and it was worse than he could have imagined. The dog, if it could even be called that, was a nightmare made flesh. Its emaciated body was stretched unnaturally long, with patches of skin missing, exposing raw muscle and bone beneath. Its oversized mouth hung open, sharp, crooked teeth jutting out at odd angles as if they were too big for its maw. The way its lips pulled back made its grin look impossibly wide and sinister. Its torn, tattered ears stood erect, and its glowing, feral eyes locked onto the clone with unrelenting aggression. Quote. You are so ugly, the clone muttered, tightening his grip on the Zweihander. He spun into a slash, aiming to cleave the creature in half like he would a hollow. But this wasn't a hollow. The dog twisted midair, dodging the brunt of the attack, and its grotesque mouth opened even wider as it leapt straight for him. Its teeth snapped shut inches from the clone's throat, the force of the attack overwhelming him. The dog hit its target, and the clone popped out of existence in a puff of smoke. The memories hit the original. One moment, he was smirking at the hollow stumbling toward him, and the next, he was reliving the sensation of those snapping teeth and glowing eyes. He shuddered, his skin crawling. What the hell was that thing? The hollow before him growled, dragging Naruto's attention back to the present. Before the hollow could swing, the blond boy spun on his heel and delivered a powerful kick to its chest. The hollow stumbled backward, its arms flailing as it tumbled off the balcony with a guttural shriek, disappearing into the fog below. Good riddance, Naruto muttered, brushing himself off. Another growl came from the far side of the balcony. Naruto turned to see a second hollow, this one gripping its sword tightly as it advanced toward him. You know, I always imagined my first romantic balcony moment going differently. Channeling his chakra into his fists, Naruto grinned as he felt the familiar rush of power surge through his body. He'd been practicing this lately, honing his chakra control to amplify his body enhancement. The hollow swung its blade in a wide arc. Naruto ducked under it with ease, stepping forward and planting his feet firmly. With his chakra-enhanced strength, he delivered a devastating right hook directly to the hollow's head. The impact was explosive. The hollow's skull crumpled under the force, bone and rotted flesh splattering against the stone wall as its lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Hell yeah, Naruto cheered, flexing his fingers. Now that's what I'm talking about. Turning back toward the balcony, Naruto debated whether to explore deeper into the room. It looked like it might have been a shop once. There were shelves and counters, though they were worn and covered in moss. The smell of mold lingered in the air, but something about the place caught his eye. A treasure chest sat near the far corner, its wooden exterior surprisingly intact despite the decay of the rest of the room. He walked over and knelt in front of the chest, grinning as he flipped open the lid. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded cloth, was a couple of black firebombs. Whoa! Naruto held it up, inspecting the strange, dark explosive. As this, like, stronger or something. He tucked it into his pouch. Guess I'll find out later. As he stood to leave, his gaze wandered back to the shelves lining the shop. Most of the furniture was ancient and rotting, but the mugs and plates scattered across the counters were surprisingly intact. They don't look half bad. Little dusty, but nothing a good wash won't fix. Grinning to himself, Naruto began gathering the mugs and plates, tossing them into his inventory with glee. Naruto ascended the stone staircase, his footsteps echoing softly in the narrow corridor. High stone walls flanked him on both sides, their imposing height giving the pathway an almost oppressive feeling. As he reached the top, his gaze was drawn to the horizon. A towering stone castle loomed in the distance. Rounded and straight sections of the structure blended together seamlessly, battlements lining the top edges. It was breathtaking in its own way, the craftsmanship almost untouched by time. But Naruto didn't linger. He wasn't here to sightsee. His attention snapped to the open area before him, where three hollows stood. Two of them clutched rusted swords, pacing aimlessly, while the third stood in the back, gripping a firebomb in its bony hand. Naruto exhaled sharply, rolling his shoulders. As he stepped into the open, the two sword-wielding hollows lunged at him simultaneously. Naruto smirked, weaving a hand sign in an instant. Poof! A log appeared where he had been, and the two swords cut deep into it, splintering it into pieces. Naruto, now behind them, reappeared in a swirl of smoke directly in front of the hollow holding the firebomb. Before it could react, Naruto grabbed the firebomb out of its hand. Oh, you like throwing these, huh? He said, shoving the bomb directly into the hollow's gaping mouth. With his free hand, he delivered an uppercut to its jaw. The hollow's head snapped back, its mouth clamping down on the firebomb as it staggered. For a second, there was silence. Then, with a thunderous explosion, the firebomb detonated, blowing the hollow's skull apart. Bone, ash, and bits of flesh flew in every direction as a shockwave rippled outward, scorching the ground. Naruto felt the heat wash over him and ducked, shielding his face with his arm as the blast sent sparks and debris flying. The two hollows behind him let out guttural roars as they were knocked back by the force of the explosion. In an instant, Naruto vanished once more, reappearing behind the two hollows. Before they could react, he gripped the Zweihander in both hands and swung in a wide, brutal arc. The blade whistled through the air before cleaving through both hollows with a sickening crunch. Naruto rested the massive sword on his shoulder, turning to glance at the red ladder propped against the wall nearby. Finally, he said, exhaling. A way to get to those firebomb-throwing bastards. Naruto climbed the ladder, the metal rungs creaking slightly under his weight. As he reached the top, he paused, crouching low as he surveyed the area. The platform was a simple wooden structure, rough and weathered with age. The planks were uneven, some with gaps between them, and the whole thing was supported by basic wooden beams underneath. Two hollows wandered aimlessly across the bridge, their feet clicking against the wood as they shuffled back and forth. Near the edge of the platform, Naruto spotted a corpse slumped against the railing, a faint glow emanating from it, a soul orb. Good. But first, he needed to deal with the hollows. He weaved a quick hand sign, his body shimmering slightly as he performed a transformation jutsu. He refracted and reflected light to camouflage himself. Like a true shinobi, Naruto crept forward, his footsteps silent. Each step was deliberate, his weight distributed perfectly to avoid any creaks from the fragile wood. He reached the middle of the platform, standing between the two hollows, neither of which had noticed him. A smoke bomb flew through the air, exploding into a thick cloud of black that engulfed the entire platform. In the chaos, Naruto created a dozen shadow clones, each one materializing with a wicked grin. The clones moved as one, grabbing the two hollows and pinning them by their arms and shoulders. The creatures thrashed and roared, their movements frantic and jerky, but the clones held them tight. Naruto emerged from the smoke, walking toward the bound hollows with an air of superiority. His hands were tucked into his pockets, his grin confident as he stopped in front of them. Not so tough now, huh? Throwing firebombs down at me like cowards. What, did you think I wouldn't come up here and handle this myself? Please. He crossed his arms, tilting his head mockingly. You're lucky I'm even wasting my time on you two. The hollows let out guttural growls, their glowing eyes filled with aggression. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. You know what? Forget it. You're not even worth it, Datbeo. He waved a hand dismissively at his clones. Get rid of them. The clones nodded in unison, each gripping a hollow tightly as they dragged them toward the edge of the platform. The two creatures thrashed harder, their skeletal legs kicking wildly, but it was no use. With a collective shove, the clones threw the hollows over the side. Naruto walked to the edge, peering down as the two forms tumbled into the abyss below, their growls fading into silence. And stay down, he muttered. Naruto reached for the glowing soul orb, his hand outstretched. His eyes darted to the tower to his right, and time seemed to slow as he saw it. A crossbow hollow, skeletal fingers tightening on the trigger. The bolt fired with a sharp twang, cutting through the air like a whistle of death. Naruto's instincts kicked in. He moved fast, his hand snapping upward and catching the bolt mid-flight. The elite knight's helmet might have stopped it, sure, but it still would have rattled his brain, and Naruto wasn't about to let a damn crossbow hollow get the better of him. I don't know who I hate more, he muttered, tossing the bolt aside as he narrowed his eyes at the hollow. Crossbow hollows are firebomb assholes. Without wasting another second, Naruto jumped forward, landing on the floor below with a sharp thud that echoed through the empty ruins. He broke into a sprint, his boots slamming against the stone as he made a beeline for the spiral staircase leading up the tower. The hollow was already reloading, but Naruto was ready. A fireball flared to life in his palm, its heat washing over his face as he hurled it with pinpoint accuracy. The fireball soared through the air, detonating on impact. The explosion engulfed the hollow, disintegrating its weapon in a spray of splinters and metal fragments. Naruto didn't stop. He charged up the stairs and reached the hollow in an instant. Before it could react, he slapped an explosive tag onto its chest with a grin. "Let's see how far you can fly," he said, lowering his shoulder and slamming into the hollow with all his might. The hollow let out a distorted screech as Naruto tackled it clean off the tower. Its skeletal body tumbled through the air, the explosive tag still clinging to its chest. It hit the staircase below with a sickening crunch, its bones shattering on impact. Naruto peered down at the wreckage, smirking as he saw two spear hollows at the base of the staircase, slowly ascending toward him. He whistled sharply, catching their attention. The hollows began to climb. Naruto waited until they were halfway up before forming the hand sign. Kai. The explosive tag detonated, the blast tearing through the air and sending debris flying. When the smoke cleared, the spear hollows were still standing, barely. Their armor was blown apart, their weapons shattered, but their relentless march continued. Tough bastards, huh, Naruto muttered. He reached into his pouch, pulling out a handful of shurikens. With a flick of his wrist, the projectiles flew through the air, embedding themselves in the hollows, exposed torsos. One after another, they fell, crumpling into lifeless heaps. Naruto exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. But then, from the smoke and flames below, another figure emerged, a third spear hollow. Its charred armor clung to its frame as it ascended the stairs, its glowing eyes locked onto Naruto. Naruto grinned, his heart pounding with excitement. Guess I gotta go big. He gripped the Zweihander tightly, channeling chakra into his legs. With a powerful leap, he launched himself off the tower, his body hurtling downward like a meteor. Chakra flooded his muscles, cushioning his fall as he brought the Zweihander down in a devastating plunge attack. The massive blade slammed into the hollow, splitting its body in two with a deafening crack. The force of the attack carved a deep gash into the stone staircase, sending shards of rock flying. Naruto landed in a crouch, the Zweihander embedded in the stone beneath him. Standing, he pulled the blade free with a grunt, surveying his handiwork. I am so awesome. Naruto stood at the crossroads of two paths, one winding upward, the other spiraling down into the shadowed depths. After a moment's hesitation, he chose the downward path, descending a narrow stone staircase. The air grew colder with each step, the silence pressing heavier against his ears. Then he stopped, his breath catching in his throat. At the base of the staircase stood a figure clad in jet black armor, its massive frame almost blending into the darkness. The Black Knight. Its horned helmet turned slightly, as if sensing his presence, and its greatsword rested against its shoulder like a weapon that had claimed countless lives. Oh, shit, Naruto whispered, freezing in place. Memories of their last encounter came flooding back. Desperation, dirty tactics, sheer luck. He had only survived back in the asylum because he knew the layout, using every advantage he could muster to scrape out a victory. This was different. He started to step back, his mind screaming at him to retreat. But then he stopped. He clenched his fists, determination hardening his features. He was stronger now, more experienced. His chakra control had improved, and he understood the Zweihander better than ever. I want to fight him, Naruto said to himself, a small grin tugging at his lips. No tricks. No running. Just me and him. Naruto stepped forward boldly. The Black Knight turned fully to face him, its indifferent gaze locking onto his. And then it disappeared. In a flash, the Black Knight reappeared in front of Naruto, its massive greatsword already descending in a brutal overhead slash. Naruto barely had time to raise the Zweihander, the force of the attack sending a shockwave down his arms as he blocked it. The impact reverberated through his body, making his knees buckle. The knight didn't relent. It pivoted, swinging its blade in a horizontal arc. Naruto ducked, the edge passing just above his head. He retaliated with a quick upward slash, but the Black Knight sidestepped with inhuman speed, its movements flawless and efficient. The knight lunged forward, its blade a blur. Naruto parried, sparks flying as the Zweihander clashed against the greatsword. He countered with a thrust, but the knight deflected it effortlessly, stepping inside his guard. Before Naruto could react, the greatsword plunged forward, impaling him through the chest. Naruto gasped, his eyes widening as the blade tore through him. The pain was sharp and immediate, his body trembling as blood dripped down the edge of the weapon. He staggered, his grip on the Zweihander loosening. He chuckled weakly, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Guess. This is what I get. For being cocky, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The last thing he saw was the Black Knight pulling its blade free, its imposing form looming over him as the world faded to black. You died. Naruto groaned as he found himself back in his room. The dull ache of failure lingered in his body, but it was nothing compared to the bruising his pride had taken. He flopped back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. I'm going to kill that Black Knight if it's the last thing I do. Datbeo. He growled, determination flaring as he sat up and opened his system interface. Surely he had enough souls to level up, right? He deserved a reward for at least trying to take the Black Knight head on. Souls. Oh. Naruto blinked. Then blinked again. His mouth opened to shout, but no words came out. He slowly closed it, a vein twitching on his temple. Wait. I didn't use my ring of sacrifice, did I? His voice was a whisper, horror creeping into his tone. Naruto slapped his forehead as the realization sank in. Of course he didn't use the cheat. Why would he remember something that important? His face went pale as an even worse thought hit him like a kunai to the chest. My souls. They're still down there. With him. Naruto froze, staring at the wall, imagining the possibility. What if the Black Knight took my souls? He shivered at the thought, picturing the Black Knight glowing ominously, leveling up, and becoming an even more terrifying foe. Oh. No. Oh no 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 no. Without a second thought, Naruto took out the dark sign and activated it. He had to get those souls back now. Naruto materialized back at the bonfire, flames licking softly at the base of the rusted sword as he tightened his grip on the Zweihander. No time to waste, he muttered, immediately launching into a Shunshin no Jutsu. He bolted past the hollows littering the pathway, ignoring their groans and sluggish movements. Firebombs exploded harmlessly behind him as he sprinted at full speed, his focus locked on the staircase that led to the Black Knight. In minutes, Naruto stood at the top of the staircase, peering down at the familiar, hulking figure. The Black Knight stood in its usual position, unmoving, its back turned to him. Nearby, Naruto spotted the faint green glow of his lost souls, the orb lying untouched on the ground. Relief washed over him, only to be replaced by panic as a sneaky spear hollow wandered toward the orb. The Black Knight didn't even flinch as the hollow approached. But as soon as the spear hollow bent down to inspect the glowing souls, the Black Knight moved. The swing was brutal, an overhead slash that pulverized the hollow in one clean motion. The greatsword left a faint trail of sparks as it returned to rest on the Black Knight's shoulder, the armored figure resuming its ominous stance as if nothing had happened. Naruto swallowed hard. From his vantage point, Naruto studied the Black Knight closely. Its movements were precise, deliberate, almost mechanical. The way it shifted its stance spoke of raw power, each motion economized for efficiency. Its grip on the greatsword was firm but fluid, its gauntleted hands adjusting subtly to maintain balance. Unlike Naruto's own clumsy swings with the Zweihander, the Black Knight wielded its weapon as if it were an extension of its body. Every step it took was calculated, its footwork perfectly aligned with its center of gravity. I need to learn how to do that, Naruto muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched the Black Knight's flawless movements. He knew there was no way the knight would willingly teach him. Hell, it would sooner cut him in half than offer a lesson. But that didn't matter. He didn't need words or instructions. The Black Knight's every move, every calculated step, was a lesson in itself. If he could fight it, watch how it handled that massive sword with such deadly precision, he could learn. He could memorize its techniques, break down its movements, and figure out what made it so strong. He wouldn't just fight the Black Knight, he'd use it as a guide, a living example of what his swordsmanship needed to become. But his focus was broken by the sound of rapid footsteps. He turned to see over a dozen hollows charging toward him from the shadows, their weapons raised and glowing eyes locked onto him. You've gotta be kidding me, Naruto muttered, shifting his stance. Behind him, the Black Knight began to move, its heavy footsteps echoing against the stone walls. Hey, any chance you wanna help me with these guys? Naruto got his answer. It felt a lot like being a nail introduced to a very angry hammer. You died. Through sacrifice, no souls were lost. Ring of sacrifice shattered. Naruto opened his eyes to the familiar glow of the bonfire. He sat up, rolling his shoulders and cracking his neck, his body ready to move even before his mind caught up. Sleep no longer held meaning here. Days and hours blurred together, the sun forever frozen in its place. The rhythm of Lordran ruled his life now. Fight, die, wake, repeat. And at the center of it all was the Black Knight. Every death had become a stepping stone, another lesson carved into his mind and body. Naruto's approach was meticulous now. Every time he climbed the Black Knight's tower, he summoned shadow clones, dozens of them. Half engaged the knight directly, throwing themselves into the fight, while the rest stayed back, observing every detail of the battle. The clones studied everything. The way the knight gripped its greatsword, the subtle shifts in its footwork, the precise timing of its swings. When the clones dispelled, their memories surged into Naruto's mind in a flood. He felt every clash, every wound, every mistake. Each death left him stronger, shaping his instincts and refining his movements. Between battles, he practiced. His clones mimicked the Black Knight's techniques, replicating its stances, its slashes, its devastating thrusts. The hollows on the path to the tower became his training dummies, each encounter a chance to perfect what he had learned. It didn't take long for him to realize how much of Tenten's advice didn't apply to the Zweihander. It wasn't that she'd meant to mislead him, she had taught him through the lens of her weapon, the katana. Her advice about a loose grip? Total nonsense. The first time the Black Knight's greatsword had clashed with his Zweihander, it had ripped the sword clean out of his hands. Her emphasis on stances? Misguided. The Black Knight didn't rely on rigid stances, its movements were driven by precise, fluid footwork. Don't rest your sword on your shoulder, she'd said. But the Black Knight always rested its greatsword there, using the position to generate devastating momentum. The focus on clean cuts. Perfect for a katana, but wrong for a Zweihander. The Black Knight's wide arcs weren't about precision, they were about overwhelming power. Blade alignment. While important, the Black Knight had shown him that the true key to wielding a Zweihander lay in the weight and hip movement. Despite the mistakes, Naruto couldn't deny that Tenten's guidance had given him a foundation. The basics she had drilled into him gave him the tools to spot and correct these errors. For that, he was grateful. Now, with those missteps identified, he could refine his swordsmanship into something uniquely his own. Naruto grinned, gripping the Zweihander tightly. All right, Black Knight, he muttered, stepping toward the bonfire. Let's try this again. The grip. The first thing Naruto learned from the Black Knight was its grip. It wasn't haphazard, it was deliberate. One hand rested near the guard for stability, the other gripped the pommel for leverage. The technique allowed the knight to control the sword's weight, guiding its massive swings with precision rather than brute force. Naruto mimicked the grip in his next fight, and the difference was immediate. The Zweihander felt lighter, more responsive. Over time, he refined it further. When transitioning the blade across his body, he loosened his hold on the pommel, sliding his hand up to increase mobility. The high guard. The next thing Naruto noticed was the Black Knight's high guard. It rested the greatsword on its shoulder, angling the blade forward. It wasn't just a defensive stance, it was an offensive one, meant to dominate the battlefield. Every downward strike from this position carried crushing force. Naruto mimicked the stance during his next fight. As the Black Knight approached, he rested the Zweihander on his shoulder, angling it the same way. When the knight swung, Naruto mirrored it, bringing his sword down in a wide arc. But his edge alignment was off. The clash sent his blade vibrating violently, the impact jarring his arms. The knight's greatsword continued its descent, slicing cleanly through Naruto's chest. You died. The next time, Naruto focused on refining the high guard. He summoned clones to practice edge alignment, learning to keep the blade perfectly in line with his movements. Strength wasn't enough. He needed stability. The next clash was different. Naruto met the Black Knight's downward strike with perfect edge alignment. Steel met steel in an ear-shattering impact, but this time, Naruto held firm. For the first time, he matched the Black Knight's raw power. The forward point. During one fight, Naruto noticed the Black Knight shifting into a stance where its greatsword was raised high, the tip pointed forward like a spear. The stance created a defensive wall, controlling the centerline. Naruto never saw the attack coming. The thrust pierced straight through his chest before he even registered the movement. You died. When he respawned, Naruto clutched his side where the blade had run him through. He realized the forward point wasn't just defensive, it was a stance built for precision and control. He mimicked the stance in the next fight, holding the Zweihander high with the tip extended forward. This forced him to stay balanced, keeping the blade aligned with the centerline. The Black Knight swung wide, and Naruto saw his chance. He stepped forward and thrust the Zweihander at its chest. The blade scraped against its armor, but the thrust lacked depth. The knight retaliated, slamming its greatsword into his ribs and sending him flying into the staircase. You died. It took 6 more fights before Naruto began to understand the forward point. He refined his thrusts, loosening his grip on the pommel to extend his reach. Precise footwork and patience became his weapons. The Fool's Guard. The most puzzling stance Naruto encountered was one he came to call the Fool's Guard. The Black Knight would lower its greatsword entirely, holding it loosely as if uninterested in the fight. Its entire body seemed open, exposed. The first time Naruto saw it, he charged in recklessly, thinking it was an easy win. He swung with all his might, only to be impaled on a lightning-fast counter. You died. Naruto quickly realized the Fool's Guard wasn't a weakness, it was bait. A trap meant to lure opponents into overcommitting. The next time, he tried it himself. He lowered the Zweihander, mimicking the Black Knight's posture. It felt wrong, his entire body vulnerable. But when the knight lunged, Naruto was ready. He pivoted, stepping back and bringing the Zweihander around in a wide arc. The blade connected, slamming into the knight's armor with enough force to make it stagger. For the first time, Naruto saw the Black Knight react. Its stance shifted slightly, its movements more aggressive. Naruto grinned, gripping his Zweihander tightly. Let's keep going. You died. Naruto stared into the flickering flames of the bonfire, the crackling fire filling the quiet room. He exhaled slowly, his grin tinged with exhaustion. A dozen deaths, he muttered to himself, leaning forward, his elbows resting on his knees. And 4,000 clones popped. He rolled his shoulders, the Zweihander shifting easily in his grip, its weight no longer foreign. Time to end this dance, Naruto whispered. Slipping into the Fool's Guard, the greatsword dangling lazily at his side, he marched out of the room. The moment Naruto stepped onto the bridge, the familiar twang of a crossbow filled the air. He didn't flinch. His left hand shifted slightly, tilting the pommel of the Zweihander to adjust the blade's angle. Clink. The arrow ricocheted harmlessly off the edge of the blade. Naruto's feet twisted sharply, his grip tightening as the Zweihander followed. With a diagonal sweep, the blade carved through the neck of a hollow rushing at him. Blood sprayed in an arc, and the hollow crumpled to the stone floor, lifeless. Another arrow hissed toward him, but this time Naruto dodged, pivoting on his heel and dropping low. He used the momentum to transition into a thrust, driving the Zweihander's tip clean through the throat of the crossbow-wielding hollow. He didn't pause to catch his breath. Firebombs exploded behind him, but Naruto kept marching forward, his boots echoing against the stone as his focus remained unshaken. A hollow burst out from behind a door, its spear aimed for his stomach. Naruto shifted into the forward point stance, the Zweihander poised like a coiled predator. As the spear lunged for him, he sidestepped and brought the blade down in a sweeping arc, cleaving the hollow cleanly in half. Further ahead, the metallic growls of war axe hollows echoed off the walls. Naruto raised his Zweihander into the high guard, the massive blade resting on his shoulder as he stepped forward, measured and deliberate. One hollow swung first, its axe slicing down with brutal force. Naruto pivoted just outside the arc of the swing, and as the hollow overextended, he brought the Zweihander down in a devastating counter. The blade tore through its exposed side, sending it crashing to the ground. The second hollow didn't hesitate. It lunged with a horizontal slash aimed for Naruto's neck. Naruto shifted into the low guard, dropping into a crouch as the axe passed harmlessly overhead. In one fluid motion, he thrust upward, the Zweihander's tip punching through the hollow's chin and into its skull. Naruto gave a sharp nod, summoning a clone to deal with the hollows inside the shop as he ascended the stairs. At the top, 3 hollows waited for him, 2 with swords and 1 in the back clutching firebombs. Naruto slipped into the forward point stance, angling his blade to cover his body as the 2 sword-wielding hollows charged. The first hollow swung high, and Naruto sidestepped left, flicking his blade upward to deflect the attack. The second came in low, aiming for his legs. Naruto transitioned into the Fool's Guard, his open stance drawing the hollow forward, its blade arcing for an easy strike. He ducked low and twisted, using the movement to bring the Zweihander around in a sweeping slash. Both hollows fell in one fluid motion, their bodies collapsing in a spray of blood. The firebomb hollow took aim, but Naruto was already moving. He kicked one of the fallen corpses, using it as a shield. The firebomb exploded against it, giving him enough time to close the gap and thrust his blade through the hollow's chest. Naruto gestured to his clones to deal with the crossbow hollows as he descended the stairs to face 3 spear-wielding enemies below. Let's see how well this works, Naruto muttered, adjusting his grip as he dropped into the low guard. The first hollow lunged with a quick thrust. Naruto sidestepped, angling the Zweihander to deflect the spear's shaft. The second hollow followed immediately, its spear jabbing at his left side. Naruto twisted, raising the greatsword to parry the attack, forcing the weapon wide. Naruto surged forward, closing the gap. He transitioned into a brutal overhead slash that split the first hollow in 2. The remaining 2 hollows moved in sync, one thrusting high while the other aimed low. Naruto backstepped, his blade in the forward point stance, blocking the high thrust while his footwork shifted to avoid the lower strike. He pivoted sharply, spinning the Zweihander in a wide, sweeping arc that forced both hollows to retreat. Seizing the moment, Naruto lunged forward, driving the blade through the chest of the second hollow. The final hollow snarled, its spear snapping forward in desperation. Naruto stepped into the Fool's Guard, the relaxed stance luring the hollow closer. As it lunged, he twisted sharply, bringing the Zweihander up in a vicious uppercut. The blade tore through the hollow, sending it flying backward over the wall. Naruto exhaled, resting the Zweihander on his shoulder. His eyes flicked toward the familiar tower in the distance, its shadow looming ominously over the battlefield. Almost there, he muttered. His lips curled into a grin as he marched forward, ready for the Black Knight. It felt strange, almost surreal, walking down the stairs toward the Black Knight. Through dozens of deaths and countless battles, Naruto realized he no longer viewed the knight solely as an enemy. It was something more, a master, in its own way. The familiar figure of the Black Knight came into view, standing as silent and imposing as ever. Naruto paused at the base of the stairs, lowering his blade for a moment. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves as he gazed at the knight. I don't know if you can understand me, he began. But, thank you. You've taught me more in these fights than any teacher ever has. I'll never forget what I've learned from you, even if your lesson ends with me dying again. He smiled faintly behind his helmet, a flicker of warmth in a place so cold and hostile. I stand here as the squire of Oscar of Astora, and whether I live or die, I'll honor what you've taught me. Naruto raised his blade, slipping into the Fool's Guard, ready for the battle that awaited him. The Black Knight closed the distance in 2 powerful strides, its greatsword cutting through the air in a ferocious downward arc. Naruto pivoted to his left, shifting his weight onto his back foot as he stepped out of the strike's path. The Zweihander shot upward in a sweeping counter slash aimed at the knight's unguarded flank. Clang! The Black Knight twisted at the last moment, its shield catching the blow. Sparks burst from the collision, and the knight retaliated instantly, transitioning into a brutal upward slash. Naruto barely managed to deflect the strike, sliding his hand up the Zweihander's hilt for better leverage. The impact sent vibrations up his arms, forcing him to backpedal. The greatsword came crashing down in a savage overhead strike. Naruto barely managed to sidestep, the blade slamming into the stone floor with a deafening crack as the boy swung the Zweihander in a horizontal arc. Clang! The Black Knight's shield shot up, absorbing the blow. It retaliated immediately, slamming the edge of its shield into Naruto's ribs with bone-crushing force. The impact launched Naruto backward like a ragdoll, slamming him into the unyielding stone wall with bone-rattling force. His elite knight armor absorbed much of the blow, the thick plating denting inward, but the sheer force still tore through his body. A sharp, searing pain stabbed through his side, and he felt the unmistakable snap of at least 3 ribs. One pierced deep into the soft tissue near his diaphragm, while another pressed dangerously close to his left lung. Blood spattered from his mouth in a crimson arc as the shock reverberated through his chest. He gasped for air, each breath shallow and wet, and the acrid taste of copper filled his throat. His kidney throbbed fiercely, likely ruptured, and a deep, Pulsing ache in his lower abdomen told him that internal bleeding was already flooding his body. The cracked stone behind him bore the impression of his impact, dust and small fragments cascading around him. For a moment, his vision blurred, the edges darkening as nausea swept over him. The Black Knight pressed its advantage, charging forward with terrifying momentum. Its blade swung low, aiming to cleave Naruto's legs clean off. Naruto raised the Zweihander just in time, angling it downward to parry the strike. The impact sent a violent jolt through his arms, numbing his fingers. The Black Knight followed with a spinning underhand slash. Naruto ducked, the blade whistling over his head and carving a deep gouge into the wall behind him. Dust and stone rained down, the already cramped space growing more chaotic. Naruto twisted, shifting into the low guard as he thrust upward, aiming for the knight's exposed torso. The tip of the Zweihander scraped against its armor, leaving a shallow cut, but the knight responded with a brutal backhanded swing. The greatsword caught Naruto across the shoulder, slicing through his armor and flesh. Blood sprayed in a violent arc as Naruto staggered back. Stay focused, he told himself, gritting his teeth against the searing pain. The Black Knight didn't relent. It lunged with a forward thrust, its blade tearing through the narrow space like a spear. Naruto sidestepped, but the blade grazed his side, ripping through his armor and leaving a deep, bloody gash. He hissed in pain, countering with a diagonal slash from the high guard. The Zweihander slammed into the knight's shoulder, the sheer force denting its blackened armor. The impact staggered the knight for half a second, but it recovered instantly, twisting its blade into an upward slash. Naruto tried to block, but the strike was too fast, the greatsword ripping through his gauntlet and slicing into his forearm. Blood poured from the wound, dripping onto the stone floor as Naruto growled through clenched teeth. The two circled each other, their boots grinding against the blood-soaked stone. Naruto feinted left, dropping into the fool's guard again to bait the knight into attacking. The Black Knight lunged, its blade cutting a deadly arc. Naruto pivoted, slipping to its side as he brought the Zweihander around in a wide, sweeping slash. The blade struck true, carving deep into the knight's side. Blackened blood oozed from the wound, staining the ground beneath it. But the Black Knight didn't falter. It spun on its heel, bringing its massive shield around in a brutal bash aimed squarely at Naruto's chest. Naruto reacted instantly, shifting his grip on the Zweihander into a half-sorting technique. One hand grasped the blade's center while the other held the hilt, angling the flat of the sword to meet the incoming shield. Clang! The impact reverberated like a bell, the sheer force of it vibrating through Naruto's arms and shoulders. Wisps of his chakra escaped from his arms, dissipating into the air like smoke. Steam hissed from his wounds, his body slowly knitting itself back together under the strain. You're really not making this easy, huh? The Black Knight lunged with a thrust. Naruto dropped into the forward point, deflecting the blade with a sharp angle of his sword. The knight's momentum carried it forward, and Naruto twisted his hips, transitioning into a horizontal slash that tore into the back of its knee. The knight staggered, its balance faltering, and Naruto seized the opening. He shifted into a brutal overhead slash aimed for the knight's neck. The Black Knight raised its shield at the last second, the impact reverberating like a cannon blast. The force was enough to send the knight sliding back a few feet, but it recovered almost instantly, retaliating with a spinning underhand strike. Naruto jumped back. The knight pressed forward, its attacks relentless. A four-hit combo erupted. An overhead slash, a sweeping horizontal cut, a spinning underhand strike, and a thrust. Naruto's world narrowed to steel and blood. He parried the first strike, sidestepped the second, ducked under the third, and deflected the thrust with a desperate angle of his blade. Each move came with a cost. Every parry sent jolts of pain through his battered arms, and every dodge left him open to grazing cuts. Finally, Naruto saw his chance. As the knight recovered from its thrust, Naruto dropped into the fool's guard, lowering his blade as if exhausted. The Black Knight lunged again, aiming for his heart. Naruto twisted sharply, bringing the Zweihander up in a vicious uppercut. The blade tore through the knight's torso, blackened blood spraying across the room as the knight staggered back. Naruto didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, raising the Zweihander into the high guard. With every ounce of strength he had left, he brought the blade down in a crushing overhead strike. The Black Knight tried to raise its sword to block, but it was too slow. The Zweihander cleaved through its helmet, splitting it down the middle. The knight crumpled to its knees, its greatsword clattering to the ground. For a moment, Naruto stood over the fallen knight, his chest heaving, blood dripping from his wounds onto the shattered stone floor. It was an honor to fight you, he muttered, raising his blade for the final blow. With a single swing, it was over. Naruto reached up, fumbling with the straps of his dented helmet before pulling it off with a trembling hand. Sweat dripped from his matted hair, mixing with the blood streaking down his face from a gash on his forehead. His left cheek was swollen and bruised, smeared with more dried blood from a split lip, while the sharp metallic tang of it filled his mouth. Naruto coughed harshly, spitting out a glob of blood onto the cold stone floor. His breathing was ragged, each inhale scraping against his ribs, which still throbbed with pain from the crushing shield bash. The armor pressing against his side was sticky with blood, likely from a deep cut just beneath his ribs. He could feel the warmth of it trickling down his torso, soaking into his gambeson. He stared at the ghostly figure of the knight, his body hunched slightly as exhaustion settled into every fiber of his being. Pain radiated from his arms, his muscles twitching and torn from the repeated strain of wielding the Zweihander. His left knee buckled slightly under him, the joint screaming from where the Black Knight's blade had clipped him in a desperate parry. Reaching into his pouch with his free hand, Naruto pulled out his Estus flask, its warm golden glow a stark contrast to the blood-slicked floor around him. He brought it to his lips and drank deeply, the liquid flowing down his throat like liquid fire. Warmth flooded through him, radiating from his chest outward. He winced as his body began to heal, the gash on his forehead knitting itself together, the bruises fading, and the sharp pain in his ribs dulling to a faint ache. He flexed his fingers, feeling the strength return to them as the warmth settled into his limbs. Naruto wiped his bloodied mouth with the back of his hand, his sweat-soaked hair clinging to his temples. Suddenly, the Black Knight's armored body convulsed violently. Then, a faint white light began to seep from the cracks and seams in its darkened armor. Naruto instinctively stepped back, dragging his Zweihander free. The heavy blade scraped against the stone floor as he watched the light intensify. The knight's body seemed to glow from within, its blackened steel burning with a brilliance that was almost blinding. Then, piece by piece, the armor crumbled into ash, scattering in the faint, cold breeze of the tower. From the ashes, a figure emerged. A white, spectral image of the Black Knight hovered in place, flickering like dying embers. Its ghostly form was striking. Both arms raised high and wide, palms open, chest pushed forward, the Y pose frozen in a triumphant stance. Naruto blinked, his breath heavy, his heart still hammering from the brutal fight. He tightened his grip on the Zweihander, unsure if this was the knight's final act of defiance or something else entirely. Are you praising me? The Black Knight's spectral form didn't answer. It lingered for a moment longer, as if frozen in reverence, or maybe pride, before slowly dissipating into a glowing orb of light. The soul orb hovered, shimmering faintly, before drifting toward Naruto. He had done it. After countless deaths, hundreds of clones shattered, and hours of relentless training, he had defeated the Black Knight. The impossible challenge he had thrown himself into was finally over. A grin flickered across his bloodied lips, but it quickly faded as a thought began to take root in his mind. What were these knights? Naruto glanced at the pile of ash where the Black Knight had stood, his brow furrowing. They weren't like the Hollows. The Hollows were mindless, driven by rage and emptiness. The Black Knight was different. Every movement it made, every swing of its massive greatsword, was deliberate. Precise. And that ghostly form, was it honor? Was it defiance? Or was it something else? He tightened his grip on the Zweihander, his eyes narrowing. It didn't feel like anger. The knight's stance before it dissolved felt solemn, like it had acknowledged him. Honored the fight. Naruto shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He glanced down the hallway. At the far end, something glinted faintly in the dim light. His prize. Dragging his aching body forward, he reached the item. Item acquired. Blue Tearstone Ring. Description. The rare gem called Tearstone has the uncanny ability to sense imminent death. This blue tearstone from Katarina boosts the defense of its wearer when in danger. Naruto grinned, turning the ring over in his hand. The cracked blue gem gleamed faintly, its surface catching the light like ripples on water. The silver band was simple, almost humble, but there was power in its quiet elegance. Not bad, he muttered, his voice rough and tired. He unslung another Estus flask, the cool glass clinking against his armor as he raised it to his lips. The golden light of the flask poured into him, washing over his broken body. Sliding the ring onto his finger, Naruto flexed his hand, feeling the weight of it settle against his skin. He exhaled, a tired chuckle escaping him as he glanced back toward the hallway where the Black Knight once stood. 12 deaths, he muttered, shaking his head. 12 times running the same path, fighting the same hollows, dying to that guy over and over. He paused, staring at the ring. And now, it's mine. A faint smirk tugged at the corners of his lips, but his thoughts lingered on the fight. Then, his eyes flicked to the corner of the screen. Souls. 15,200. The number hung there, glowing faintly. His smirk widened. Time to level up, he muttered, slinging the Zweihander over his shoulder as he turned toward the bonfire. Behind him, the remains of the Black Knight lay in silence, its ashes scattered across the cold stone floor. Naruto ascended the staircase, the blue tearstone ring catching the sunlight as he emerged from the shadowy stairwell into the open air. He stopped at a landing, glancing between two paths, the familiar descent to the bonfire or the unknown climb ahead. A grin spread across his face, his hand tightening on the Zweihander. Forward it is, he muttered, taking the first step upward. The stone stairs wound upward, narrow and claustrophobic, when suddenly a strange rumbling reached his ears. What the? Naruto barely got the words out before a flaming barrel came hurtling down the stairs toward him, its fiery glow illuminating the shadows as it picked up speed. Oh, come on, Naruto shouted, summoning a fireball with a quick hand sign. Without thinking, he hurled it at the barrel. Bad idea. The fireball struck the barrel dead center, and for a split second, Naruto thought it had worked. Then the barrel exploded in a fiery burst, sending smaller, burning chunks of metal ricocheting down the stairs like deadly pinballs. Great idea, Naruto, he scolded himself, leaping backward. He twisted in the air, flipping gracefully before landing on an uneven platform outside the staircase. His foot caught on something, and he stumbled, arms flailing. But the iron-rusted ring kicked in, stabilizing him just before he could topple over. Looking around, he realized he'd landed on a forgotten patch of stone, overgrown with thick weeds and vines. The once pristine masonry was barely visible beneath layers of moss and decay, like a garden lost to time. Beneath his boots, something solid creaked, an old wooden chest hidden in the undergrowth. Well, don't mind if I do. He kicked the weeds aside and flipped the chest open. Inside was a small container filled with golden sap, faint sparks dancing across its surface. Item: gold pine resin. Description: rare pine resin that emits golden sparks. Applies lightning to a weapon. Effective against enemies resistant to magic or fire, and particularly devastating against dragon-related foes. Naruto read the description and let out a low whistle. Lightning. Oh, this is going to be awesome. Eagerly, he scooped out a handful of the resin and smeared it along the Zweihander's blade. The effect was immediate. The resin spread like liquid energy, coating the steel in golden light. Sparks crackled and hissed along the edge of the sword, the air around it humming with static. Naruto flexed his hands as the tingling sensation traveled up his arms. His grin turned feral. All right, time to test this baby out. He spotted his target. A hollow hunched over the top, shoving another flaming barrel into position. You! Naruto yelled, pointing the crackling Zweihander at the hollow. You're so dead. Channeling chakra into his legs, he vanished in a blur of speed, the Shunshin no Jutsu propelling him forward. The hollow barely had time to turn before Naruto's blade came down in a sweeping arc. The Zweihander sliced through the hollow with ease, the golden sparks igniting as they coursed through its body. The hollow crumpled to the ground, its charred remains smoking faintly, the lightning still dancing along its severed halves. Naruto stood over the smoldering corpse, raising the crackling Zweihander high above his head. I have the power, he shouted, grinning ear to ear. With the hollow dealt with, Naruto climbed the remaining stairs to find himself on a new floor. A single wooden door stood in front of him, framed by moss-covered stone walls. He grabbed the handle and twisted it, but it didn't budge. Locked, Naruto grumbled, shooting the door a glare. Why is every door in this place always locked? For a moment, he stared at the door, wishing he'd picked the thief class. That master key thing probably would have solved so many of my problems. Shaking his head, Naruto sighed. No use crying over bitter ramen. Then his stomach growled loudly, cutting him off. He paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Wait. Bitter ramen. That could actually be good. Oh man, when I get back, I'll have to pitch this to Ayame. With a grin at the thought, Naruto turned away from the locked door and climbed the narrow, spiraling staircase. The higher he climbed, the more the tower changed. The cold stone walls gave way to splintered wooden beams and piles of broken barrels. Finally, the stairs came to an abrupt stop, the path to the roof destroyed long ago. Instead, a side passage opened onto a wall walk. Naruto stepped out, his boots clinking softly against the uneven stone. The path stretched ahead, broken and jagged in places, a relic of a time long past. To his left, a breathtaking view unfolded. Jagged mountains pierced the fog, their peaks veiled in mist. Pillars of golden light broke through the clouds, casting the valleys below in a dreamlike glow. For a moment, Naruto's worries faded, replaced by awe at the sheer beauty of the world. To his right, the grand castle loomed. Its towering spires reached for the heavens, their intricate stonework carved with the precision of a master craftsman. The castle was both beautiful and intimidating, a monument to power and age. Naruto stood there, caught between wonder and unease. Man, this place really is something else. Then he heard it. A deep, thunderous slam echoed across the wall walk, shaking the stone beneath his feet. Naruto froze, his heart skipping a beat as he slowly turned toward the source. At the far end of the wall walk, a massive creature lumbered into view, monstrous and primal. Its body was a horrifying fusion of beast and humanoid. Thick, muscular limbs rippled with raw power, and its rough, dark skin was streaked with patches of fur. Its head resembled a bull, with glowing yellow eyes that burned like embers and two massive, curved horns jutting from its skull-like face. In its clawed hands, it held a crude, massive weapon, a brutal axe-like blade that looked capable of cleaving the wall itself in half. The Taurus demon hunched low, its glowing eyes locking onto Naruto with deadly intent. It raised its weapon high and slammed it into the stone with a deafening boom, shaking loose bits of debris. For a second, fear crept into his chest. But then the cackle of the lightning on his blade seemed to whisper a challenge of its own. Naruto grinned, steadying his grip on the Zweihander. What am I afraid of? He muttered, his confidence growing. I've killed the asylum demon. I've taken down a black knight. And now, his grin widened as he crouched low, the Zweihander humming with electric energy in his hands. I'm going to add you to the list. Name: Taurus Demon HP 1215 1215. Naruto stood his ground, taking the fool's stance, the Zweihander hanging low as if he barely cared to hold it. His body language screamed vulnerability, an open invitation for the Taurus demon to attack. It worked. The beast crouched, its massive legs tensing like coiled springs. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Here it comes. The Taurus demon leapt high into the air, bringing its massive great axe down in a thunderous vertical smash. Naruto jumped back just in time, the axe slamming into the wall walk with enough force to crack the stone and send dust flying everywhere. But Naruto didn't wait to admire the destruction. With a burst of shunshin, he closed the gap, aiming the Zweihander directly at the demon's eye. The blade shot forward like a spear, but the Taurus demon tilted its head at the last moment. The Zweihander met the beast's horn with a resounding clang, sparks flying in all directions. The force reverberated through Naruto's arms as he felt the blade deflect, his hands nearly slipping from the hilt. The Taurus demon responded with a horizontal slash of its great axe, the massive weapon cutting through the air with terrifying speed. Substitution Jutsu. A split second later, the axe cleaved through a log, turning it into a fine spray of sawdust. Naruto reappeared midair above the demon, his Zweihander crackling with lightning as he prepared a plunge attack. He brought the blade down with everything he had. Lightning erupted from the blade as it connected with the demon's horn, slicing it clean off. The Taurus demon let out a deafening roar, staggering back from the sheer force of the attack. Ha! Gotcha! Naruto shouted, his confidence surging as he landed gracefully on the wall walk. He prepared to go for another strike, but then it happened. A sharp sound whistled through the air. Way of focality kicked in, showing him the threat, a pair of arrows. Too late. Both arrows slammed into Naruto's bicep, pain lancing through his arm as his grip on the Zweihander faltered. His attention wavered, just for a moment. The Taurus demon didn't need more than that. Its great axe swept across in a wide, brutal horizontal slash, and everything went black. You died. Through sacrifice, no souls were lost. Ring of sacrifice shattered. Naruto groaned as he woke up back in his room. Of course, there had to be some stupid crossbow hollows in that fight, he muttered, sitting up and rubbing his temples. Because fighting a giant bull demon with a great axe isn't hard enough already, right? He pinched the bridge of his nose, sighing. Thankfully, his backup plan had worked. The clone he'd stationed at the bonfire with a ring of sacrifice had preserved his souls. It wasn't elegant, but it worked. All right, Naruto muttered, glancing at the clock on the wall. Should probably be heading to Training Ground 7 right now, but Kakashi's always late anyway. With a grin, he broke the dark sign in his hand, feeling the familiar pull as he was transported back to Lordran. I want my round 2. Fair and square, this time Feebag. Datbayo. In the Barrier Core HQ, the room hummed with activity. Chakra monitors blinked in steady rhythms, operators logged data, and people bustled between stations. Yet one figure stood out. Fu, the ever-stoic sentinel of the Barrier Core, who was currently sweating buckets. Fu. You good? Fu didn't look up, his face as calm and emotionless as ever. Yes. But the sweat told a different story. Fu's fingers hovered over the controls as he worked to mask Naruto Uzumaki's chaotic chakra activity. The boy had been using his space-time ninjutsu constantly for the last few hours, and it was driving Fu to the edge. You're sweating like you just ran a marathon. I am fine, Fu replied in his monotone voice, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief. In reality, Fu's mind was spiraling. Naruto's chakra signature kept blinking on and off the radar like a broken light bulb. Every time it disappeared, Fu had to tweak the barrier's readings to make sure no one noticed. If he didn't, an automatic report would be sent to the Hokage's office about the boy's sudden death. Why? Fu thought as he adjusted the readings for the 13th time in as many minutes. Why is he using it so much? Does he enjoy torturing me? You sure you're okay? You look like you're about to pass out. For the mission, Fu whispered under his breath, the faintest hint of frustration creeping into his usually emotionless tone. What was that? Sora asked. Fu cleared his throat. Nothing. For the mission. For the mission, Fu chanted silently in his mind, trying to keep himself composed. But it wasn't working. This was the first time in years, decades, that Fu had felt anything remotely resembling frustration, and it was all thanks to one loud, unpredictable ninja. Stupid boy, Fu muttered under his breath as Naruto's chakra signature blinked out again. Wait. Did you just talk smack about someone? Are you okay? Who are you, and what have you done with Fu? Fu remained silent, his calm mask slipping for just a moment as he resisted the urge to slam his fist into the console. Naruto found himself back at the bonfire, a small smile creeping across his face. Sliding on the ring of sacrifice, he summoned a clone, as had become his routine. So, what's the plan? You running straight to the demon again, or? Naruto shook his head, cracking his knuckles. Not yet. First, I need to level up and show that oversized bull who's really stronger. The clone nodded, watching as Naruto pulled up the glowing system screen. His fingers hovered over the stats list before dumping a massive chunk of his souls into strength. Strength. 17 right pointing arrow 24, R weapon 1. 169 right pointing arrow 190. The instant the change locked in, Naruto's entire body felt different. His muscles tensed, and a deep warmth surged through his arms and chest, like every fiber of his being had been fortified. His grip around the Zweihander's handle felt more natural now, his arms no longer straining to control its weight. Man, I feel like I could punch through a wall right now, Naruto muttered, clenching his fist. The clone smirked. Plus, you can finally one-hand that giant slab of steel you call a sword. Naruto grinned at that thought, but the clone leaned forward, tapping on the floating screen. Hey, you've got enough for one more level. Maybe instead of just strength, try adding a point to each stat and see what changes. You know, experiment a little. Naruto considered it, then nodded. Good idea. He selected each stat one at a time and scratched his head. So, let's just go with dexterity. More damage is always good, right? The clone shrugged. Works for me. Naruto locked in the point. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Level: 11 right pointing arrow 19. Covenant: Way of White. Souls: 1.8k. Reek Souls: 2601. Attributes: Vitality: 10. Attunement: 12. Endurance: 11. Strength: 17 right pointing arrow 24. Dexterity: 10 right pointing arrow 11. Resistance: 12. Intelligence: 10. Faith: 8. Humanity: 1. Stats: HP: 573 573. Stamina: 93. Equip load: 39.1 51.0. Weapon stats: R weapon 1, 192. R weapon 240. L weapon 157. L weapon 220. Defense: Physical defense: 274 44. VS strike: 267. VS slash: 310.7. VS thrust: 274. Magic defense: 145.5 44. Flame defense: 153 44. Lightning defense: 127.7 43. Resistances: Poise: 46. Bleed resist: 118.3. Poison resist: 92.4. Curse resist: 30. Miscellaneous. Item discovery: 120. Attunement slots: 2. Attunement slot 1, Fireball times 8. Attunement slot 2, Force times 21. Naruto dismissed the screen, standing up and stretching. Alright, time to see what all this strength can do. The boy strode out of the room, moving with a newfound confidence. As he rounded a corner, an arrow zipped toward him. He dodged with ease, sidestepping and closing the gap between himself and the hollow archer in an instant. His fist shot forward in a devastating hook. No chakra, no nothing, just pure, raw strength. The impact tore straight through the hollow's chest, his bloody fist erupting out of its back. Bone splintered, and blood sprayed as the hollow crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Naruto blinked, staring at the gory mess his hand had made. Quote. Whoa, I'm a freaking monster. Another hollow lunged at him, sword raised, but before it could get close, a kunai whizzed through the hollow's skull. Its body collapsed as Naruto caught the kunai midair, turning to see his clone staring slack-jawed. The clone pointed. Did you see that? Naruto smirked, tossing the kunai into the air and catching it again. I think you're right. We definitely need more of this. Agreed. Naruto turned, cracking his neck as he headed toward the Black Knight and Taurus Demon. His Zweihander rested on his shoulder. He was stronger now, faster, sharper, and deadlier. The clone called after him, throwing up his hands. Wait, what am I supposed to do here? Kick rocks while I kick ass, Datbeo. Naruto grabbed the axe-wielding hollow by the arm, spun it around, and slammed it into the stone wall with his bare hands. The impact shattered its bones, the body crumpling like discarded parchment. As he stepped out onto the narrow balcony, he spotted the familiar, hunched figure of the undead merchant. It's you. The merchant snarled, his yellowed teeth bared in an ugly grin. Still skulking about, You haven't forgotten about that reinforced club, have you? I'm not paying for something I didn't buy, Naruto replied curtly. But I thought you were all about doing business, not holding grudges. Fine, the merchant said. We'll deal with that little misunderstanding later. For now, what can I do for you, dear customer? I want to buy that residence key. Straight to the point, Good. That'll be 1,000 souls. A fair price, wouldn't you say? Especially in these treacherous times. Nay he. Naruto frowned but pulled up his soul count. Souls. 2354. Fine, he muttered, reluctantly handing over the souls. The merchant plucked a long, dark metal key from his wares and handed it over, the jagged teeth glinting faintly in the light. Name: Residence Key. Description: Key to a residence in the Undead Burg. The simple, sturdy locks in the burg are no match for this common key, capable of opening multiple doors. Naruto turned the key in his hand, examining it. So, this'll open all those locked doors I've seen around. Some of them, sure. Not all, though. Naruto nodded. What about that door that leads down? Ah, you mean the lower undead burg. That one's sealed tight, thanks to some sorcery. Those poor fools were trying to keep out a goat demon, you see. A goat demon? Yes, a real nasty piece of work. It moved in not too long ago. Why, I could feel its foul presence even up here. And it's not the only thing you should be wary of. There's that humongous drake up above, and a bull demon, too. If you stick around these parts, it might just be your grave. Nay hee hee hee. Naruto took a mental note of that, but as he turned to leave, the merchant called out. Wait, before you go, look at that big slab of iron you're swinging around. I'd strongly recommend repairing it before it snaps in two like a twig. Naruto pulled out the Zweihander, giving it a quick inspection. Sure enough, faint scratches and tiny cracks marred the blade's edge. He frowned, pulling out a pouch of repair powder and sprinkling it along the blade. The shimmering golden glow sealed up the cracks, leaving the steel polished and pristine. See, fixed it, Naruto said smugly, sheathing the blade. The merchant squinted at him, unimpressed. Try that on your armor next, genius. Naruto hesitated, then pulled off his helmet and sprinkled some powder on it. The glow only filled in the tiniest cracks, leaving larger dents untouched. Thought you'd get away with powder alone. Nay hee hee. For armor, you'll need proper tools. The merchant pulled out a small wooden box, opening it to reveal a grinding stone and rough cloth. This'll do the trick. How much? 3,000 souls, the merchant said, his grin sharpening. Figures, Naruto muttered, glaring at the merchant. You're just trying to scam me to get back at me for that stupid club. Ungrateful brat. The merchant snapped. Not only are you ignoring sound advice, but you're also refusing to take responsibility. Fine. Keep fighting in that busted up tin can. I'll be here when it shatters on you. I'll take my chances. Later. Rip-off artist. The merchant's mocking laughter followed the boy as he stalked off. Don't wait too long, my friend. Remember, broken gear means broken dreams. Nay hee hee hee. Naruto groaned under his breath. Man, I hate that guy. Naruto tore through the remaining hollows like clockwork, his movements fluid and efficient. After so many loops, it wasn't even worth drawing the Zweihander anymore, just fists and kata were enough. He sidestepped a clumsy slash, grabbed the hollow by the head, and twisted sharply, the sickening snap of its neck echoing through the narrow hallway. Next, Naruto muttered as he made his way toward the Black Knight, eager to test his new strength. But the moment he entered, his excitement fizzled. The path was empty. What the? Naruto muttered, frowning. He scanned the area, expecting the knight to appear from the shadows. He scratched his head, confusion mounting. Did I beat it for good? That doesn't make sense. Doesn't everything reset in this world? Still grumbling, he continued up the stairs, hoping for a flaming barrel to come rolling his way. But the staircase was unnervingly still. Naruto dodged an incoming spear thrust from a hollow at the top of the stairs. His fist shot out, the jab sending the hollow stumbling backward. Before it could recover, Naruto yanked the spear from its grip, pulling the hollow toward him and driving his knee into its chest with bone-crunching force. Why is the Black Knight gone? Naruto growled, tossing the hollow aside. Reaching the tower's locked door, Naruto fished out the residence key he'd bought earlier. Sliding it into the lock, he turned it, and nothing happened. You've got to be kidding me. Naruto stared at the door, dumbfounded, before groaning. Don't tell me I got scammed again. Frustrated, he slammed his fist into the door, only to be met with a sudden pulse. A shimmering barrier of blue light rippled across the wood, absorbing the force of his punch. Naruto blinked. What the hell? The door stood unscathed, the barrier flickering faintly before fading back into invisibility. Naruto huffed, turning away. Fine, you stupid door. Guess I'll just take my anger out on the Taurus demon instead. Naruto climbed the staircase to the top of the tower, only to find the final section of stairs destroyed. With a shrug, he began walking up the walls themselves, his chakra keeping him anchored to the stone. Reaching the top, He stepped onto the roof just as two crossbow hollows turned and fired their bolts at him. Naruto disappeared in a flash, reappearing directly in front of the first hollow. He spun into a devastating tornado kick, the force obliterating the hollow's crossbow and sending it flying. Before it could even hit the ground, Naruto followed up with a side kick, slamming the hollow into the stone wall so hard it was reduced to a bloody paste. The second hollow unsheathed its sword, charging at him with a wild swing. Naruto brought up the Zweihander, blocking the strike with ease. The clash rang out, sparks flying as the smaller weapon glanced off his massive blade. With a swift counter, Naruto cleaved through the hollow, cutting it down in one precise cut. He exhaled, letting the Zweihander rest on his shoulder as he turned to the real challenge. Across the wall walk, perched atop the far tower, sat the Taurus demon. The massive beast glared at him with glowing yellow eyes. For a brief moment, they locked gazes, and then the demon moved. Naruto's heart skipped a beat as the Taurus demon leapt from its tower, the stone beneath it cracking under its massive weight. The massive monster soared through the air, its glowing eyes locked onto Naruto. Nope, nope, nope. Naruto yelled, quickly forming a hand sign. In a flash of speed, he used Shunshin no Jutsu, disappearing just as the demon's massive form crashed onto the wall walk. Naruto reappeared further down the path, skidding to a stop as he turned around, half expecting the Taurus demon's sheer weight to send it crashing through the floor and into the tower below. But instead of the stone crumbling, his eyes widened in shock. A faint blue shimmer spread across the tower's surface where the demon landed, holding firm against the impact. What the hell? Naruto muttered, staring at the glowing barrier that had briefly flared up. It's like this tower was made to not be broken. Naruto shook off his surprise, quickly pulling the golden pine resin from his inventory. He smeared the resin along the Zweihander's blade, watching as golden lightning sparked to life, crackling and hissing with energy that made the air feel alive. The demon raised its massive weapon, adopting a predatory stance as it let out another ear-splitting roar. Naruto smirked, stepping forward, the lightning on his blade casting flickering shadows across his face. All right, you overgrown cow. Let's see what you've got. The Taurus demon raised its massive, jagged great axe above its head, not to swing but to throw. With a guttural roar, it hurled the weapon like a spinning disc, the blade slicing through the air with a high-pitched whine. Naruto leapt backward just in time, the great axe slamming into the stone wall walk. The impact was devastating. The stone cracked and shattered, chunks of debris flying in all directions as a massive crater formed where the weapon struck. The force of the hit caused nearby sections of the wall to crumble, leaving jagged edges and exposed gaps. Naruto's eyes widened as he landed on his feet, his breathing uneven. Okay. Let's not get hit by that, he muttered, his heart pounding. Even with his increased physical defense, he had no doubt that a single hit from that would send him straight back to the bonfire. The Taurus demon, unfazed, leapt down from its perch on the tower to retrieve its weapon. The ground shook violently as its massive frame landed with a thunderous crash, dust rising around it like a shroud. Now's my chance, Naruto thought, activating Shunshin no Jutsu to close the gap. With the Zweihander raised high, he aimed for a precise thrust to pierce the demon's chest. But it was a trap. As Naruto's blade neared the target, the Taurus demon grinned, a grotesque, mocking expression, and yanked its great axe upward. The axe's blade caught the Zweihander mid-thrust, sending shockwaves up Naruto's arms. Crap. Naruto gritted his teeth as his hands shook violently. His grip nearly faltered, but with a surge of chakra, he managed to hold onto the Zweihander. However, the strain left him staggered, and his way of focality warned him too late of the incoming attack. The Taurus demon swung its great axe in a wide horizontal arc. Naruto barely managed to react, forming a quick substitution jutsu. In a puff of smoke, he appeared above the demon. Time for a plunge attack. But the Taurus demon had learned from their earlier skirmish. It tilted its massive head upward, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto him with a sadistic gleam. With a roar, the demon dug its great axe into the stone wall walk and scooped, hurling chunks of stone and debris into the air like projectiles. Naruto's instincts kicked in. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of clones materialized around him, each reacting instantly. Clones on the ground deflected the flying projectiles with their weapons, shattering the chunks into harmless pieces. Meanwhile, The remaining clones threw themselves at each other, launching to either side of the wall walk to surround the Taurus demon. The real Naruto clung to the side of the tower, chakra anchoring his feet to the stone as he analyzed the chaos. One of his clones on the far side began hurling fireballs at the demon, each explosion lighting up the narrow battlefield. The Taurus demon turned, growling, and charged straight toward the fireball-throwing clone. The ground trembled with each thunderous step, and it was clear the demon wasn't flinching, despite taking the full brunt of the fireballs. Now, Naruto thought, pushing off the tower with chakra-enhanced speed. He blurred across the wall walk in a burst of shunshin, his Zweihander crackling with golden lightning. The moment the demon reached the fireball-throwing clone, Naruto struck. With a downward slash, he brought the massive blade onto the demon's back, cutting deep into its thick hide. Blood sprayed in an arc as a massive gash opened, golden sparks dancing along the wound. The demon roared in pain, spinning to face him, but two clones appeared behind it in perfect synchronization. Force! They shouted in unison, their hands glowing white. Shockwaves exploded from both, slamming into the Taurus demon and momentarily stunning it. Its hulking frame staggered, caught off balance. Naruto wasted no time. With another precise swing, he delivered a second downward slash, forming an X-shaped gash on the demon's back. Blood poured from the wound, and the clones moved in for a follow-up, thrusting their weapons toward its exposed sides. But then, they froze. Name: Taurus Demon. HP: 101,215. This near-death experience has awakened the memories of the demon under its master. The Taurus demon casts pyromancy, power within. The Taurus demon's body began to glow with an eerie red light. Heat radiated off its form as blood ignited along its wounds, forming a fiery aura around it. The clones faltered as a sudden wave of oppressive heat emanated from the demon, melting the air around it. Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he saw the numbers tick down. HP: 99 1215, HP: 98 1215. Wait, is that spell draining its health? Why? Before he could process it fully, the Taurus demon let out an earth-shaking roar. The force of the roar alone sent Naruto flying backward, his clones popping like balloons from the shockwave. He hit the ground hard, coughing as the impact rattled his ribs. As he staggered to his feet, he got his answer. The demon, now burning with an aura of raw, fiery rage, charged toward him with renewed speed and power. The spell's making it stronger, Naruto realized, gripping the Zweihander tightly. It's do or die now. With golden lightning crackling on his blade and sweat dripping from his brow, Naruto prepared for the final phase of the fight. The Taurus demon snarled, hefting its massive great axe high into the air. With a guttural roar, it slammed the weapon down into the stone wall walk, the sheer force of the strike creating a shockwave that snaked forward like a living serpent, tearing through the path with brutal efficiency. Chunks of stone were ripped from the ground, the cracks spreading fast toward Naruto. Naruto's hands flew into a seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Two clones appeared instantly, both moving in tandem to use the Force Miracle. White shockwaves erupted from their palms, colliding with the destructive wave of energy. For a brief moment, it seemed like they might stop the attack. But the Taurus demon's overwhelming power melted through their defense like a hot knife through butter. The clones disintegrated, popping in an instant, as the real Naruto used Shunshin no Jutsu to dart toward the relative safety of the tower. The shockwave smashed into the tower with unrelenting force. Naruto gritted his teeth, chakra anchoring him to the floor as the magic barrier surrounding the structure absorbed the brunt of the attack. The impact rattled his bones and sent a deafening crack through the air. Barrels inside the tower exploded into splinters, wood scattering like shrapnel. Among the wreckage, Naruto's sharp eyes caught something unusual. A small, stocky creature huddled inside the remnants of a shattered barrel. At first glance, it looked like a lizard, but its appearance was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. The creature's body was squat and covered in rough, uneven stone-like skin, as though it had been carved from a chunk of earth. Four short, stubby legs protruded from each side of its small frame, and its thick tail twitched slightly, curling defensively around its body. What truly stood out were the bright, blue crystals growing from its back, gleaming faintly despite being coated in dust and debris. The largest crystal jutted proudly from the center of its back, while smaller shards clustered around its sides, nestled close to the legs. Naruto bit his tongue, weighing his options. The dust still filled the air, concealing him for the moment. He didn't have much time. Two clones materialized beside him. You, Naruto whispered to the clone, pointing to the injured creature. Take that thing and get it to safety. You go up and attack the demon. The clone nodded, darting forward to scoop up the crystal lizard before leaping down the stairs to tend to its wounds. Meanwhile, Naruto transformed himself into a broken barrel, hiding among the debris as he waited for the dust to clear. The Taurus demon snarled, scanning the area, its yellow eyes glowing as the dust began to settle. Suddenly, a fireball streaked through the air, slamming directly into the demon's face. It howled in rage, turning just as the Naruto clone leapt from above, Zweihander raised for a plunge attack. The demon wasn't caught off guard this time. With terrifying precision, it swung its great axe upward to meet the incoming blade. For a split second, the Zweihander's edge collided with the demon's weapon, sparks flying as the two forces resisted each other. But the demon's raw power proved too much. The great axe carved through the clone's body, shattering it in a violent explosion that sent chunks of bloodied flesh and shadow fragments scattering across the wall walk. The real Naruto seized the opportunity. Now, he shouted internally, using Shunshin no Jutsu to appear on the demon's exposed flank. With all his strength, he drove the Zweihander forward in a brutal thrust. But the demon wasn't done. Its hulking muscles tensed as it shifted its momentum, swinging its great axe back with terrifying speed and force. Naruto barely had time to process the counterattack before he felt it. The great axe connected with his body like a battering ram, catching him square in the chest. The sheer force launched him backward like a ragdoll, the air leaving his lungs in an instant. He crashed into the wall of the tower with a sickening crunch. The magic barrier around the tower absorbed most of the physical damage to the structure, but the reaction sent the force rebounding into Naruto's body. Pain exploded through him as he slid down the wall, collapsing onto the stone floor. Every bone in his body felt like it had shattered. His ribs screamed in agony, his arms hung limp at his sides, and his legs refused to respond. His breathing came in shallow gasps, blood dripping from his mouth. The only reason Naruto had survived was the blue tearstone ring, the magic ring activated in his critical condition, surrounding him with a faint blue aura that shimmered like a protective shield, its energy dulling the force of the otherwise fatal blow. The worst of it, though, was the state of his armor. The once pristine armor of Oscar, the armor that had been his shield and identity in this cruel world, was now in pieces. The breastplate had been ripped apart, the gauntlets shattered, and his helmet was missing entirely. Naruto coughed, spitting blood as his half-exposed face glared at the Taurus demon. His right eye twitched, blood running down the side of his face. He was angry. No, furious, but deep down, there was fear. Raw, primal fear. His hands twitched as he tried to grip the Zweihander, but they wouldn't respond. His fingers felt like they were made of lead. At least I'm still in the tower, Naruto thought bitterly, slumping against the wall. He had come so far, gotten so strong, and yet here he was again. Broken, barely alive, clinging to scraps of survival. The warmth of the Estus flask pulled Naruto from the haze of numbness as he felt the golden liquid trickling down his throat. His vision swam as a clone knelt beside him, carefully tilting the flask to his lips. Come on, boss. Drink up, the clone urged, its voice steady but laced with urgency. Naruto groaned, his trembling hands too weak to grip the flask on his own. Golden light spread through his battered body, knitting broken bones and sealing deep gashes. The pain dulled, but it didn't disappear entirely. It took 3 full gulps, administered by the clone, before Naruto's body had recovered enough for him to lift his head. I still feel like I got hit by a mountain, Naruto muttered, managing to sit upright, though his ruined armor hung loosely on him. He saw the clone carrying the unconscious crystal lizard cradled in its arms. Hey, it's safe. The clone called out triumphantly, holding up the creature like a prize. Naruto blinked at it, still trying to gather his strength, and opened his mouth to tell the clone to get the hell out of danger. But before he could speak, the clone grinned and pointed to the system screen floating nearby. Boss, look. Naruto's blurry eyes focused as the words on the screen came into view. Victory achieved. 3,000 souls. Humanity. Homeward bone. Demon Griatax. Naruto stepped out of the tower, his eyes locked on the Taurus demon's smoldering remains. Flames crawled over the massive corpse, consuming it from the inside out. The air reeked of burning flesh, thick and acrid, while the crackling fire punctuated the silence. The demon's body was crumbling inward, undone by its final desperate spell. A shadow clone appeared beside him, waving a hand in front of its nose. Ugh! This thing stinks. Like burnt pork. It smirked, nudging him. Hey, boss, think we could turn this into Taurus demon ramen? Naruto didn't respond. His eyes remained on the burning wreckage, his fists clenched at his sides. What's wrong? Naruto exhaled slowly. We didn't win, he muttered. What? It's dead, isn't it? Yeah, Naruto said, his voice tight. But not because of me. It burned itself out. I just survived long enough for it to self-destruct. The words twisted in his chest, bitter and heavy. He'd fought tooth and nail against the beast, thrown everything he had at it. But in the end, it wasn't his strength that had finished the job. It wasn't victory, it was luck. The clone scratched its head. But, dead is dead, right? Isn't that what matters? Naruto didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered on the flames as they devoured the last traces of the demon, leaving only ash. A glowing orb of souls hovered above the remains, and he reached out, absorbing the energy. The rush of power filled him, but it felt hollow. The ashes scattered in the wind, leaving only scorch marks behind. Naruto's shoulders sagged slightly. We're going back, he said finally, his voice firm. The clone frowned. Back. But we can keep going now. No, Naruto interrupted, shaking his head. The merchant said there's a drake ahead. A humongous one. You think it's that red dragon from the bridge? Yeah, after this, we're probably going to have to fight it. The clone was silent. We're not ready for that, Naruto continued. We barely made it through this fight. If we keep going, we'll get ourselves killed. I need to get stronger. Learn more jutsu. Then we'll come back. And the Taurus demon. Naruto's eyes hardened. I'll fight it again. And this time, I'll beat it with my own strength. No dumb luck. No shortcuts. When I'm ready to fight that dragon, I'll know. The clone nodded, its usual grin replaced with quiet understanding. Naruto took a deep breath, rolling his shoulders and adjusting the battered remnants of his armor. Without another word, he turned toward the bonfire. Lordran wasn't going anywhere. But next time, the victory would be his. And next time, he wouldn't just survive. He'd win. The undead merchant perched on his stool, lazily dragging his uchigatana along a whetstone. The sharp screech of metal on stone halted as he spotted Naruto approaching. Well, look who's back. What do you want this time, boy? Here to lighten your soul pouch again. I need the repair box, Naruto replied flatly. Nay he. Told you, didn't I? You should have listened when I warned you, boy. But no, you thought you knew better. And now, broken gear, broken pride, and you come crawling back to ol' me. Naruto swallowed his irritation, his shoulders stiff. He deserved it, after all. Oscar's armor, his armor, was in shambles because he had assumed Lordran would magically mend the damage. 3,000 souls, the merchant said with a smirk, sliding the repair box forward. Fair price, don't you think? Though I doubt it'll patch up your bruised ego. Naruto's jaw tightened as he handed over the souls. He turned the box over in his hands, frowning. How the hell do I even use this thing? Hey, what a greenhorn. Fine, hand over the armor. I'll show you how it's done. For a fee, of course. Naruto sighed, setting the crystal lizard on a nearby crate and unstrapping the battered armor. The merchant grimaced at the sight of the ruined breastplate, dented helmet, and shattered gauntlets. TCH. Did you headbutt a demon or something? Can you fix it or not? The merchant's smirk widened as he reached for a mortar and pestle. Of course I can, boy. But good craftsmanship takes time, and patience, neither of which you have. Sit tight. Naruto leaned against the wall, watching as the merchant worked. The man poured glittering repair powder into the mortar, followed by a single drop of golden liquid from an Estus flask. He stirred the mixture until it shimmered faintly. What's that? Repair paste, the merchant said without looking up. Does for metal what Estus does for flesh. Fills the cracks, smooths the edges. If you're lucky, it'll hold, till you find yourself a proper blacksmith. Where do I find a blacksmith? The merchant chuckled darkly. Information like that doesn't come cheap, boy. You're already fleecing me for this repair job. Fine, fine. Beyond the Taurus demon, there's a bridge. Follow it, and it'll take you to the undead parish. There's a smith holed up near the big church ruins. Can't miss it. He paused. But if you want the best path, that'll cost you extra. I'll take my chances, thanks. The merchant shrugged, dabbing the paste onto the armor. Suit yourself. But don't come crying to me when your shiny new armor ends up in worse shape than before. Nay hee hee. Naruto tilted his head, watching the paste shimmer as it mended the armor's cracks. For someone who acts like they hate people, you're awfully good at keeping them alive. The merchant paused, his bony hand hovering over the armor. HMPH. Don't mistake necessity for kindness, boy. I couldn't care less what happens to you. But souls don't spend themselves, and dead men don't buy wares. Why stay here, then? What's the point of this place? Lordrans for the desperate, the lost, and the mad. Folks come here chasing glory, redemption, or maybe a cure for the curse. But all they find are more questions. The kind that gnaw at your brain when you try to sleep. And you? Me, the merchant said. I came here to be left alone. Back home, I was just another hollow. Something to kick around. Here, at least the demons are honest. They'll gut you outright. No games. Yeah, I get that. Back home, life's complicated. Lordran's simpler. The merchant's laugh turned into a low hum. Simple. Oh, boy, you've got it wrong. Lordran's a tangled mess. The harder you dig for answers, the more it gives you questions. But if you're not looking for anything, the man nodded solemnly. Well, then anywhere can be simple, can't it? Naruto thought back to Konoha, to the time when life had been simple, when he hadn't known about the weight of secrets, the sting of betrayals. He exhaled softly. Ignorance is bliss, huh? The merchant nodded, his hollowed eyes gleaming faintly. Now you're catching on. A heavy silence settled between them, broken only by the faint crackle of the repair paste as it hardened. The undead merchant's hollowed eyes shifted to the shimmering crystal lizard. Well, now, what do we have here? He crooned. How about selling me that shiny little thing? Oh, I could make it worth your while, boy. What would you even do with it? Kill it, of course. Crack it open, see what treasures lie within that glittering heart of its. They say these creatures hold rare materials, ones that smiths would spill blood for. Oh, the profit I could make. The merchant's voice trailed off, almost salivating at the thought. No. The merchant's smirk faltered, replaced with a frown of disappointment. No. Bah, what are you planning to do with it, then? Toss it in a pot and make stew. Or perhaps you'll sell it yourself and cheat an honest merchant like me. It's not for sale, Naruto barked. He's my pet. Your pet? Nay he. That's rich, boy, truly. You must be joking. Nope. Naruto straightened, defiant. I've always wanted a pet. And this guy's perfect. He's tough, shiny, and way cuter than your ugly mug. Plus, I want to see if he can be trained like Kakashi's Ninken. The merchant let out a screeching cackle, doubling over. Oh, that's a good one. Training a crystal lizard. What's next? You'll teach a dragon to fetch. Oh, wait, hold on. He wheezed. You're serious? Nay hee hee hee. Let me laugh even harder. Keep laughing, and I'll throw you off the ledge. The merchant abruptly stopped, his laughter vanishing as he took a cautious step back. My, what a cruel customer I've got here. Threatening the very man who helps keep your precious armor in one piece. TCH, such ingratitude. I didn't threaten you, I promised. Still, a pet, Haven't seen someone care about anything in ages. Most folk here, well, they forget. Forget what it means to care for anything, or anyone. Hell, they even forget themselves. Naruto tilted his head, curiosity breaking through his annoyance. What about you? Don't you want to go back to how you were? Reverse the hollowing. The merchant froze, his breath hitching for the briefest moment before he let out a bitter laugh. Nay hee hee. Sharper than you look, aren't you? I've thought about it, boy. More times than I care to admit. But humanity doesn't come cheap. And souls? Well, souls are easier to come by. I've made my peace with this face. This wretched, hollow thing. He gestured vaguely at his sunken features. Naruto reached into his inventory, pulling out a small black wisp of humanity. Without a word, he tossed it to the merchant. The merchant caught it on reflex, his hollowed eyes widening as he stared at the swirling essence in his bony hands. This is humanity, he muttered. What's the meaning of this, boy? Think of it as a thank you. This armor. It belonged to my master. Fixing it means more to me than you know. The merchant's hands trembled slightly as he looked from the humanity to Naruto, his usual mockery replaced by something quieter, something almost vulnerable. You're a strange one, boy. Most folk wouldn't waste something this precious on a shriveled old corpse like me. Naruto shrugged. You're not as bad as you think, old man. Besides, you've been helpful. So, thanks. The merchant stared at him for a long moment, the faintest trace of a smile creeping onto his face. Nay he. Helpful, am I? Well, I suppose even an old wretch like me has his uses. But you're gonna need more than gratitude, boy. That armor of yours. It'll keep breaking until you find a proper smith. I know, Naruto replied, grinning as he picked up his gear. But still, you did your part. Thanks. As silence fell, the merchant continued grinding repair paste, his movements slower, more deliberate. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then scratched the back of his head. Hey, I also wanted to apologize for throwing that reinforced club off the ledge. I was going for a scare, but. No worries, boy. Accidents happen, even to fools like you. His grin widened as he gestured to the wares around him. Still, if you're so sorry, why not buy something more? Fine. Let's see. I'll take that chain armor set. It'll make a great gift. Gift. The merchant snorted, handing over the polished chain pieces. Who in this forsaken land do you have left to gift armor to? Someone I owe an apology to, Naruto said simply, tossing the armor into his inventory. The merchant handed over the last piece of the Elite Knight set, his tone turning uncharacteristically genuine. There. All fixed. Good as new. What's the price? Well, since I'm in a good mood today, let's say free. Naruto blinked. The repairs and the armor set. Sure, the merchant said with a lazy shrug. What's the catch? Oh, nothing much. Either take it and shut up, or pay me twice what it's worth. Your choice. Fine. Thanks, I'll be back soon. Ah, thank you very much. Come back anytime, boy. Nay he. As Naruto's footsteps faded down the stone stairs, the merchant remained still, staring at the black wisp of humanity in his hand. He turned it over slowly, his hollowed eyes gleaming faintly as a long-forgotten warmth stirred in his chest. Strange kid, he muttered, his voice quieter now. His fingers brushed the hilt of his Uchigatana as his gaze drifted to the empty space beside him. What do you think, Yulia? Maybe this place isn't so bad after all. The undead merchant let out a hollow chuckle, his voice shaking as he pocketed the humanity. Come again, boy, he said, his tone almost pleading. And remind me who you are, before I forget what kindness feels like. His hollowed eyes drifted to the cracked floor, and for a moment, he wondered how many more memories he could lose before there was nothing left of him at all. Naruto stared at the crystal lizard cradled limply in his arms, its tiny body gleaming faintly even in its unconscious state. He couldn't believe it had worked. He had used a storage seal to trap the creature, tossed the scroll into the inventory, died in Lordran, and woken up back in his room. Now, here it was, a living thing from another world, safe in Konoha. Man, I actually did it, he whispered, marveling at the shimmering creature. The triumph was short-lived as his gaze flicked to the clock on the wall. His stomach sank. He was late. Kakashi late. But that wasn't the worst of it. He looked back down at the crystal lizard, its faint shimmer a stark reminder of what he'd done. A weirdly cute, otherworldly creature, brought here through sheer stubbornness and recklessness. Naruto scratched his head, letting out a long sigh. I really shouldn't have brought you with me, he thought, shaking his head. Now I'm in such a pickle. The lizard twitched faintly in his arms, and Naruto couldn't help but smile wryly. Welcome to Konoha, buddy. Let's hope I don't regret this. The lizard, of course, sparkled faintly in its unconscious state, as if even passed out it wanted to make things difficult. What am I supposed to do with you? Naruto groaned. He couldn't just waltz into a team meeting with a crystal-covered lizard. How would he even explain this? Oh yeah, found it chilling in a barrel in some creepy tower. Totally normal. But then he paused. Quote. Wait, no one's actually asked about my armor or the fireballs I've been throwing around. Maybe they won't question this either. The lizard didn't respond, which was probably for the best. Naruto frowned. Yeah, no, this is way too shiny. You're gonna attract all the questions. Naruto flipped the lizard over, holding it up by its tail. Alright, let's see if you're a guy or a girl. No balls. Huh. He tilted his head. Do lizards even have balls? The lizard flopped in his grip, its unconscious body still managing to look vaguely annoyed. Not important, Naruto muttered, flipping it back over. Okay, what do I do? After a moment of thought, Naruto puckered his lips in a dramatic aha expression and summoned a shadow clone. You. Take care of it. The clone saluted. Got it, boss. Naruto handed the lizard over, but as he turned to leave, the clone snorted. Wait, this thing's kinda cute. What are you gonna name it? Sparkles. Christy. Ramen. Naruto froze mid-step, his eye twitching. Don't give it dumb names. Oh, so we're calling it something cool like Shiny Tail the Destroyer, huh? The clone smirked, wiggling the limp lizard in Naruto's direction. Naruto facepalmed. Just shut up and don't let it run away, okay? Sure thing, boss. The clone grinned, cradling the unconscious lizard like it was a royal baby. The lizard, for its part, stayed unconscious, which was probably for the best. Naruto shook his head, already regretting everything about this morning. I'm surrounded by idiots, and I am the idiot. Naruto appeared in the training ground, the familiar clearing surrounded by trees. The morning sunlight streamed through the leaves, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the grass. He immediately spotted Sasuke, sitting by the lake, focused on painting the serene lakeside view with careful, deliberate strokes. A few feet away, Sakura was seated on a mat, her head bent as she practiced calligraphy with a brush, the smooth movements of her hand leaving precise strokes on the parchment. Kakashi isn't here. Sakura glanced up, blowing a stray strand of pink hair from her face. Give it a few minutes, she replied, returning to her practice. Naruto nodded, then took a few steps closer, peering at her work. So, what are you guys doing? Practicing, Sakura said, gesturing to the page in front of her. It was covered in evenly spaced kanji, written in neat, consistent strokes. It's a homework assignment from the Barrier Corps. I'm learning the basic calligraphy styles of Fuinjutsu. Naruto squinted at the characters on the page. Oh, he muttered, scratching his head. Looks like a bunch of squiggles to me. Sakura frowned but didn't rise to the bait. That's because you don't understand the precision needed for seals, she said matter-of-factly, continuing her strokes. Naruto turned his attention to Sasuke, who hadn't said a word. What about you, Tem? What are you doing? Wasting my time, Sasuke replied bluntly, not even looking up as he continued painting, his brush moving with quiet focus. Naruto stared at the canvas. It wasn't half bad. The way Sasuke captured the reflections on the water was impressive, though Naruto would never admit it. Feeling restless, Naruto wandered over to the far side of the training ground. If Kakashi wasn't here yet, he might as well get some training in. Alright, he said to himself, rolling his shoulders. Let's see how much I've improved. He formed the cross-hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, 5 shadow clones materialized in front of him. Each one wielded a Zweihander just like his own, resting the massive swords on their shoulders with casual confidence. Alright, you losers, the real Naruto said, hefting his own Zweihander. Let's see if I've got what it takes to beat myself. The clones didn't waste time. The first one dropped into the high guard, with the sword resting above its shoulder, angled for a heavy downward cut. It charged with a burst of speed, bringing the Zweihander down in a brutal slash aimed at Naruto's head. Naruto braced himself, his own blade rising to meet the attack. The clash of steel echoed through the training ground as he blocked, stepping into the momentum of the strike. His grip adjusted instinctively, one hand on the guard, the other on the pommel, giving him precise control over the blade's leverage. With a twist of his hips, Naruto shoved the clone's blade aside and retaliated with a quick horizontal slash. The clone jumped back, smoothly transitioning into the low guard. Its blade was held low but pointed forward, ready for a defensive thrust. Naruto smirked. Not bad, he muttered, lunging forward. His Zweihander swung in a tight arc, aiming for the clone's exposed side. The clone countered, stepping back just enough to parry the blow, its blade gliding against Naruto's in a controlled motion. Before Naruto could press the attack, two more clones charged in, one moving into the high forward-pointing guard, while the other shifted into the fool with the blade held deceptively low. Crafty bastards, Naruto muttered as the clone darted forward, its blade feinting toward his midsection. Naruto didn't fall for it, pivoting to his left to avoid the trap. He adjusted his grip into a sliding motion, his left hand loosening slightly as he brought the Zweihander across his body in a sweeping arc. The blade connected with the clone's sword, deflecting it upward and leaving the clone wide open. Naruto followed through with a heavy downward slash, dispelling the clone in a puff of smoke. The next clone took advantage of the opening, thrusting its blade toward Naruto's chest. He barely had time to parry, his blade scraping against the clones as sparks flew. The force of the thrust pushed him back, but Naruto quickly recovered, stepping into the clone's guard with a short, controlled thrust of his own. The Zweihander's tip struck true, dispelling the clone. Two clones remained, both circling him with synchronized movements. One stayed in the high guard, its blade ready for a powerful cut, while the other kept its guard low and poised for a thrust. Naruto tightened his grip, raising his Zweihander. The high guard gave him a clear view of both clones, his blade angled forward like a predator waiting to strike. Come on, he taunted, his eyes flicking between them. The clone moved first, bringing its blade down in a crushing diagonal slash. Naruto sidestepped, his blade whipping downward to deflect the attack. But the other clone was ready, thrusting its blade toward his exposed side. Naruto cursed, pivoting just in time to avoid the thrust. He dropped into a low stance himself, using the stance to parry the follow-up attack. The clash of steel echoed as he twisted his blade, throwing the clone off balance. Seizing the opening, Naruto surged forward with a sliding grip, his Zweihander moving in a brutal upward slash. The clone didn't stand a chance, dispelling in a puff of smoke. The final clone hesitated for a moment, adopting the fool's guard. Not gonna happen. The clone adjusted its stance, switching to a high guard. Without warning, it lunged forward, its Zweihander slicing through the air in a powerful, deliberate cut aimed directly at Naruto's shoulder. Naruto sidestepped, angling his own Zweihander to intercept. Steel met steel with a resonating clang, the force of the clash sending shockwaves up both their arms. The clone immediately twisted its wrist, disengaging the blades and spinning into a follow-up slash aimed for Naruto's legs. But Naruto wasn't about to be caught off guard. He leapt over the attack with ease, using his elevated position to swing his blade downward. The clone, quick on its feet, substituted at the last second. Naruto's blade connected with a wooden log, except this wasn't just an ordinary log. It was a clone-created decoy, and it poofed into a plume of smoke upon impact. The clone emerged from the smoke, its Zweihander cutting through the mist in a wide, sweeping arc aimed at Naruto's side. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned the Force Miracle, releasing a controlled shockwave of energy. The blast deflected the clone's blade mid-swing, throwing it off balance. Naruto seized the moment and delivered a punishing riposte, a powerful, spinning kick that connected squarely with the clone's chest. The clone popped instantly in an explosion of chakra smoke. Unfortunately, Naruto's momentum carried his kick straight into the massive tree behind the clone. His leg smashed into the trunk with devastating force, and the tree groaned loudly under the impact. Crack. The sound of splintering wood filled the clearing. The enormous tree tilted, its shadow growing larger as it began to fall, directly toward Naruto. "Oh!" Naruto muttered, looking up at the descending behemoth. His instincts screamed at him to move, but instead, his mind raced with a reckless idea. What if I catch it? Before he could act on his madness, something yanked him backward. Chakra strings coiled tightly around his leg, pulling with incredible force and dragging him out of the tree's path just as it came crashing down. Boom. The ground trembled violently, shaking loose leaves and sending splinters flying in every direction as the trunk slammed into the earth. Naruto stumbled and fell back, blinking at the mess of debris. He turned his head to see the frayed chakra strings snapping one by one, their energy spent. That was awesome, Naruto said, a wide grin spreading across his face. Awesome. Are you insane? Sakura's voice cut through his daze, sharp and furious. You almost got yourself flattened like a pancake. Nothing to worry about. What's the worst that could happen? Sakura's eyebrow twitched. Death, she said flatly, her tone dripping with exasperation. So. The boy's time in Lordran had long since dulled his fear of mortality. Death wasn't an end to him. It was just a minor inconvenience. He'd simply wake up back at the bonfire. No big deal. Sakura stared at him, dumbfounded. Can you believe this guy? She snapped, turning to Sasuke for backup. Sasuke didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the fallen tree, specifically on the spot where Naruto's kick had landed. The trunk, a solid mass of wood that had likely stood for decades, was obliterated. Jagged splinters jutted out from a gaping hole in the bark, the sheer destruction a testament to Naruto's raw physical power. A lazy voice interrupted the moment. Looks like my genin are having an eventful morning, Kakashi drawled, appearing behind them like a shadow. His single visible eye scanned the scene, lingering on the shattered tree. Then, without missing a beat, Kakashi added dryly, Naruto, you're planting a new tree. Come on, Kakashi-sensei. It's just a tree. That you destroyed. Naruto grumbled under his breath, but Sakura's stern look kept him from arguing further. As Naruto sulked and began brushing himself off, the rest of Team 7 gathered around. Kakashi hid behind his usual mask of nonchalance. However, his thoughts churned like a raging storm. What in the world did I just watch? He had arrived long before Naruto's training session began, intending to keep up his reputation as the perpetually late sensei. But then Naruto had started sparring with his clones. Kakashi's plan to saunter in fashionably late fell apart as he decided to remain hidden, silently observing. And what he saw left him baffled. Naruto's stance, the way he wielded the Zweihander, screamed precision and skill that Naruto did not have just yesterday. His movements were sharp, deliberate, and refined, a far cry from the chaotic, unpolished mess Kakashi had seen during the bell test. And then there was the raw physical strength. The way Naruto demolished that massive tree with a single kick wasn't something you could chalk up to chakra enhancement, at least not in this case. Kakashi's Sharingan had been activated for a brief moment to confirm his suspicions, and what he saw sent shivers down his spine. There was no chakra enhancement. It was all pure, unfiltered physical power. And it was terrifying. How? What? Huh? He felt like every time he started to unravel the mystery that was Naruto Uzumaki, the boy threw something new at him, shattering every conclusion Kakashi had pieced together. The realization crept up slowly, but when it hit, it was like a hammer to the chest. Naruto is pretending. Kakashi swallowed hard. Everything Naruto had shown them during the bell test had been surprising enough, a level of cunning and determination that far exceeded expectations. But now Kakashi was sure the boy had been holding back, deliberately masking his true capabilities. During the bell test, Kakashi had concluded that Naruto's abilities were strong enough to go head-to-head with a competent Chunin, maybe even win with some luck. But what he was seeing now. If this Naruto fought a Chunin, he wouldn't just beat them, he'd toy with them like a cat does with a mouse. The paranoia crept in, uninvited and impossible to shake. Was this why Naruto had asked to be trained in Kenjutsu? Not because he wanted to learn, but because he wanted an excuse to show off more of what he already knew. Then there was his raw strength, which was far too great for someone of Naruto's supposed level. The only comparison Kakashi could think of was a teenage Might Guy. But even Guy, as freakishly strong as he had been, hadn't displayed this level of power at such a young age. Naruto had the advantage of chakra enhancement if he ever chose to use it, but the sheer fact that he didn't need it spoke volumes. Kakashi's throat felt dry. There was no way Naruto had simply increased his strength and skill overnight. That wasn't how training worked. The growth Kakashi was witnessing, if it was even growth, was unnatural. No, it wasn't growth. It couldn't be. Naruto must have been hiding it all along. How much had he hidden during the bell test? How much was he hiding even now? The thought made Kakashi's head spin. His initial assessment of Naruto's abilities was no longer reliable. Everything he thought he knew had been turned on its head. The boy's competence wasn't just an outlier. It was a mask. And if Naruto had gone to such lengths to hide this much, what else was he keeping secret? Kakashi's mind raced with questions he didn't have answers to. Well, Team 7, I have to say, everyone's been showing a lot of improvement. Sakura, how's the barrier core treating you? It's tough, Sakura admitted, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Iwashi-sensei doesn't go easy on me, but I can see why you picked him. Kakashi nodded, pleased. And you, refining your kenjutsu through sheer stubbornness and, I'm guessing, hundreds of shadow clones. Naruto puffed up with pride. What can I say? I'm a natural genius. Yeah, like Kakashi believed a word of that. Thousands of shadow clones to figure out swordsmanship was one thing, but Naruto didn't have that one thing. Stances, grips, footwork, all of it couldn't magically be perfected through trial and error, no matter how many clones he used, especially in the span of a day. As far as Kakashi knew, Naruto had only been taught the basics by Tenten. Basics were information, not instinct. You couldn't just conjure up the level of refined skill Naruto had displayed, effortlessly, at that, by fumbling your way through it. No, the more Kakashi thought about it, the more it solidified the theory that Naruto had already mastered this and was simply pretending. Pretending to be a beginner, pretending to figure things out. And if Naruto was so keen on hiding these abilities, why show off his swordsmanship now? Why go through the effort to keep that hidden, while freely revealing other things like that shockwave technique, the fire jutsu, or even that ridiculous armor and sword? None of it added up. Kakashi felt the tension building behind his temple, the start of what was sure to be an aneurysm-inducing headache. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pushed down his rising frustration. With a flick of his wrist, his orange book came down on Naruto's head with a soft thwap. Humility, Naruto, Kakashi said. It's a good trait to have. Naruto rubbed his head, grumbling, it's true, though. And you, Sasuke, still working on your painting? Sasuke gave a curt nod, his brush moving smoothly over the canvas. HN. Kakashi laid onto Sakura's mat and flipped open his book. So, same plan as yesterday, personalized training. Unless anyone has something specific they need. Sakura raised her hand. Actually, I could use some extra help with barrier techniques. Kakashi snapped his fingers, and one of his clones materialized beside her. All yours, the original said as the clone nodded and shunshined away with Sakura. Naruto crossed his arms. Can I get a powerful jutsu? Something that makes everyone know I'm awesome. Would this mean Naruto would suddenly start showing off more ninjutsu under this new excuse? Kakashi wondered, his mind racing. Academics? He asked, keeping his tone casual. He needed time. Time to process the boy's rapidly unfolding abilities, time to report this to the Hokage, before Naruto inevitably hit him with some new, mind-breaking jutsu that would send his headache into overdrive. Still, that left him curious. What exactly was Naruto's chakra nature? Naruto groaned. Should have put more points into intelligence, he muttered, walking off with a grumble as one of Kakashi's clones followed him. Sasuke and Kakashi were left alone as the faint sound of leaves rustling filled the silence between them. Sasuke dipped his brush into the ink, his strokes slow and deliberate. The dark pigment glided across the canvas, his hand steady despite the storm roiling inside him. Exciting morning, Kakashi said lightly, breaking the quiet. HN, Sasuke replied, his voice barely audible. The silence returned, tense and thick. Kakashi turned a page, eyes skimming the text, but his focus wasn't on the book. His gaze flicked to Sasuke's painting, then back to the boy. Got bored of just practicing strokes of ink with chakra. It doesn't waste enough of my time, Sasuke replied flatly, his brush moving with precision. So, what do you think of Naruto's new kenjutsu? Sasuke's hand froze for the briefest moment, so brief that most wouldn't have noticed. But Kakashi wasn't most. You were watching. Of course, Kakashi said. It's hard not to when someone goes from flailing like a child to wielding a massive sword like a seasoned warrior overnight. Quite the transformation, don't you think? You're impressed, Sasuke said, his tone clipped. I am, Kakashi admitted freely. Naruto's come a long way, hasn't he? Physically stronger than most jonin, and that's just scratching the surface. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he surpassed me one day. The words landed like a blow, though Sasuke tried to mask the reaction. His jaw clenched, and his strokes turned more erratic. Kakashi studied him quietly. I wonder, he said after a pause, what Naruto will think when he finds out you've been copying his moves with your Sharingan. What are you trying to say? I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just pointing out how interesting it is that you, with all your natural talent and your Sharingan, feel the need to keep up with Naruto by copying him. I don't need to copy him, Sasuke bit out, his voice sharp. Don't you? Really? You saw Naruto kick through that tree, saw him swing that oversized sword like it weighed nothing, and now you're wondering how the hell you're supposed to catch up. Am I close? Enough, Sasuke snapped, his voice cold and cutting. But Kakashi didn't stop. Does it bother you, Sasuke? He asked softly, knowing he's ahead of you again. Sasuke's hands trembled faintly, the broken brush falling to the ground. He didn't look up, his eyes fixed on the dark ink pooling on the paper. I was supposed to be the genius, he muttered. I was supposed to be the one destined for greatness. And yet, he just keeps surpassing me. Like it's nothing. Is that why you're upset? Because Naruto's stronger than you? Or is it because you're afraid? Afraid of what? Of being left behind, Kakashi said simply. Sasuke flinched, though he tried to hide it, his expression hardening into a mask of indifference. What would you know about it? Sasuke bit out. You don't understand. You don't know what it's like to lose everything. To have nothing left but the goal of avenging your family. Kakashi sighed, closing his book and setting it aside. You're right, he said. I don't know what it's like to lose everything. I only know what it's like to lose everything. My father. My sensei. My friends. My team. Sasuke's glare faltered. But that's not the point, is it? Kakashi continued. It's not about what I've lost or what you've lost. It's about what you're doing with the pain. And right now, you're letting it consume you. You're letting it blind you to what you still have. I don't have anything, Sasuke spat. Not really. Don't you? Kakashi asked. You have teammates who would fight and bleed for you without hesitation. You have people who want to see you grow stronger, not so they can compete with you, but because they care about you. They're just obstacles. No, Kakashi said firmly. They're your greatest strengths. You just can't see it because you're too busy tearing yourself down every time they succeed. You see their progress, and instead of feeling proud, you feel threatened. And that's the real tragedy, Sasuke. Not your loss, not your pain, but the fact that you refuse to let yourself be happy. Sasuke's throat tightened. He wanted to argue, to lash out, to deny everything Kakashi was saying. But the words wouldn't come. Revenge won't fill the void, Sasuke. I've seen what it does to people. It doesn't heal. It doesn't bring peace. It just leaves you emptier than before. Then what am I supposed to do? Stop chasing shadows, Kakashi said. Stop measuring yourself against Naruto and Sakura. Stop carrying this weight on your own. He paused. You're not alone, Sasuke. You don't have to be. And the people you've lost. They wouldn't want this for you. They wouldn't want you to destroy yourself trying to live up to something they never asked for. The words hit harder than Sasuke wanted to admit. He looked down, his bangs hiding his eyes. Kakashi stepped back, giving him space. Think about it, Sasuke, he said. About what you want, and about what it's costing you. He turned and walked away, leaving Sasuke alone with the broken brush, the unfinished painting, and the storm raging in his mind. Sasuke stared at the shattered pieces in his hand, his thoughts a tangled mess of anger, frustration, and something else he couldn't name. He hated Kakashi for saying those things. But more than that, he hated the part of himself that couldn't ignore them. What do you want, Sasuke? Kakashi's voice echoed in his mind. Sasuke closed his eyes, his grip tightening on the broken brush. I don't know. Tenten ran harder, her feet pounding against the dirt path as if she could outrun her thoughts. The crisp morning air filled her lungs, but it did nothing to clear the frustration boiling inside her. She thought she was past this. After everything she'd been through, the years of training, the sacrifices, the growth, she thought she'd accepted her path. But Naruto's words kept echoing in her mind. You could be more than just a weapons specialist. Tenten clenched her fists mid-stride, feeling the heat rise to her face as if she'd been scolded. She had given up on medical ninjutsu for a reason. She didn't have the talent, didn't have the flawless chakra control required. It wasn't her fault, was it? She'd tried. She'd failed. That was it. But then her mind betrayed her, dragging up thoughts of Lee. Rock Lee, who had started with nothing. Who had no talent for ninjutsu or genjutsu. Who had worked so relentlessly that his hard work became his talent. Why couldn't she do that? Why couldn't she have worked harder? If Lee could take his weaknesses and turn them into strengths, why couldn't she have done the same? For a fleeting moment, the words she never wanted to admit surfaced in her mind. I settled. Her breath hitched, and she slowed her pace, the sound of running water pulling her from her thoughts. She had reached her home, the blacksmith's shop. The Higurashi blacksmith shop wasn't like the traditional buildings in Konoha. It stood out in a way that was both rustic and charming, a multi-story watermill house constructed from aged stone and timber. Ivy climbed the weathered walls, and balconies jutted out from various levels, each cluttered with tools, hanging pots, and the occasional drying herbs. The massive water wheel turned steadily in the river's current, its rhythmic creaking blending with the sounds of the forge within. Smoke curled from the stone chimney, carrying the familiar scent of coal and heated metal. The building was warm, industrious, and full of life, just like the man who ran it. Tenten shook her head at the sight. Her father had once joked that he named the shop the Higurashi blacksmith shop because he didn't have time for anything more creative. She was certain a 5-year-old could have come up with something better. Her father, Higurashi Hidden, was a man of contradictions, equal parts war veteran and tinkering genius. Injured on the front lines during the battle for Kanobi Bridge, he'd survived thanks to none other than Minato Namikaze himself. The earth release jutsu that had crushed his left leg left him unable to return to the field, but in his recovery, he had found a new calling. Hidden had been so fascinated by the engineering of his prosthetic leg that he apprenticed himself to the blacksmith who made it and rebuilt his life, literally and figuratively. Now, as a master craftsman, he was the go-to for shinobi who wanted the highest quality weapons and tools. Tenten was about to head inside when the sound of voices caught her attention. She froze, frowning. One of them was unmistakably Naruto. Stepping into the shop, Tenten stopped in her tracks. There, standing at the counter, was Naruto, chatting animatedly with her father. Hidden had Naruto's helmet in his hands, turning it over like a child marveling at a shiny new toy. So, can you fix my armor set? Naruto asked, his tone hopeful. Hidden laughed, his prosthetic leg making a soft clink as he shifted his weight. Do I look like a miracle worker to you, kid? Tenten frowned at the comment, her lips pressing into a thin line. Why was her father downplaying his skills like that? If anyone could repair armor, it was him. You can't fix it. Hidden let out a low whistle, shaking his head. Fix it. This thing is way above my level. Just look at it. The amount of refined pure metal used in this helmet alone is more than I've worked with in my entire shop. Naruto blinked, confused. Isn't that just normal metal? Hidden let out a hearty laugh, setting the helmet down carefully. Kid, refined metal like this is very rare in Konoha. Most shinobi gear is made with iron sand that's had the impurities burned out. It's good, but it's not this. The only place with enough ore to make something like your armor is the land of iron. He gestured toward the helmet with reverence. This isn't just armor, it's art. Naruto scratched the back of his head, looking both impressed and disappointed. So you really can't fix it? Hidden sighed, giving Naruto a sympathetic shrug. I'm afraid not, kid. But I'll tell you this much. Whoever made this armor, they're a genius. It was then that Hidden and Naruto noticed Tenten standing in the doorway. A wide grin spread across Hidden's face, his eyes lighting up. My beautiful daughter is here. He exclaimed proudly, his voice warm. I was just talking to your interesting friend. Tenten's face immediately darkened, her arms crossing over her chest. He's not my friend, she snapped. The air grew awkward as silence fell over the room. Ouch. Don't hold back or anything, Tenten. Tell me how you really feel. Tenten glared at Naruto for acting like nothing had happened between them, but her father cut in with a chuckle. Now, don't be like that, Hidden said, his prosthetic leg clinking softly as he stepped closer. The boy's got good taste in armor, if nothing else. And he's got manners. Better than some of the shinobi who come in here barking orders. See, your dad gets it. What do you want? Naruto paused, his usual grin nowhere to be seen. I came for the spar. Swordsman to swordswoman, right? Fine. Let's take this outside. Her tone carried an edge, cold and unyielding, and it was clear from the way she turned on her heel that she didn't intend to treat this as a simple sparring match. From the doorway, Higurashi Hidden frowned as he watched them step out into the open yard. Something about the way his daughter carried herself, the way her frustration simmered just beneath the surface, made him uneasy. The morning air was crisp, and the light from the rising sun spilled across the yard, painting the dew-soaked grass in shades of gold. To the right stood Naruto, his Zweihander resting casually on his shoulder. He looked relaxed, almost carefree, yet there was a quiet intensity in his gaze. To the left, Tenten adjusted the katana on her hip, her stance low and ready, the steel gleaming in the soft light. A few meters of space stretched between them, framed by the backdrop of trees swaying gently in the morning breeze. To the side, a river ran steadily, its surface catching the sunlight and reflecting flashes of gold and silver. The sun hung low, its light creeping over the horizon, casting long shadows that danced between the two figures. The faint rustle of leaves and the murmur of the river were the only sounds, the calm before the inevitable clash. From the porch, Higurashi Hidden leaned on the railing, watching the two with a mix of pride and anticipation. His eyes darted to Naruto's massive Zweihander, and he couldn't help but let out a small, delighted chuckle. What a sword, he murmured to himself, unable to hide his admiration. I see you haven't been practicing what I taught you. Your teachings worked for the katana, Naruto replied. But I can't fight the same way with a greatsword. Hidden chimed in, he's right, Tenten. That sword wasn't designed for finesse like a katana. A weapon like that relies on its weight and momentum to do the work, not the user's strength or precision. Tenten's grip on her katana tightened, her jaw clenching at her father's comment. She could feel the sting of embarrassment creeping in, amplified by Naruto's calm demeanor. He wasn't mocking her, but the fact that he didn't rise to her bait only made her more frustrated. Silence stretched between them, heavy and tense. Hidden's sharp eyes flicked between the two. His years as a shinobi and blacksmith told him everything he needed to know. This won't last long, he muttered under his breath. It'll end in one strike. As the sun crept higher, its light caught the surface of the river, creating a dazzling flash that masked Tenten for a split second. She moved in that moment, her body a blur of speed as she struck with a textbook EI technique, a lightning-fast draw and strike maneuver. But Naruto was ready. With a surge of power, he brought the Zweihander down in a monstrous arc. The sheer weight and range of the greatsword made up for his slower speed, and its blade met Tenten's katana with an earth-shaking clang. The katana didn't stand a chance. With a deafening crack, the thinner blade shattered on impact, shards of steel scattering into the air like glimmering fragments of a broken dream. The force of the collision unleashed a blast of air that rippled outward, kicking up leaves and dust in a swirling vortex. When the dust settled, the Zweihander's edge was poised mere centimeters from Tenten's shoulder, its monstrous weight held still. It's over, Hidden said softly from the porch. Tenten stood frozen, staring blankly at the broken hilt in her hands. The shattered katana blade lay scattered at her feet, reflecting the morning light in cruel fragments as she tried to make sense of what had just happened. Days ago, she had stood before Naruto as a teacher, guiding him patiently through the fundamentals of Kenjutsu. She had taught him everything: how to hold a blade, how to position his body, how to read his opponent's movements. She had expected it to take weeks, months even, for him to grasp the basics, let alone this. It had taken him 2 days to refine the basics into an actual style. 2 days to not just match her, but to surpass her. The weight of the realization hit her like a punch to the gut. Years of her life, years spent sweating in the heat of the forge, training until her muscles burned and her hands bled, pushing herself to master every technique she could find, had been eclipsed. Not by someone who shared her obsession, her passion, her dedication. No, it had been Naruto, a boy who only days ago couldn't tell a proper grip from a chokehold. The katana had been her pride, her identity. Its shattering felt symbolic, as if the universe itself had declared her efforts meaningless. Tenten's mind whirled with doubts she thought she'd buried. What was the point of all that work? Of all those years? She had fought so hard to carve out a place for herself, to prove she could be as skilled, as valuable, as anyone else. And now, standing there with nothing but a broken hilt in her hands, she felt small. Inadequate. The bitterness was sharp, a familiar voice whispering in the back of her mind. You're just a weapons specialist. Not Tsunade. Not someone extraordinary. Just someone mediocre. No, Tenten shouted, her body trembling as she scrambled to her feet. I'm not done yet. Her hands flew into a flurry of seals. Ninja art. Rising twin dragons. The scrolls shot into the air, spinning in perfect unison. Smoke coiled around them, shaping into twin serpentine forms that roared into the sky. When the smoke cleared, Tenten leapt into the space between the scrolls, her hands moving like blinding lightning. Kunai, shuriken, spears, and blades poured down on Naruto in an unrelenting storm. The sheer precision of her strikes was breathtaking, each weapon aimed to corner him, overwhelm him, crush him under the weight of her skill. From above, Tenten saw her weapons completely encase Naruto, forming a dense sphere of steel that left no room to breathe. For a moment, she allowed herself to feel satisfaction. She had him. But then, a piercing light burst through the sphere, and in an instant, her weapons were blasted away by a shockwave. They clattered to the ground like scattered leaves. Her ultimate attack was just destroyed by a single jutsu. She landed softly, her boots crunching against the earth now littered with her weapons. Naruto took a step forward, and instinctively, Tenten took a step back. Her heel caught on something, and she stumbled, falling onto her back. Stay back. Naruto stopped mid-step, his face softening as he raised his hands in a calming gesture. I said, stay back. Her hand darted to the nearest weapon, a kunai, and she hurled it with all her strength. It struck Naruto's chest plate and bounced off harmlessly. She reached for another, but her hands found only dirt. And then he was standing over her. Tenten's breath hitched as she squeezed her eyes shut, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. Her lips quivered as the frustration, the anger, and the humiliation boiled over. Okay. You win, she shouted. You proved your point. Her tears dripped onto the dirt below as she sniffed, unable to meet his gaze. I'm not even a weapon specialist. I'm just a loser. I get it, okay. Just say it. Say what you're thinking. Naruto didn't say anything. Say something. Gloat. She screamed, her voice strained with desperation. But instead of words, Naruto knelt down in front of her. Slowly, he removed his gauntlet, setting it aside before reaching out. His hand was warm, calloused but gentle, as he brushed away a tear on her cheek. Tenten's eyes opened, and for the first time, she saw his face. He wasn't smug. He wasn't triumphant. There was no pride in his expression, only shame. That was an amazing spar. Tenten froze, her breath catching in her throat. I lost, she whispered. Does winning mean everything? Naruto asked. This wasn't about winning. It's a spar between friends, right? Aren't we supposed to help each other get stronger? Tenten's lips twisted bitterly. Friends don't humiliate each other, she muttered. You're right. They don't. Her eyes snapped to his, her anger flaring again. Then what about all of this? How is this not humiliating? You said I'm just a weapon specialist. Then you come here, to my home, in front of my father, and you, her voice broke. You defeat me. You completely humiliate me. Naruto was silent for a moment, his head bowed. Then, quietly, he spoke. 4,000. Tenten blinked, caught off guard. What? It took me 4,000 shadow clones, Naruto said. 4,000 clones, sparring over and over, taking hit after hit, making mistake after mistake. And yeah, it hurt. A lot. I can still feel every single failure. He looked at her with a small, tired smile. But you know why I could do that? Because of the basics you taught me. You didn't just teach me how to swing a sword, you taught me how to fight. Tenten stared at him, her mind racing, her lips trembling. What are you saying? I'm saying I'm sorry. That stopped her cold. I'm sorry if I hurt you, he continued, his eyes earnest. I'm not good with words. I say stupid things, and people take them the wrong way. What I meant wasn't that you're just a weapon specialist. What I meant was, being a weapon specialist is amazing. And I thought maybe, I could help you. I thought you could be both, an incredible weapon specialist and a medical ninja. But instead of helping, I just hurt you. And I'm sorry. Tenten's heart twisted painfully in her chest as the weight of his words sank in. She looked down, shame blooming hot and sharp as she replayed everything in her mind. The misunderstanding, the anger, the bitterness. It all felt so foolish now. I'm such an idiot. Huh. I blew this completely out of proportion, she admitted, lying back on the dirt road with a heavy sigh. Her gaze turned skyward as the sun climbed higher, the light warm on her face. I jumped to conclusions. I got mad over something I didn't even understand. I've been so dumb. Naruto blinked, scratching the back of his head. You're not dumb. You're, like, really smart. And scary. Gee, thanks, she muttered dryly, though a small, reluctant smile tugged at her lips. Naruto shifted closer, sitting cross-legged beside her. You okay, senpai? Tenten let out a breathy laugh, shaking her head. I'll be fine. I just need a minute to process how ridiculous I've been. She turned her head slightly to look at him. And for the record, I'm sorry, too. I shouldn't have assumed the worst about you. Naruto grinned, his boyish energy returning. Hey, don't sweat it. We're still cool, right? Tenten looked at him for a moment before closing her eyes with a sigh. Yeah, we're still cool, maggot. Naruto laughed, the sound light and genuine, and for the first time that morning, Tenten felt the weight on her chest begin to lift. The silence between them lingered for a moment, the kind that allowed thoughts to settle and emotions to breathe. Tenten broke it first. Naruto, she began. Do you think I chose the right path? Naruto hummed, not rushing to answer. What if I had done something different? Tenten continued. What if I'd become a medical ninja? What if I didn't settle for being a weapon specialist? Was it easy to become a weapon specialist? Tenten blinked, caught off guard. Easy. Hell no. She let out a bitter laugh. I couldn't even tell you how many nights I cried myself to sleep because of how hard it was. But I still did it. Then how is that settling? What do you mean? If you worked so hard for something most people couldn't even imagine doing, how is that settling? Naruto asked. That doesn't sound like settling to me. That sounds like making your own path. The words hit Tenten like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened as something inside her clicked. A laugh bubbled up from her chest, soft at first, then louder, until it mingled with the tears streaming down her cheeks. She cried and laughed, the release of years of frustration and self-doubt flooding out all at once. She finally understood. Lee had turned his hard work into talent, but so had she. She had been so blinded by Tsunade's shadow, so fixated on what the legendary kunoichi represented, that she hadn't realized her real goal. It wasn't to be Tsunade Senju. No, it was to represent what Tsunade stood for, an idol, an inspiration for young kunoichi to look up to. Naruto, she said softly, wiping her eyes as she reached out her hand. He took it, pulling her to her feet. Thank you, she said sincerely. I needed that. What, to get beat up by me? Tenten rolled her eyes, giving him a playful smack on the cheek. Don't push it. They started walking back toward the shop, where her father was waiting. Sorry for making a scene, Dad, Tenten said sheepishly. I'll clean this place up later. Hidden waved her off, his smile smug and warm. No worries. I'm just glad you worked things out with your boyfriend. Tenten froze mid-step, her face turning bright red. He's not my boyfriend, she shouted, her voice shrill with indignation. Naruto, meanwhile, looked slightly hurt. Wait, I'm not your friend. No, Tenten exclaimed quickly, flustered. You are my friend. You're not my boyfriend. Wait, does that mean I'm a girl? Hidden burst out laughing, the sound echoing through the shop as Tenten slapped her forehead in exasperation. No, Naruto, she groaned, glaring at her father, who was practically doubled over with laughter. Then what's a boyfriend? Tenten sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose before launching into a rushed explanation. Oh, Naruto said after a moment, his face reddening. He turned to Hidden, shaking his head vigorously. Mr. Higurashi, Tenten and I are just friends. I swear. Just friends, huh? Tenten muttered under her breath, a little disappointed by how quickly he said it. But her father caught it, giving her a smug, knowing smile that only made her blush harder. Tenten, Naruto called, oblivious to her embarrassment. She turned to him, grateful for the distraction, until she froze. In Naruto's hands was a gleaming set of chainmail. Remember how I said I'd bring you an armor set? Naruto said, holding it out to her. Here. Tenten blinked, her heart skipping a beat. Naruto, I don't even know what to say. Try it on, Naruto said with a grin. You can't go around calling yourself a badass swordswoman without some awesome armor, right? Tenten nodded, her face warm as she practically snatched the armor from his hands and disappeared into the shop. So, what do you think? Hidden smiled, leaning casually against the doorframe. Naruto, If you include more armor and weapons in the dowry, you've got my blessings. What? Hidden burst out laughing again, his prosthetic leg clinking against the floor as he doubled over. Dad. Tenten's voice rang out from the shop. A few moments later, the metallic clink of chainmail filled the air as Tenten stepped outside. The armor fit her perfectly, the interlocking rings gleaming in the sunlight. She looked down at herself, brushing her hands over the craftsmanship. It's amazing, she said softly, her cheeks pink. Amazing enough for a spar. Tenten looked up, startled. Don't think I have forgotten, senpai. This time, it's my turn to teach you. Tenten blinked, caught off guard by his sincerity. She felt her face flush again but managed a small smile. It's my honor, Naruto-sensei. They both giggled at the playful exchange, the tension between them finally gone. Hidden, however, wasn't done. Naruto, he called out. If you keep this up, I'll have to start preparing for the wedding. Dad, Tenten shouted, her face bright red as she whirled on him. Naruto, meanwhile, stood frozen, his face a mix of confusion and horror. Wait, what? It's a joke, Naruto, Tenten muttered, her palm slapping against her forehead. Oh, Naruto said, his face reddening. Then, after a beat, wait, why is that a joke? Hidden roared with laughter as Tenten groaned, throwing her hands in the air in exasperation. Because you're impossible, that's why. She huffed, stomping back toward the shop. Naruto scratched his head, muttering to himself. I don't get it. Don't worry, kid, Hidden said, clapping him on the back. You'll figure it out one day. Hopefully before my grandkids arrive. What? Naruto yelped as Tenten's voice echoed from inside the shop. Dad. Ayame walked up the stairs to Naruto's apartment, a bag of groceries in her hand and a mix of amusement and exasperation on her face. I wonder if Naruto actually finished that milk I bought him last week. Or if it's still sitting there, curdling, she thought with a sigh. She and her father, Chuki, had taken it upon themselves to check on Naruto now and then. It started a few years ago, when the boy proudly bragged about how he had stocked an entire cupboard full of cup ramen. That revelation led to some very concerned glances between Ayame and her father. Thank you so much, Hokage-sama, Ayame sarcastically thought as she climbed the last few steps. What genius thought giving a kid free pocket money with no guidance was a good idea? Of course, he spent it all on ramen. Not that she was against ramen. She worked at a ramen shop, after all, but even she knew Naruto needed a more balanced diet. I swear, if I find nothing but cup ramen again, she muttered under her breath as she reached his door. Pausing, she heard the unmistakable sound of chaos coming from inside. Something, or someone, was running around, crashing into things. She frowned, her hand hovering over the spare key she always carried for emergencies. Please don't let it be another failed attempt at cleaning, she murmured, sliding the key into the lock. She opened the door, and what she saw nearly made her drop the groceries. The entire apartment was a mess. Furniture was askew, laundry was piled everywhere, and Naruto was running in circles, chasing what looked like a lizard. What the? Naruto spun toward her, the lizard slipping through his fingers as it bolted across the floor and ran straight between Ayame's legs. A gust of wind later, Ayame blinked and found Naruto standing behind her, holding the wriggling creature aloft like some sort of bizarre trophy. Finally caught you, you little bastard. Naruto, Ayame said, still trying to process what she was seeing. What is that? Oh, this. Naruto grinned wider. It's my new pet. Isn't it adorable? Adorable was not the word Ayame would use. The lizard, which had 4 spindly legs on each side and a large, jagged crystal growing out of its back, glared at her with its beady eyes as it wriggled in Naruto's grip. Ayame blinked, then pinched herself. Nope, she wasn't dreaming. This was real. Is this a shinobi thing? She asked weakly, gesturing at the creature. Sure, whatever you say, Nichan, Naruto replied, already walking back into the apartment. Still in a daze, Ayame stepped inside and put the groceries down, surveying the chaos. Naruto, what happened in here? Naruto shrugged. Crystal lizard happened. It's fast, and it hides. Ayame sighed as she started gathering Naruto's clothes from the floor, tossing socks, shirts, and what she hoped weren't month-old boxers into a growing pile. Then, with a resigned groan, she walked into the bathroom and returned with an overflowing laundry basket. Naruto watched her with wide eyes, still holding the squirming crystal lizard in his hands. "Nichan, what are you doing?" "Well, Naruto," Ayame said, dropping the basket with a thud, "the lizard in your hands looks like it's about one hiss away from biting your face off. So, I'm making it a safe place to hide." Naruto tilted his head. Safe place. Without a word, Ayame gestured to the pile of laundry, which now looked more like a small mountain. Naruto frowned but decided to trust her. Gently, he released the lizard, which immediately bolted to the pile, paused for a moment as if inspecting its new home, then burrowed into the clothes like it was digging through dirt. "Wow, you're a genius." Ayame didn't respond, too busy staring at the sheer size of the laundry pile. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Naruto, why do you have so much laundry? Have you even washed any of these?" Naruto grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "I was waiting for rain. You know, natural cleaning. It's free." "Rain. Naruto, you can't just leave your clothes outside and hope nature does your chores for you." "Why not? It works on my plants." Ayame sighed, shaking her head. "At least you're taking care of the plants. I'll give you that." Naruto puffed out his chest, looking smug. "See, I'm doing great." "You're doing something," Ayame muttered, tossing another pair of socks into the pile. "No one is perfect, Nichan." "It's not about being perfect, Naruto. It's about doing what you can. You're a ninja now. You need to start being more responsible." "Responsible." Naruto huffed and raised his hands defensively. "I'm trying." Ayame raised her fist threateningly, her eyes narrowing in mock warning. Naruto immediately threw his hands up. Wait, mercy. I'm just a clone." "A clone?" Naruto gave her a quick explanation about shadow clones, and Ayame nodded slowly, absorbing the information. "So, how long have you had this pet of yours?" "Only a few hours," Naruto replied, his voice taking on a defensive tone. "I found it injured, and I healed it. So now it's mine." "That's nice," Ayame said, placing her hands on her hips, "but you decided that just because you healed it, it's your pet." "Well, yeah," Naruto grumbled. "I always wanted a pet, but Gigi never let me. Something about how I wasn't responsible enough or whatever." Ayame swept her arm dramatically, motioning to the mess of his apartment. "Gee, I wonder why he thought that. You're supposed to be on my side." "I am on your side," Ayame said, rubbing his hair affectionately, "but you have to admit, you're not exactly the poster boy for responsibility." Naruto looked down, his cheeks puffing out in mild frustration. Ayame softened her tone. "Look, you have a pet now. That means you have to step up. No more excuses, okay?" Naruto gave a reluctant nod. "Okay. Good," Ayame said. "Now, what's your plan for taking care of it?" "Plan?" Naruto blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" "Well," Ayame said, counting on her fingers, "what are you going to feed it? Where's it going to sleep? How are you going to get it to trust you? What happens if it gets sick? Do you even know if it's a boy or a girl?" Naruto's head spun at the barrage of questions, his brain struggling to keep up. Ayame sighed and headed to the kitchen. Naruto watched her, still trying to process everything. "Nichan, you know a lot about this stuff." "Of course I do," Ayame called back. "I wanted a pet snake when I was younger, but dad said no." "A snake?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. "Why didn't he let you?" Ayame came back with a bowl of diced vegetables and bits of meat. "Well, apparently, snakes have a bad reputation. Something about a really strong ninja who used snakes and then turned traitor. Ever since then, snakes are seen as bad omens in the village." Naruto frowned. "Wait, so people used to keep pet snakes?" "Oh, yeah, they were super popular because of that ninja, actually. But after what happened, not so much." "Guess that makes sense," Naruto said thoughtfully. They crouched by the laundry pile, Ayame carefully scooping a spoonful of the food she'd prepared. She made soft, coaxing noises as she held the spoon near the pile. The crystal lizard poked its head out, tilting it curiously at the food. It inched forward cautiously, sniffing the spoon. And then it bit Ayame's finger. Ayame yelped, dropping the spoon as the lizard snatched it up and scurried back into the pile. Naruto burst out laughing, clutching his sides. "Nichan, you just got bitten by a girl." "Wait, it's a girl?" Ayame asked, shaking her hand. "Yeah, didn't see any balls, so." Ayame gave him a deadpan look. "Naruto, you're a goddamn idiot." "A responsible idiot," Naruto shot back, grinning. Ayame sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose as she muttered under her breath. "The things I put up with for this boy." Her grumbling trailed off when the distinct crunch of metal being chewed drew her attention to the laundry pile. "Naruto," she said, "what exactly is that lizard?" Naruto, who was busily folding a towel in the most haphazard way possible, glanced up. "I don't know." "You don't know?" "Nope," Naruto replied cheerfully. "Naruto, what do you know?" "That I'm awesome." The original Naruto was facing his greatest challenge yet, a written exam. For 6 grueling hours, he sat at the training ground, hunched over a test paper Kakashi had personally designed. The stakes. If Naruto scored higher than Sasuke and Sakura, he'd finally get the jutsu Kakashi promised him. But this wasn't just any test, it was a ninja's nightmare. Questions about physics, biology, geography, and strategy filled every inch of the paper. Naruto groaned, tapping his pencil against the desk Kakashi had set up just for him. "Why do I even need to calculate the trajectory of a kunai? I just throw it and hope for the best." Kakashi, lounging in the shade with his ever-present orange book, glanced up lazily. "Well, imagine you're on a mission, Naruto. The success of a sneak attack depends entirely on one kunai, one throw. If you don't calculate its trajectory properly, you might miss and fail the mission. Simple enough. I guess that makes sense. But it still sucks." When the 6 hours were finally up, Naruto slammed his exam paper down in front of Kakashi, who picked it up with an amused eye crease. "So, feeling confident?" Naruto crossed his arms and grinned. "I mean, I just need to beat Sasuke and Sakura, right? That's easy. You'd need at least a 99% to beat them, though," Kakashi added casually as he pulled out a red pen. Naruto's confidence faltered. "What? Wait. Can I go to the bathroom real quick?" "Nervous about your results? Don't worry, Naruto. Even if you don't beat them, what really matters is how much you've improved since the academy." "Kakashi-sensei, bathroom," Naruto cut him off, looking increasingly desperate. Fine, go ahead." The moment Kakashi gave the green light, Naruto vanished in a blur of shunshin. Naruto arrived at his apartment in record time, practically bursting through the door. Inside, Ayame and one of his clones were standing over the pile of laundry, which was now shifting and making strange crunching noises. Ayame blinked at him. "Hi, Nichan. Bye, Nichan," Naruto shouted as he slammed the bathroom door shut. Once inside, he quickly grabbed the dark sign from his pocket and activated it. A rush of heat washed over him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in Lordran once again, sitting at the bonfire. "All right," Naruto said, standing up and cracking his knuckles. "Time to grind." He summoned a dozen clones. "Go out there and kill every hollow in the undead burg. We're leveling up." The clones saluted and dashed off in all directions, cutting through hollows with brutal efficiency. Meanwhile, Naruto sat back at the bonfire, mentally tallying the souls they were collecting. After a few minutes, the clones dispelled, sending a flood of memories and a sizable pile of souls back to him. Souls. 3,203. Finally, Naruto grinned as he opened his stats menu. He navigated to his intelligence stat and dumped the necessary points. Name: Naruto Uzumaki. Level: 19 right pointing arrow 20. Attributes: Int: 10 right pointing arrow 11. Naruto frowned, tilting his head in thought. "I don't feel any smarter," he muttered, his voice laced with confusion. He glanced at the bonfire's gentle flicker, its light casting long, shifting shadows across the ground. For a moment, he stood still, his mind oddly quiet yet brimming with something he couldn't quite name. Whatever, let's just get back to Kakashi. Back at the training ground, Naruto arrived just as Kakashi was finishing grading the papers. He slid into his seat, hands behind his head in a casual pose, though his leg tapped rhythmically under the desk. "So, what's the verdict? Did I blow Sasuke and Sakura out of the water?" Kakashi turned the paper around, revealing the grade. 100%. Naruto blinked, then stared. No way. A perfect score. He broke into a wide grin. Guess I really am a genius. Believe it. You earned it, Naruto. And, as promised, I'll teach you a new jutsu. Yes, finally. So, what's it gonna be? Something epic like. Patience, Kakashi interrupted, pulling a small piece of paper from his pouch. What's that? A coupon for free ramen. This, Kakashi said, ignoring the joke, is chakra paper. It reacts to your chakra and shows your chakra nature. Chakra nature. Naruto frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing in thought. You mean like, an affinity for certain kinds of jutsu? Exactly. Everyone's chakra leans toward one of the 5 basic elements: fire, wind, water, earth, or lightning. Knowing your nature helps you focus on techniques suited for you. Kakashi held the paper between his fingers and channeled his chakra into it. Instantly, the paper crinkled and shriveled. Whoa, what was that? It wrinkled because my chakra nature is lightning, Kakashi explained. Each nature reacts differently. Fire burns the paper, water soaks it, earth crumbles it, and wind tears it. This test will reveal yours. Go ahead. Naruto stared at the paper in his hand. Hey, Kakashi-sensei, what about shadow clones? What nature are they? Shadow clones don't come from the 5 elements. They're part of yin and yang release. Yin and yang. Like. Opposites. Dark and light. Close enough, Kakashi said. Chakra comes from 2 sources: the mind and the body. Yin is spiritual energy, it shapes chakra. Yang is physical energy, it fills that shape. Together, they're the foundation of ninjutsu. Naruto nodded slowly, absorbing the explanation like he was mapping out a new path in his head. So, yin and yang work with the 5 elements, but they're not the same thing. Exactly. Now, focus your chakra into the paper. Naruto took a breath, channeled his chakra, and watched as the paper split cleanly down the middle. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly, his brows knitting together. What's wrong, sensei? Wind chakra nature, Kakashi said thoughtfully. It's rare in Konoha. There aren't many shinobi here who specialize in it. Naruto frowned. So, does that mean you can't teach me anything? Not at all. I'll just need to find someone who knows wind chakra well enough to help guide you through the basics. Naruto's face lit up again. Yes, wind powers. Then he hesitated. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, during the bell test, you used water jutsu. But you said your nature was lightning. How does that work? Kakashi chuckled. Good question. Through training, you can learn to use multiple elements. In fact, mastering at least 2 is required to become a jonin. How many do you have? Kakashi raised a hand, outstretching his fingers. All 5. All 5. Then why can't you just teach me wind jutsu? The wind jutsu I know are all A rank or higher. Teaching you those would be like handing you a blueprint for a house before teaching you how to hold a hammer. You need to build a foundation first. Naruto considered this for a moment. So, you're saying I need to learn the basics before I can tackle the big stuff? Kakashi gave him a thumbs up. Exactly. You're sharper than people give you credit for. Naruto blinked, feeling pleased, until he caught the implication. Hey, that's not a compliment. It is if you think about it, Kakashi replied, already turning to leave. Good work today, Naruto. Wait, sensei. Naruto called after him. Can I have some extra chakra paper? I want to test something. Kakashi tilted his head curiously but handed him a few sheets. Don't do anything crazy, he warned before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto shunshined to the Hokage monument, a quiet spot where he could think and experiment without distraction. Ever since his intelligence had spiked, something he still wasn't entirely used to, Naruto had noticed his thoughts taking new turns, approaching problems from angles he hadn't considered before. It wasn't like he'd become a different person, but he could see paths branching where he used to see just a straight road. Questions he'd never asked now burned in his mind. For example, why wasn't his chakra nature fire? It seemed obvious, considering his ability to wield pyromancy. Wasn't the flame just another form of chakra? But the more he thought about it, the more cracks formed in that theory. Maybe, Naruto murmured, staring at the flame flickering in his hand, pyromancy isn't chakra at all. Maybe it's something else. The thought made his chest tighten. If that was true, then the powers from Lordran weren't just jutsu waiting to be discovered by the shinobi of his world. They were something entirely different. And that begged the real question. What happens when you combine chakra and pyromancy? Naruto unrolled a fresh piece of chakra paper, holding it carefully in his free hand. He'd tested his chakra nature earlier with Kakashi and knew what to expect. But this experiment wasn't about chakra alone. It was about finding the edges of the two forces and seeing what happened when they overlapped. He activated the pyromancy flame, feeling its strange, almost alien warmth crawl across his skin. Slowly, he channeled the fire energy from the flame into the chakra paper. At first, nothing happened. Then the paper began to twist unnaturally, its surface warping as it shifted colors. What came next made Naruto's breath catch in his throat. The paper didn't burn like he expected. Instead, its texture turned pale and leathery, like stretched, diseased skin. Veins, thin and pulsing, began spreading across it, branching out as though they were alive. Coarse, black hair erupted violently from its edges, curling and writhing like parasitic tendrils seeking something to latch onto. Naruto's heart pounded as he watched a grotesque transformation take shape in the center of the paper. A bulbous, bloodshot eye bulged outward, twitching as it looked around, darting frantically like it could see him. The veins feeding into it throbbed grotesquely, and Naruto felt his stomach churn as the entire thing let out a faint, wet squelch. Before he could react, the paper burst into flames, spewing ash and the nauseating stench of burnt flesh into the air. Naruto recoiled, dropping the smoldering remains. His stomach twisted in revulsion as he stared at the pile of ash left behind. What the hell was that? The pyromancy flame flickered in his palm, its glow calm and steady, as though it hadn't been part of whatever horror he'd just witnessed. But Naruto wasn't so sure anymore. His mind raced, connecting dots that had never seemed important before. Pyromancy, he murmured. It's not fire. Not really. It's alive. It's connected to something else. Maybe even demons. The thought sent a chill down his spine, but it also lit a spark in his mind. He wasn't scared. Not exactly. The experiment had shown him something incredible, even if it made his stomach turn. Pyromancy and chakra weren't the same thing. They weren't even part of the same system. But now Naruto knew they could interact, just not in a way he could control yet. Guess I've got a lot more to figure out, huh? He smirked faintly, though the unease in his chest hadn't gone away. Can't just punch my way through this one. Gotta think about it first. Standing up, Naruto unequipped the pyromancy flame. Different paths, he muttered, staring at the ash blowing away in the wind. Guess it's up to me to figure out where they lead.